His boy was a complete nobody at school, until one day, he humiliated the most powerful noble in his class. Then came the entrance exam, where all the students awakened incredible powers. But this guy, the moment he touched the device, an overwhelming surge of energy blew everything apart. Just like Vegeta when he shattered the power level scanner. Everyone was terrified. How did he do that? Wasn't he supposed to be weak? That was the question everyone kept asking. He was a quiet boy who barely spoke. Just the day before, he had finally awakened from a coma. You already know how this story goes. The soul of a genius mage had reincarnated into his body. The doctor was finishing the final examinations, while the nurse couldn't help staring at him with his shirt off. He was just another skinny kid. He kept asking if it was still 1970, but in reality, it was already 2022. His name was Kusanagi Minato. The doctors exchanged suspicious looks. Maybe the coma had damaged his brain. But the truth was, the strongest mage alive had just awakened 50 years in the future. A few days later, he finally returned home. As he searched through this body's memories, he realized Minato had lived a lonely life, abandoned by his parents and bullied at school. Just then, someone named Tadano called him, but Minato didn't care. He casually tossed the phone across the room. The caller was demanding money. Probably just another school bully. If I were him, I'd beat those guys up the moment I got to school. The next day, he calmly headed to the academy. He was amazed by how much technology had advanced. But magic. These kids were unbelievably weak. In the classroom, someone kicked his desk. It was Tadano, back to collect his money. When Minato asked who he was, the guy immediately threw a spinning kick. He wanted to prove who was in charge, but I have a feeling he's the one who's about to get destroyed. He has no idea who he's messing with. With a smug grin, Tadano claimed they just wanted to be friends, and Minato actually agreed. But that wasn't what Tadano meant. He wanted the money, or Minato would get beaten up. Right then, a stunningly beautiful girl walked into the classroom. She was so gorgeous that the bully instantly froze. Then he quickly backed off. The class continued as usual, but after school, Tadano came back for the money. This time, he even threatened to use magic. The other students were horrified. He's going to kill him, but when he attacked our MC, nothing happened. Because along with Minato's soul, his overwhelming magical power had reincarnated as well, a power that was completely overpowered in the modern world. And from this point on, he'll crush every enemy that stands in his way and naturally attract the attention of one girl, two girls, maybe even half the girls at the academy. You know exactly what I mean. In the heat of the explosion, Mizuha yells that they can't use magic over a simple fight. She then warns that someone's going to get hurt. Then, the boy defends himself, shouting that Minato started the fight and it's not his fault. The smoke from the explosion slowly begins to clear through the doorway. Meanwhile, the other students watch the scene intently. Amidst the dust, an intact silhouette starts to form. As the smoke vanishes, Kusanagi Minato is revealed without a single scratch. Mizuha and another classmate stare at the scene, completely frozen by the outcome. Then, the mage turns his face and admits the bully managed to get him. Tadano can't believe it, wondering how he's unharmed after taking a direct hit from his magic. However, the young man explains that against level 1 magic, his barrier protects him without needing an active spell. He then states that he tolerated him for being just a kid, but his patience has run out. With a serious look, the mage declares that now the bully must be punished. Facing the pressure, Tadano's group takes a step back. Suddenly, a powerful aura of energy erupts around Minato, completely engulfing him. The energy spreads through the room as the other students stand motionless. One of the students realizes he can't move, asking what's happening. On the other side, Mizuha also wonders what kind of magic this is. As the mage slowly advances, walking towards the bully, he then stops before the boy who stares back, completely paralyzed and trembling. Next, he extends his hand towards his opponent. Tadano's expression shows fear and dread at what might happen. Suddenly, a teacher bursts into the room, asking about the noise and who's using magic. Instantly, the aura vanishes, and the man glares at Minato, waiting for an answer. The mage lets out a soft sigh before turning to the teacher. With a smile, he claims nothing happened in the room, and maybe someone used magic outside. The teacher comments that it's possible a student is using their powers, since mages like to show off their skills. When asked about the smoke, the young man replies it came from outside, and the man concludes that if he said so, it must be true. With that, the teacher declares he'll find the culprit and tells everyone to return to their seats. Minato says goodbye as, in his thoughts, he apologizes for the trouble and decides to create false evidence to close the case. Watching the situation from afar, Mizuha maintains a suspicious gaze. From the floor, Tadano watches Kusanagi walk away, cursing him under his breath. At that moment, the mage reflects that their magic level is too low, wondering if they could even defeat a single monster. Because of this, he decides he should go check the situation himself. Later that night, the scene shifts to the ruins of old Shibuya. Next, we see Kusanagi Minato crossing the night sky on an energy platform spell. He then lands softly on the rooftop of a ruined building. Observing the landscape, the young man comments that Shibuya has also changed a lot. With that, he activates his magic again, and continues to hover in the skies over the devastated city. He then states he doesn't sense any monsters nearby, concluding the police took care of them all. But suddenly he senses the aura of a creature from far away. Along with it, he also notices a lone human at the location. Without hesitation, he leaps from the building towards the danger. Upon arriving, he sees a person cornered by monsters, shouting for the creatures to stay back. Then, one of them lets out a terrifying roar, ready to attack the young woman. As the monster charges forward, Kusanagi lands to protect her. Next, the creature attacks with its claws in a direct strike. Then all the enemies roar in pain as they are impaled by stone spikes erupting from the ground. In just a few seconds, the creatures fall defeated before the mage and the person he saved. He then turns to see who he just rescued. Noticing the emblem on the woman's clothes, he realizes she is a police mage. Without turning to face her, he advises her to be more careful next time. As he departs on his platform, the woman manages to thank him before he disappears. Alone, she wonders who that great mage was who didn't need to recite any spells. Now far away, Kusanagi concludes it was right to hide his face to avoid attention after his reincarnation. He then reflects that she was almost killed by a weak monster, realizing the police's magic level has dropped drastically. Thus, he concludes that not only the students but the police as well have grown weaker in this era. A faint smile forms on his face at this new realization. Finally, he decides that even in this era, his powers are still needed. In any case, the mage concludes that perhaps he should annihilate all the nearby monsters for now. The next day, the teacher announces to the class that they will be measuring their magical power. He then explains that knowing the amount and attribute are the most important values for a professional mage. At that moment, Kusanagi Minato wonders to himself if he can't measure his power without using that device. He then laments that not even the teacher knows the basics, since magical perception is the foundation of everything. Suddenly, Mizuha approaches and asks if this is a good time to talk. Seeing this, the other students comment that it's the first time the two have spoken. The girl then introduces herself as Mizuha Yuika, the second daughter of the noble magic house of Mizuha. Confused, he asks what a magic noble is. Shocked, she explains that they come from the 4 major noble mage houses. Minato reflects that this type of nobility didn't exist in his time, and that he's never heard of the Mizuha family. With that, he discreetly observes her to analyze her power. He soon realizes the girl's magical power is weak, considering it mediocre for a prominent mage family. Annoyed, Yuika scolds him, saying he should be more grateful that she started the conversation. Watching the interaction, Tadano becomes enraged seeing that guy talking to Yuika. Finally, the mage asks what business the magic nobility has with him, which irritates her even more. As she tries to calm down, the young woman reminds herself that she needs to maintain the dignity of a noble. She then reflects that if Kusanagi escaped the magic unscathed yesterday, there must be a reason. However, as she tries to talk about what happened, the teacher yells for the students in the back to get ready. With that, Minato eagerly steps forward, saying it's time to get his measurement. Though surprised, Yuika decides she'll see his true power after the evaluation. Then, Tadano steps up and announces his turn has come, concentrating his fire energy. Next, he touches the measurement crystal with his hand, releasing his power. The machine then announces his result, magical power 1000 with a fire attribute, which leaves him satisfied. Seeing the number, Minato concludes that the measurement standard hasn't changed in the last 50 years. Next, the teacher calls Mizuha Yuika to take the test. She touches the crystal and releases her water magic directly into the device. The result is announced, Mizuha Yuika, magical power of 2000 with a water attribute, leaving everyone impressed. The teacher praises them both, saying their powers are top tier and they'll become fantastic mages. Despite the praise, the girl just adjusts her collar with a dissatisfied look. Following this, the other students comment on how Tadano is a prodigy and how adorable Mizuha is. Kusanagi Minato can hardly believe it, thinking it's a joke that the top student only has 2000 power and amateur level. With a smirk, Mizuha taunts him, asking what he thought and stating that this is the true power of the Mizuha house. In response, he asks her why she seems so proud and tells her not to look at him like that, finding the situation unbearable. Next, the teacher announces it's Kusanagi Minato's turn. Then, 2 classmates comment that he came in last place last year, being good at academics but having no talent for magic. Tadano taunts him, saying he has no talent and is going to embarrass himself in front of Yuika. Meanwhile, The girl wonders how much magical power the boy has, certain that he won't be able to surpass her. As he approaches the device, the mage thinks about what to do, remembering how standing out too much was a problem in the past. For a moment, he considers holding back a little, but quickly dismisses the idea. With that, the boy lightly touches the measurement crystal with his fingertip. An immense aura of multicolored energy explodes around him. The energy surges violently toward the crystal, engulfing the entire machine. With a smile, he decides to use his full power, challenging the machine to measure the strength of a great sage. The other students watch the scene, completely paralyzed by the display of power. The energy intensifies even more, making the crystal glow with a blinding light. The sudden burst of power is so great it alerts two students, a blue-haired girl in another room and her classmate lying in the courtyard far away. Immediately after, Yuika is also startled amidst the light, wondering what is happening. With that, the device's meters and crystal begin to tremble and shatter under the pressure. In an instant, a pillar of blinding energy rises, covering the entire circumference of the school building area. The energy then explodes in a flash that fills the entire room. Immediately after, the explosion intensifies and engulfs the device in flames. The force of the impact produces a shockwave that blinds the students. Debris from the explosion flies toward the students, but is blocked by magic. Amidst the wreckage, Minato thinks to himself that he didn't expect the machine to break just from taking it a little seriously. He then wonders if these people can even become mages, since no one there could sense his magical power. The teacher then rushes to help, asking if anyone is hurt, and a student replies that they're all okay. Next, the teacher asks if Kusanagi is okay, saying he was lucky to be in the middle of the explosion. Seeing the destroyed device, the man comments that it's the first time he's seen this and assumes the machine was faulty. With a worried look, he laments that because of this, they now won't know Kusanagi's power and attribute. Minato asks if that's bad, and the teacher explains that the groups for combat class are decided based on the results. With that, he turns to Tadano and asks if he could accept Kusanagi into his group. Hearing the proposal, Tadano and his friends exchange a knowing glance. The bully then grins at the opportunity that has just arisen. He then accepts the request, and the teacher replies that if it's with him, he has nothing to worry about. Right after, Tadano approaches Minato and glares at him, saying he's looking forward to it. The scene shifts to old Shibuya, showing the city in ruins under the daylight. The area is a reminder that monsters still inhabit the zones destroyed by the Great Calamity. Facing the landscape, the professor explains that modern Shibuya is abandoned and that mages and police periodically subjugate monsters there. He adds that the academy students also help, but they don't need to worry, as the professionals have already eliminated most of them. Minato wasn't expecting a practical lesson, but concludes that even students should be able to handle a few monsters, since they'll be in groups. As he observes the area, he remembers being there the night before and finds the situation strange. He then questions it, certain he eliminated all the monsters, yet he can still sense the presence of some. He then wonders why monsters keep appearing, since there's no sign of a disaster in the area. Meanwhile, the other students suggest a competition, and the mage thinks they're being too carefree for a practical lesson. Next to him, Yuika observes the scene with a determined look, while he remains pensive. With that, the professor begins the practical lesson, asking everyone to work as a team. Soon, Tadano approaches and calls out to him, blocking his path. In a swift move, the bully shoves him against a wall. He then orders him to stay put and not get in their way. Minato warns him not to get carried away, saying he's being nice now, but won't go easy next time. Calmly, the mage suggests he just ignore him if he doesn't like him, but Tadano yells for the bottom feeder trash not to talk to him. He then questions why Mizuha would be interested in him, since he's nothing but trash. The boy is visibly confused by his rival's disproportionate reaction. With a snap, he realizes the situation and asks if by any chance Tadano likes Mizuha. The question leaves him completely furious and speechless. A red aura of magical energy emanates from the bully as he clenches his fists. With that, he curses at him and swears he's dead while preparing a fire spell. Before the attack comes, Minato warns him not to do it, but his rival says it's too late for apologies. The mage then tells him to look behind him, but the other refuses, stating he won't fall for such a childish trick. Though suspicious, he turns to look and questions what that is. Right behind the group, an imposing monster with a dark aura suddenly appears. The group of bullies backs away, unable to believe what they're seeing. One of the boys questions what, why, and how this could be happening. Panicked, another one of them shouts, asking why a demon soldier is there. His friends encourage him, saying he can win, and Tadano replies that, of course, this will be a piece of cake for him. Without hesitation, he casts a fire spell while yelling for the creature to eat this. With that, a large explosion of flames hits the demon soldier head-on. Immediately after, the group celebrates the feat, declaring the job done. However, as soon as the smoke dissipates, the monster is revealed completely unharmed. Shocked, the bully questions how the creature didn't suffer a single scratch. Then, the mage thinks to himself that a demon soldier can't be defeated with level 1 magic. Meanwhile, the creature advances slowly, causing the bullies to fall to the ground in fear. Now close to them, the monster projects its dark aura, covering them in its shadow. Completely terrified, Tadano cries as he realizes he's going to die there. He's paralyzed on the ground and urinates in his pants, unable to move from fear. Then, the creature raises its claw, ready to deliver the final blow. Suddenly, the attack is stopped at the last second as it realizes something. It noticed Minato's presence, and because of that, reconsidered its attack. The young man faces the enemy with a serious and determined gaze. In the creature's mind, what would happen next is projected through his killing intent. Thus, the creature retreats from the mage, while the group of bullies watches everything from the ground. As he walks past Tadano, he reflects that apparently, even a demon soldier can tell the difference. Then, taking the lead against the monster, he concludes his thought, asking which of the two is stronger. The enemy glares at the young man with a menacing look. In response, a blue aura of energy erupts around him as he prepares for battle. With a furious roar, the demon soldier conjures a dark spell against the young man. To defend himself, he creates a red magic circle of energy. From the ground, the bully shouts that it's impossible to defeat it with level 1 magic, and that they're all going to die. Then, the level 2 rock breaker spell is cast by the monster, sending a giant rock towards the mage. However, the boy calmly observes the scene, waiting for the exact moment to act. A faint smile forms on his face. Then, with the level 1 fire arrow spell he casts, the demon's spell is turned back against the enemy itself. The explosion expands violently, illuminating the entire area. Even being level 1, it surpasses the size of the level 2 spell. Finally, the combination peaks in a gigantic detonation, with the rock now practically a meteor. The group of bullies further back remains on the ground in disbelief, while Minato stands motionless. Tadano and his friends shield their faces from the intense heat of the explosion. When the dust settles, a huge, smoking crater is revealed at the battle site. Still surprised, Tadano watches, questioning what happened and if Kusanagi really killed the demon soldier. He then refuses to believe it, stating that's impossible for someone like the mage. Calmly, the young man states that if it's his level 1 magic, it can indeed kill a demon soldier. He then reflects that it's strange for a demon soldier to be in Shibuya, as is the fact that monsters reappeared after he had eliminated them. He then wonders if this is a bad omen for a disaster, and if the situation is more urgent than he thought. With that, painful memories of the great calamity and his sacrifice invade his thoughts. Faced with the memory, he clenches his fist with a determined expression. He then promises himself that even if a calamity happens again, he will save everyone. Still in shock, Tadano and his friends wonder if he's really the Kusanagi they know. Completely frustrated, the bully punches a wall with all his might. Meanwhile, hidden, Mizuha watches the scene, paralyzed by what she just witnessed. The scene shifts to a few moments earlier, where Mizuha casts her water magic, Aqua Saucer, against a monster. Her classmates watch, commenting that her performance is incredible and worthy of her reputation. However, the girl reflects that it's a bore to see common people so surprised by so little. Then, she concludes with a smile that it can't be helped, since she's a genius. One of Tadano's friends starts to speak as he spots something at the end of the alley. As she gets closer, Mizuha sees the group of bullies cornering Kusanagi Minato once again. Turning to her own classmates, she gives a wave and says she's going to leave them and go on ahead. As she walks away, she thinks that he's being bullied and that she can't miss this chance. So she hides to peek, and suddenly her eyes widen in shock at what she sees. In a panic, Mizuha is stunned to recognize the creature that appeared before the boys as a demon soldier. Anxiously, she realizes that this is not an enemy students can face. The young woman then decides she must help them, since she is, after all, a member of the Mizuha family. Running towards the danger, she desperately yells for everyone to run away. Suddenly, her advance is cut short by a massive wave of energy that flashes past her. With that, she's hit by the explosion's shockwave as she tries to shield herself with her arm. The dust settles, revealing the charred ground where the creature stood. Amidst the sparks of the casted magic, Minato emerges unharmed. Not understanding, Mizuha wonders what that was, and if it was his magic. She reflects that he used to be shy and had no aptitude for magic, but now he seems like a different person. Then, she questions how he used magic without reciting a spell to defeat a demon soldier with such low power. An explanation states that a demon's strength is determined by the number of its crystals, which establishes its rank. Next, a rank 6 magic beast, and a rank 5 demon soldier are shown as examples. The hierarchy continues with the demon captain, rank 4, the demon general, rank 3, and the demon king, rank 2. At the top of the classification, the demon god, the rank 1 being, is revealed. It's explained that for modern mages, the rank required to defeat each type of demon is common knowledge. With that in mind, Mizuha concludes that it's impossible to defeat a demon soldier with level 1 magic, as it would require at least level 3. Suddenly, Minato starts walking past where she was, making the girl pull back against the wall. She wonders why she's hiding from him. With a serene gaze and stopping a bit ahead, he comments that spying on others seems to be a nice pastime. Not knowing how to react, Mizuha asks how he knew she was there. Minato replies that it would be crazy for a mage not to be able to sense her presence. At that, the girl just stares at him, completely speechless. He then laments that mages today really can't sense magic. Then, Kusanagi turns and starts to walk away, leaving her behind. Desperate, Mizuha yells for him to wait a minute as she chases after him. She demands that he explain what the hell just happened. But when she turns the corner, she realizes he's vanished. Minato is then shown on top of one of the ruined buildings, looking down at her, lost below. With a sigh, he just says, "What a pain." Right after, he decides he'll check the area, just as a precaution. Using his senses, he concludes there are no more demon soldiers, but many magic beasts still remain. He reflects that if even Tadano reacted that way, the other students will have a hard time even against the beasts. With that, Kusanagi decides that maybe he should thin their numbers a bit. As he casts his magic, he states that his range covers the entire area around Shibuya Station. With his hand outstretched, he releases an immense amount of energy. Then, he fires off a barrage of level 2 spells, the magic barrier. Countless beams of light cross the sky, covering the entire city. Surprised, Tadano's friends point to the sky, wondering if those are shooting stars. Mizuha is also astonished, asking if that is magic and if it's a multiple magic skill. In another part of the city, a cornered student laments that he can't take fighting so many magic beasts anymore. One of the creatures lunges at his classmate, who screams as she shields herself. Suddenly, when the beast is just inches away from taking a huge bite out of the student, a beam of light hits the creature dead on, which lets out a yelp as it's destroyed. Her classmate runs to help her, asking if she's okay as the monster smolders on the ground. Back on the rooftop, Minato observes the result and tells himself it's good to kill them all. With a smile, he continues to decimate the remaining beasts in the area. His expression suddenly changes as he begins to wonder if he did something wrong. Looking at the street full of bodies, he questions if he went a little overboard. With a hand on his head, he realizes he killed most of the creatures. He then worries that the class won't be able to proceed, lamenting that he really should have held back. Kusanagi Minato uses magic to get down from the building, quietly leaving the area. Landing in an alley, he figures it's a safe place to hide. Although he doesn't need to hide his power, the young man reflects that standing out is a real pain. Meanwhile, the teacher and the other students finally arrive and find the defeated creatures. Perplexed, he wonders how there can still be so many magical beasts, since the pack should have already been dealt with. Looking at the bodies, he deduces they were all eliminated in a single blow by someone extremely skilled. He then identifies the traces as null attribute magic fired in countless projectiles, something he's never seen before. He realizes that without that intervention, the situation would have been dire, and concludes it wasn't the work of a student. Right behind him, one of the students panics and shouts about how they all nearly died because of the number of beasts. Faced with this, the teacher bows deeply and offers a sincere apology. Taking the blame, he explains that he received information that the police had already cleared the area and apologizes for putting them in danger. Amid the confusion, one of the girls asks if someone showed up to save them. With an uncertain look, he admits he doesn't know, while Mizuha expresses her wish to just be able to thank whoever helped them. Reflecting, the teacher thinks that the person responsible probably wasn't from the police or an official mage, but rather an illegal mage. Even so, he acknowledges that they were all saved, and mentally thanks the mysterious sorcerer for their help. In the distance, two students comment on the impressive magic they witnessed, wondering what it could have been. Watching from the side, Minato notes with relief that everyone seems to be okay. Tadano Jun's hate-filled gaze fixes directly on him. He notices that even the group of bullies is safe. Meanwhile, Mizuha recalls the moment the boy defeated a demon soldier and thinks about the infinite magic she saw right after. She wonders if Minato was also responsible for that, but concludes that no student could use two different magical attributes. So, the girl convinces herself that she's overthinking it and that the null attribute user must be someone else. Even so, she stares at her classmate and mentally questions what Kusanagi really is. At the same time, Tadano's friends discuss whether he was also responsible for the energy projectiles they witnessed. Irritated, Tadano-jun tells them both to shut up and says he's going to kill them. Startled by the outburst of anger, the boys immediately back away. That's why Tadano yells that there's no way a weakling like that could be strong, and that something very strange is going on. His friends agree that it's weird, remembering how the guy used to be a coward. Full of fury, the group's leader accuses Kusanagi of cheating somehow and swears he'll make him reveal his true colors. Later, after class, Minato walks home alone. On the way, he soon runs into Tadano and his group, even larger this time, who surround him to block his path. With a sinister smile, the aggressor says they were waiting for him. The student calls them persistent and suggests they'd be better off using their time to study magic. Indignant, the other retorts that he has no room to talk, calling him a cheater. Simply confused, the boy asks what he means by the word cheater. Tadano then tells him to stop playing dumb, stating that he's using some dirty trick. Faced with their reaction, Minato concludes that it's impossible to reason with this group. With a threatening look, the bully orders him to come with him. Now in a more secluded place, the instigator says he at least gives him credit for not running away. He calmly replies that there's no reason for him to run away. Annoyed, Tadano yells at him to stop talking nonsense. Next, his opponent taunts him, reminding him that using magic is forbidden in that place. Without hesitating, he takes advantage of the situation and lands a punch right in the other's face. Right after, the entire group of bullies joins in to beat him up at the same time. While attacking him, Tadano mocks him, asking if he can't do anything without his magic. Right after, he swears he won't forgive him even if he begs, and orders him to die. However, Minato realizes that the attacks can't even scratch him. His magical powers defend him automatically, rendering all of their blows ineffective. The situation seems so annoying to him that he even considers faking being hit just to end it. Suddenly, a furious voice interrupts the fight, questioning what they are doing. Mizuha then appears on the scene with her arms crossed, glaring at the group. Completely surprised, Tadano stammers the girl's name upon seeing her there. Caught off guard, Tadano tries to play it off, claiming they were just messing around. However, Mizuha confronts him directly, saying she knows full well they bully Kusanagi. Indignant, she asks if they aren't ashamed to be bullies as students of the academy. Speechless, the group just backs away at her reprimand. The lead bully then thinks it's all the guy's fault, since because of him, Mizuha is now disgusted. Then, the girl calls her classmate to leave and pulls him by the hand to lead him away. The sight of the two of them holding hands leaves Tadano completely paralyzed with rage. In his mind, he curses him over and over with a dark glare. Next, he explodes in a rage, screaming his rival's name and preparing a spell. Noticing the situation, Minato turns and just laments with an "oh dear." The other boy yells that he's going to kill him and starts casting magic with his friends. Scared, Mizuha asks what he thinks he's doing. Ignoring her warning, the group launches a combined fire attack, yelling for their target to die. The girl panics and warns that it's dangerous, trying to get in front of him. With that, a huge explosion of fire rushes directly toward the two of them. Mizuha screams as she's completely engulfed by the wave of flames. While laughing, Tadano boasts that not even cheating could help him against so much power. When a friend asks if the other guy died, the bully calls him an idiot and asks if he's scared. He then plans an excuse, saying they used magic by accident and he got caught in the middle. Looking at the crater formed by the attack, he admits they might have gone too far. A voice then emerges from the smoke, stating that he tolerated him, thinking he was just a brat. Then, Kusanagi appears unharmed and declares that apparently, stupidity can only be cured by death. Behind him, you can see that Mizuha was protected from the impact, and he warns them it's time to discipline them. Shocked, Tadano screams, asking if he's really alive after being hit with all that magic. From the ground, the girl watches the scene in surprise, completely safe and without a scratch. The boy then asks him just how rotten he is for dragging her into this too. Enraged, the bully shouts that it's both their fault and accuses him of making him look like a fool. The group then prepares for another attack, vowing they'll keep attacking until he's dead. Unfazed, Minato just raises a finger and conjures a small magic circle at its tip. Seeing that, the bullies start to laugh and ask what kind of pathetic circle that is. Tadano and his allies launch a devastating attack, screaming that this time he'll die for sure. However, he just casts Magic Drain as his hand emits an unusual energy. Next, the energy shoots out like tendrils toward his opponents. Tadano yells in confusion, asking what that is and ordering it to let them go. Soon, the boys lose all their strength and begin to pass out one by one. With that, the energy is completely reabsorbed into the caster's hand. In an instant, the entire group of bullies is unconscious on the ground. Kusanagi reflects that he only absorbed a little magic and hopes it makes them reflect on their actions. Meanwhile, Mizuha wonders what kind of magic that was and why Tadano and his group are unconscious. He then turns and starts to walk away. Immediately, the girl gets up and calls out to him, asking him to wait a minute. Curious, she questions him about the magic he used, recalling he wasn't supposed to be able to use spells properly. Not understanding a thing, she finally asks who he really is. Realizing the situation, the boy just thinks about how annoying this all is. Calmly, he turns to Mizuha and says that instead of asking questions, she should be saying something else. Understanding the hint, she awkwardly thanks him for his help. Right after, she remarks that now he can finally answer her question. Realizing he's already gone, the girl shouts in frustration, asking where he went. Later that same night, the scene changes to old Shibuya. Kusanagi then uses magic to move quickly between the buildings. He lands on top of one of the buildings to survey the area. With his eyes closed, the boy concentrates to analyze the situation. He explains that he came to check because he had a bad feeling and wonders if the monster's return is a bad omen. He concludes that while he can handle Shibuya, the police won't be able to deal with the creatures he senses in other regions. He also remembers that the other mages in the city aren't good enough for the task. Sitting on the edge, he decides he needs a plan, since he can't kill all the monsters in Japan by himself. With that, he opts to first eliminate the ones nearby, being careful not to stand out. He then casts a powerful spell that hits all the creatures on the street below. Meanwhile, on another street, a drunk man stumbles along, singing about how drunk he is. Suddenly, as he turns the corner, he comes face to face with a huge monster. The creature prepares to attack him, since his reflexes are impaired. At the last second, the young man leaps from above and defeats the enemy. The drunk man turns around confused, not understanding what happened, and then he continues on his way, concluding it must have just been his imagination. The boy hides in an alley and wonders if he was noticed by anyone. Meanwhile, someone is recording the scene with their phone. Then, they celebrate excitedly, having managed to record everything. With the video ready to post, they claim that this footage will definitely go viral. The next day, Kusanagi, Mizuha, and Tadano's group are summoned to the principal's office. The teacher starts the conversation, explaining the school was informed about students using magic off campus. Hearing this, the principal warns them that if it's true, he'll have no choice but to expel them. He then asks Tadano to explain what happened. Immediately, the accused blames his classmate, claiming they didn't use magic and that he started the fight. Hearing the lie, Kusanagi thinks he's genuinely impressed by the other guy's ability to lie so casually. He then concludes that, although it's a hassle, he'll have to explain himself to resolve the situation. However, before he can speak, Mizuha yells at everyone that it's a lie. She reveals that her classmate was being bullied and that Tadano and his friends used magic first. The teacher quickly notices the word first and deduces that Kusanagi also used magic in the confrontation. Even so, the girl insists it was in self-defense and that he did absolutely nothing wrong. The boy just watches her in silence, caught off guard by his classmate's attitude. As soon as the other guy tries to justify himself, Mizuha cuts him off, yelling at him to shut up. She confronts him, asking what kind of person blames the victim for the consequences and if he feels no shame. Tadano then argues that his rival is a weakling unworthy of the school and that he was just taking out the trash. Coldly, the girl retorts that he's the one unworthy of the school, since she's the top student in their class. Desperate, the bully declares he's the only one worthy of being by her side, not a weakling like the other guy. Completely confused, Mizuha asks what he's talking about. He then begs her to open her eyes and stop defending that guy. With a pleading look, he begs her to look only at him and become his woman. Mizuha rejects him without hesitation, stating there's not the slightest chance. The direct response leaves Tadano completely paralyzed and in shock. Mercilessly, she explains that she's rejecting him for being a violent bully and because his confession makes no sense. Watching his defeated rival, Kusanagi thinks that, although he deserved it, the rejection was brutal. With that, the principal concludes that Tadano and his friends are the real culprits, and the other boy only used magic to defend himself. He then declares they don't need people who use magic for selfish desires and expels them from school. The aggressor's friends panic and beg, saying they can't be expelled and that they only did what he told them to. Next, the teacher dismisses Kusanagi and Mizuha, telling them they can go back to their classes. The boy then announces they're leaving, and the two of them exit the principal's office. Once outside, Mizuha explodes with anger, stating that Tadano is the worst and that she hasn't been this mad in a long time. Kusanagi wonders what will happen to them now that they're expelled, and his classmate replies that, obviously, they can't become mages anymore. Right after, she scolds him, saying he needs to stand up for himself too while he thinks he was about to speak but got cut off. He stares at her in silence for a moment, which confuses her and makes her ask what's wrong. Kusanagi then reflects on it and wonders how many times she has tried to save him, recalling several moments. With a sincere smile, he calls her an incredibly good person. The sudden compliment leaves her completely flustered and blushing. Embarrassed, the young woman tells him to shut up and says she's going ahead, running down the hall. He just watches her go with a smile on his face. Alone, the boy reflects on the death of the real Kusanagi Minato and wonders if he was killed because of the bullying. He then considers if it was just a common car accident, admitting to himself that he doesn't know the truth. Looking at his reflection, he concludes that Tadano and his group were guilty either way and hopes his intervention was worth it. Meanwhile, in another room, a woman with long blue hair is updated on the incident involving students who used magic off campus. The principal confirms the story, but adds that no harm was caused to the general public. She then asks why she was called, and he reveals the student involved was Mizuha Yuika. With that, the woman states she understands the situation and thanks him for informing her. The principal asks her to send his regards to the girl's father. She reassures him, guaranteeing that her father is willing to invest in the school. In the hallways, Katsuragi Ryuji comments that if what they heard is true, Kusanagi must be absurdly strong to beat several mages. Mizuha Ruka asks if he thinks the boy is stronger than them, and Ryuji replies that he doesn't, but he's interested. She then questions what they'll do, and he states they'll first confirm the facts. Ruka specifies that they will evaluate the competence of student Minato Kusanagi. Then, she declares that only then will they decide whether or not to expel her sister from the school. Ryuji, also a third-year S-class student, just comments that it sounds interesting. Back in the classroom, Kusanagi thinks that now that everything is peaceful, he's lost all his motivation. Nearby, a classmate shows the viral video of the Dark Mage to another, who says he's already seen it. He overhears the conversation and wonders if a dark mage is the same as a noble mage. But as the others watch, he just thinks that it's none of his business. The class is interrupted when the teacher enters the room and calls his name. The teacher announces that the students who couldn't be measured last time will do their measurements now. Once at the location, Mizuha notices her classmate has been healed and thinks that this time she'll be able to find out what he's capable of. As soon as they arrive at the measurement room, Mizuha and the other students are surprised by who is present. Standing before them are her older sister, Mizuha Ruka, and the student Katsuragi Ryuji. The girl then wonders apprehensively what her sister Ruka could be doing in that place. Although the teacher announces Kusanagi Minato is next for the magic power assessment, he reflects that since he destroyed the device last time, he needs to be very careful now. So, he places his hand on the crystal and begins to make a huge effort to control his power. Seeing the boy panting and the meter malfunctioning, the concerned professor asks if he's all right. He then turns to the panel and notices that while they got a result, something is off. Just then, Ruka announces to everyone that the boy's attribute is none. Ryuji then continues the reading, leaving everyone in suspense about his amount of magic. The panel finally reveals the number, and he announces that the result is only 100. Meanwhile, the other students comment among themselves that the score is the lowest in the class, and that having a null attribute makes him useless. Based on the result, the upperclassman concludes that the rumors about the boy defeating the delinquents alone weren't true. So, he decides to leave, and Ruka states that their business there is done. Some students mock the young man, commenting on how tired he got just from the measurement because of his low power. Trying to console him, the professor says not to think too much about it, since the amount of power isn't everything. From a distance, Mizuha observes and thinks that something is definitely wrong, as he should be able to use both fire and null attributes. She has never heard of someone being able to adjust their own magic power and wonders what exactly he did. With a hand on his forehead, the boy lets out a sigh of relief. After that, he celebrates to himself, satisfied that he achieved a perfect result. He reflects that the precise manipulation was draining, but thankfully, he seems to have gotten the hang of it. Running into Mizuha in the hallway, he asks why she was in the classroom, and the girl replies that she was just a little curious. Suddenly, a voice interrupts them, ordering them to stop right where they are. Mizuha Ruka and Katsuragi Ryuji then appear, blocking their path. Not recognizing them, he turns and asks who they are. The girl introduces herself as Mizuha Ruka, the eldest daughter of the Mizuha family, and introduces her companion, explaining that they are both third years. Curious about the name Mizuha, He asks them directly if they need anything. Ruka replies that she has no more business with him and starts to walk away. She then turns to her sister and states that it seems Mizuha can't even handle delinquents. The upperclassman then questions if it's true that she was saved by a boy whose magic power is only 100. Unable to deny it, the girl hesitantly confirms that it's true. With a stern look, Ruka then orders her sister, Yuika, to drop out of the academy. Completely shocked, Mizuha yells back, asking why she should do such a thing. In response, the upperclassman confronts her, asking if she's ever once managed to beat her. She also reminds her sister of all the times she's surpassed her, whether in academics, sports, or magic. Because of this, she claims her younger sister never fails to lose to her in absolutely everything. She then declares that the girl isn't fit to be a mage, and that one in the family is more than enough. Before the younger sister can protest, she's cut off and told that all she needs to do is obey. The upperclassman then orders her to leave the academy and enroll in a regular school. Stepping closer, she intimidatingly asks if she was heard correctly. Completely overwhelmed, the girl can only manage to nod, almost speechless. Suddenly, the boy interrupts the conversation, stating that she's being rather arrogant. Surprised and annoyed, the older sister turns and asks what he just said. He explains that if that's not arrogance, he doesn't know what to call talking nonstop without hearing the other side. She tells him to stay out of it, as it's a family matter, but he retorts that it sounds more like an order than a conversation. Furious at his audacity, she screams, asking what he said and calling him a bastard. The boy then states that forcing someone to abandon their way of life is something not even a family member has the right to do. He adds that the same goes for forcing someone to give up on their dreams, but she insists that her sister has never beaten her a single time. Dejected, Mizuha thinks that, just as she was told, she really has no talent. The girl reflects that she only tried to convince herself that she was a genius, with an aptitude for being a mage. She then laments the fact that she's never managed to beat her sister, not even once. However, the boy interrupts her and confidently states that she can definitely beat Ruka. The sudden declaration leaves Mizuha completely stunned and speechless. Intrigued, the upperclassman questions if he really thinks her younger sister can beat her. The young man admits that for now it would be impossible, and she agrees. With that, he proposes a 2-on-2 magic duel in 2 weeks. Ruka then taunts him, asking if he plans to run away after all that big talk. Without hesitation, he calls her a fool and states that he will also participate in the duel. He then turns to his partner and asks what she is going to do. Caught off guard, the girl doesn't know what to answer and just stammers. Gathering all her courage, Mizuha declares she will also participate in the duel. With a smile, Kusanagi confirms that it's all decided. He then sets his condition. If they win, the two of them can no longer interfere. In response, Ruka sets her own rule, stating that if they win, Mizuha will have to leave the academy. She warns that she won't hold back, and that they should prepare to face reality. Later on the rooftop, the young woman approaches and says she'd like to ask for Kusanagi's help. The girl then reveals her request, wanting him to teach her more about magic. Surprised, he comments that he finally understands why he was suddenly called there. He asks if she's sure she wants lessons from a weak mage with only 100 power. Mizuha retorts, stating she knows he's hiding his power, as she's certain he's much stronger than her. Her declaration surprises him for a moment. With that, the girl insists he must know a way to get stronger so she can defeat her sister. He reflects that he set up the situation on purpose to provoke Ruka, but knows he can't reveal his plan. In an act of desperation, the student bows completely before him and begs for help. Finally, Kusanagi gives in and agrees. Surprised, she asks if he's really sure. He sets the condition that she must follow all his orders and can't give up halfway. Right after, he reflects that he couldn't refuse her request, and that training a mage could be useful for his plans. He then tells her they'll start training today, but he's unsure where to practice. The girl suggests, a bit awkwardly, that they could go to her house. A short time later, they arrive at a huge, traditional-style estate. Kusanagi comments on the size of the house, and she explains it's normal since her father is a noble mage. She then realizes this is the first time she's invited a boy to her house. The young woman nervously wonders if he found the invitation strange, but reassures herself that she has no bad intentions. With that, he calls her Yuika and says they should start, which leaves her completely surprised. Confused, she asks him why he called her by her first name. He simply explains that since her sister is also named Mizuha, people wouldn't know who he was talking about. Kusanagi asks if she'd prefer another name, but Yuika agrees and lets him call her that. He then announces that the training will begin, and the girl asks him to take good care of her. To start, he asks what magical power is, and she answers it's the body's energy used to perform magic. He continues, asking about enchantments, and she calls it a program to create magic, so Kusanagi then asks if power can be increased. Yuika states that it's impossible, as the limit of magical power is determined at birth and stops growing at a certain age. With a proud smile, she asks if she didn't answer everything perfectly. However, Kusanagi states that all her answers are incorrect, and the girl, shocked, asks what he just said. In his thoughts, he laments how foolish modern mages are and wonders what happened in the last 50 years. He then begins to explain that magical power also exists in nature. Enchantments are just tools, and that it is indeed possible to increase one's power. The young woman refuses to believe it, saying those are lies that could shatter the very foundations of the academy. Even so, he says it doesn't matter if she believes him now, as he'll teach her anyway, and instructs her to sit down. Kneeling behind her, Kusanagi says he's going to channel magical power into her and asks her to let him know as soon as she feels something. Soon he asks if she can feel the magical power, warning that she won't get stronger if she can't. Next, he asks her to close her eyes and tells her he's going to touch her. An aura of energy then manifests around the two of them. Realizing that this still isn't enough, he decides to increase the intensity. Even with the energy increasing drastically, he wonders if she still can't feel it. Suddenly, the girl exclaims that her back is warm and that she's finally feeling something. He then explains that what she felt was the perception of magical power. The student understands what he meant about feeling the energy and is instructed to memorize that sensation. He sets her next goal, saying that by feeling the power, she'll be able to find it in nature. Confidently, Yuika states that as a daughter of the Mizuha family, she'll master this skill in an instant. Kusanagi reflects that she only managed to feel the energy because of the huge amount he transferred, concluding that she has no talent. A week passes. In complete desperation, the girl yells that she can't do it at all. As he watches, he notes that even though she's been practicing diligently for a week, her progress is very slow. Seeing that time is running out, he decides to transfer magical power to her one more time. With that, he touches her back and channels his energy again. Kusanagi then says it's all right and asks her to open her eyes. As soon as she opens her eyes, the girl exclaims that she can see it. Engulfed in an aura, she marvels at the energy in her hand and asks if that is magical power. Amazed, she exclaims that it's incredible and she can really see magical power. Next, the girl wonders if maybe now she can see Kusanagi's magical power. Looking at him, she notices only a faint aura and wonders what it means. He congratulates her on her effort, and Yuika shyly replies it was only natural for her. Kusanagi then explains she must focus on efficiency and use the right amount of magic for each spell. He continues the lesson, saying she must use her power to its limit so it will increase after recovery. He concludes she should be able to maximize its use now that she can sense the energy. He begins to ask if this is different from what the academy teaches, but she interrupts, saying she believes him. Yuika firmly declares that she won't doubt him anymore. Kusanagi then announces they will move on to the next stage and asks her to step back a little. Taking off his jacket, he reveals that the next step in their training is a battle. She accepts the challenge, saying she also wants to see his true power. Without hesitating, she casts a first-level water spell at her opponent. The attacks fly straight at Kusanagi, who waits without moving. With just a gesture, he creates a barrier that completely blocks the spell. In shock, the girl wonders how he blocked her spell. He reveals he used a first-level magic barrier and challenges her, asking how she expects to beat Ruka if she can't break through it. Determined, Yuika decides to attack again and launches a barrage of ice projectiles. As he dodges, he tells her to move while casting because standing still means defeat against a mage. She continues her attack, but can't manage to hit him. Soon she falls to the ground, completely exhausted, admitting she can't go on. He approaches and explains that she's using her magical power inefficiently. Kusanagi says that if she adjusts her power, she won't need incantations, and tells her to watch. To demonstrate, he casts a fire spell and states that this is her magic. Next, he casts the same spell in a concentrated form and says that this is his magic. The girl asks if he means the scattered power in her spell, and he confirms it. With that, he explains it's possible to use magic without an incantation, as long as she can adjust the power. Yuika realizes this means she doesn't need to recite the spell, and Kusanagi agrees. He then clarifies that the first step is to learn how to shorten the incantation, which is a huge advantage in battle. Finally, he adds that she won't waste power on the recitation, and she concludes it will make her magic stronger. He tells them to start again, and though she's surprised, Kusanagi insists it's necessary. With a serious expression, he orders her to practice as if her life depends on it. The intensity of the training leaves the girl completely terrified. Later, he approaches her unconscious body and warns her they'll do this every day. That night, Kusanagi uses his magic to move through the city, arriving in Harajuku. He reflects that there are monsters there too, and wonders why their numbers don't decrease despite the exterminations. Suddenly, something catches his attention. He spots a large monster cornering a girl in an alley. Without hesitation, he leaps towards the danger. In an instant, he lands in front of the girl, blocking the creature's path. He then turns to the cornered girl and asks if she's okay. Instead of answering, she pulls out her phone and starts taking pictures of him. The girl keeps taking pictures of the scene, amazed by the power on display. Annoyed that she's taking pictures instead of thanking him, he wonders what's wrong with people these days. Flying away, he thinks that next time he should wear a mask. Meanwhile, the days of intense training continue in Yuika's yard. Again, the girl collapses to the ground, unable to continue. Lying on the ground, she struggles to catch her breath. Kusanagi reflects that although she's improving, there are only a few days left until the duel. He concludes that she's still far inferior to Ruka and has no chance of winning if things keep going like this. Seeing her condition, he says it's okay if she wants to give up. As she gets up, Yuika vents that she was always compared to her sister and forced to give up on everything because she couldn't surpass her. She then firmly declares that magic is the one thing she refuses to give up on. He warns her she won't win this way, and the girl demands that he be even stricter with her training. With a smile, Kusanagi agrees and warns her that he won't go easy on her anymore. Full of determination, she replies, "Now you're talking." The two then resume their training with even greater intensity. Yuika now repeatedly attacks his barrier without stopping. At the end of the day, as the sun sets, he carries her back home, completely exhausted. The next day, though out of breath, the girl is already on her feet and ready to continue. With a magic circle in his hand, he finally tells her she passed. Relieved, Yuika collapses to the ground, exclaiming that she finally did it. He then congratulates her on her hard work, calling her by her name. On the day of the magic duel, Kusanagi asks if she's ready, and she says yes. As they walk, he spots someone approaching and wonders who it could be. Shortly after, two silhouettes appear in front of them. Suddenly, a crowd of reporters surrounds them, demanding a comment from Yuika about her conflict with her sister. Kusanagi wonders what's happening, and she explains that it's normal for the press to get worked up over a fight between the Mizuha sisters. He then realizes that all this commotion over a student fight just shows how important a noble family's lineage is. Soon, they arrive at a huge dueling arena, completely packed with spectators. In the participants' tent, he asks if this is an overkill, but Yuika explains that duels are rare, so they become major events. Kusanagi then leans in, noticing she was tense. Soon, an announcement calls the participants to the stage, and she nervously replies. Seeing how nervous she is, he calls her name, and she asks what it is. He just smiles and tells her to do her best. Hearing that completely changes her expression. Now she looks determined. With a confident smile, she replies that of course she will. She reflects that he's a mysterious person, but his words resonate in her heart. Moments later, Yuika is already in the arena, facing her older sister. Ruka taunts her sister, saying she didn't run away, and the younger one retorts that, of course she didn't. The older one calls her rude and asks if she really thinks she can win. Ruka continues, questioning if she thinks she can beat someone like her. With conviction, Yuika yells back that she will definitely win. The older girl smiles and remarks that it seems her sister has made some progress these past 2 weeks. However, Yuika reflects that her sister is very strong. As her opponent releases her aura, the girl realizes the immense power difference between them. Still, she tells herself she won't lose. An announcement echoes through the arena, declaring the start of the magic duel. Right after, the announcer gives the signal for the battle to begin. The two sisters prepare their spells, and Yuika focuses on shortening her incantation. Kusanagi reflects that moving is basic in a mage battle, but she stood still and lost the speed advantage. With that, Ruka finishes the incantation first and advances on her sister. The two of them fire a first-level water spell at each other. The two water attacks collide in the center of the arena. The force of the impact hits Yuika, drenching her and forcing her to shield herself with her arms. Surprised, she realizes she managed to nullify the spell and that she's getting stronger. Recovering from the impact, she declares with all her conviction that she will not lose. She then yells that magic is the only thing she has, and that even if she loses at everything else, it's something she will never give up on. With that, the girl prepares another spell with all her remaining strength. However, her older sister effortlessly blocks the attack. The battle continues with the two of them exchanging water spells in the middle of the arena. Even exhausted and shielding herself, she insists that she will win and that she won't give up. Right after, the girl finally collapses to the ground, completely out of strength. With that, the announcer declares that participant Yuika has exhausted her magic power. declaring Ruka the victor. Lying on the ground, she laments that she couldn't do a single thing. While comforting her, Kusanagi reflects that she simply lost due to the sheer difference in their magical power. The winner approaches, saying he must now understand that she has no talent and that he surely thinks the same. Without hesitation, Kusanagi agrees and admits that it's true the girl has no talent. He continues, describing her as clumsy, making little progress, and getting even weaker under pressure. However, he adds that, despite everything, she is a dedicated hard worker who practiced like an idiot every single day. Ruka states that this is the result, and he agrees it was a defeat, but adds that he isn't finished. Then he reveals that he likes hardworking people just like her. He then declares her his disciple, and says he doesn't like it when people speak ill of her. At this, the girl breaks down in tears. Ruka accuses him of being arrogant for someone with only 100 magic power. Kusanagi then states that this same guy with 100 magic power will defeat her. Though she calls him a fool, Ruka declares she won't be his opponent. With a smile, the young Katsuragi Ryuji celebrates that it's finally his turn to fight. The senior then orders him to hurry up and get it over with, and he replies he doesn't need to be told twice. Next, Kusanagi takes Mizuha in his arms and carries her away from the arena. After setting her down, he asks her to watch his battle, and she agrees. Suddenly, Mizuha realizes her body no longer feels pain and that her wounds are healing. Kusanagi then announces he will fight with his magic power capped at 100, using only a single attribute and no enchantments. He then comments that he hasn't put up a barrier, making things more exciting since he could die. Ryuji apologizes but warns that he won't go easy, and the challenger replies that in that case, he'll be the only one holding back. Meanwhile, in the stands, the students shout for Ryuji not to go all out and to go easy on his opponent. Facing his opponent, he unleashes an aura of 8,000 magic power, thinking to himself that he can't let his guard down. With that, the announcer's voice echoes through the stadium, announcing the start of the second match. He prepares his magic circles and asks his opponent not to hold a grudge. Meanwhile, he wonders if this attack will be enough to test the challenger's true strength. Suddenly, the senior cries out in pain as he's hit by a direct attack to the forehead. His opponent criticizes him, saying he was too slow. Confused, the students in the audience wonder if the fight is already over. The announcer then declares it's settled. The victory goes to competitor Kusanagi. Ruka kneels beside Ryuji, questioning how he managed to knock him out with a single blow and without any enchantment. As he walks away, the winner says he ended the fight quickly, just as she had asked. Mizuha watches, impressed, muttering to herself that he really defeated him. Though she admits the guy is good, Ruka gets angry when he claims to be better than her. With that, the senior unleashes her aura, reminding him that her 10,000 power level is still stronger than Ryuji's. The announcer comments that the unexpected outcome of the second match has drawn a lot of attention to Kusanagi's fighting style. Next, it is announced that the third and decisive match is about to begin. Both combatants prepare their magic attacks simultaneously. Kusanagi thinks that his strike will only work if it hits his opponent's head, which Ruka seems to realize as she defends. Without hesitation, the senior launches a powerful water attack in his direction. However, she's shocked, wondering how that's even possible. Before her, Kusanagi remains unharmed as the attack diverts around him without touching him. Ruka wonders what he did, since he wasn't hurt and doesn't seem to have used magic. Confused, the audience wonders what's happening, since he didn't even get wet. Mizuha also watches in shock, wondering what technique Kusanagi used to pull that off. Though she doesn't understand, the senior is sure he did something and launches another attack. He, however, simply dodges each jet of water with precise movements. His opponent realizes in shock that he was merely dodging without using any magic. From a distance, the girl reflects that it's common knowledge for a mage to get hurt if they don't counter a spell with magic of their own. At this, the senior wonders if he isn't afraid, since it should be impossible to escape unharmed that way. The challenger anticipates her thought, reflecting that it's possible to dodge if you can sense the magical power and have the courage. His opponent then shouts and prepares an even larger and more concentrated water spell. Right after, she casts a third-level spell called Azure Splash. The students are startled by the spell, commenting that it would be disastrous if he got hit directly. The massive attack surges forward, completely engulfing the opponent's position in the arena. Panting, Ruka confidently states that he shouldn't be able to dodge that. However, she screams in pain as she is suddenly hit by an attack to the head. Lying on the ground, she asks how he's unharmed and how he managed to dodge the attack. Kusanagi then reveals he used a magic drain to consume the spell and walked through its center. With this, the arena floor is marked by the power of the recently cast spell. The senior remains silent, completely bewildered by the revelation. She suddenly starts to laugh, asking in disbelief if he just walked through her power. Looking up at the sky, she admits with a smile that it was her defeat. The announcer declares Kusanagi's victory, questioning who could have imagined such an outcome. Mizuha runs up to them, asking if they're okay, and the guy confirms that they both are. With a victorious smile, he tells the girl, "I won, Yuika," and she happily agrees. Ruka keeps her promise, saying her sister is free to do as she pleases. The winner watches the interaction between the two with an all-knowing air. He then comments to Ruka that she went easy on her sister, unlike in their fight, but the senior denies it. He concludes that she should stop being so overprotective, as Yuika has grown stronger, and it shows. Mizuha then declares that she will get stronger so her sister won't have to worry anymore. Finally, the senior smiles gently and agrees that the girl is right. The guy watches in silence as the two sisters finally come to an understanding. Suddenly, he feels a strange presence approaching the area. With that, the sky turns red, and he looks up on high alert. Kusanagi then realizes that this is an abnormal magical power. Right after, he identifies that presence as the Calamity. Meanwhile, Tadano Jun and his friend break into the classroom, searching for something on Kusanagi's desk. His friend is surprised to find only books, commenting that he's surprisingly diligent. Tadano then insists there must be some secret item, as it would be impossible to use that magic without help. Suddenly, the other boy is startled by something he sees, and Tadano asks if he found what they were looking for. Looking out the window, they are all stunned to see the red sky, not understanding what's happening. One of the students recognizes it as a calamity, but another insists it's impossible. Amidst the panic, the crowd wonders if it's really the calamity, while others deny the possibility. At that moment, Kusanagi wonders about the cause of the event, suspecting it's related to what's happening in Shinjuku. He remembers that the first calamity also happened there and ponders if this is just a coincidence. Just then, 3 monsters emerge from portals, causing the students to scream. The teacher tries to control the chaos, desperately telling everyone to calm down. In response, the young man starts firing energy attacks at the creatures. Right after, he uses his own magic to shout and command everyone to be calm. The magical command makes the students stop struggling and listen to the amplified voice. Taking advantage of the silence, he explains that only weak monsters will appear at first and orders everyone to evacuate to the gym in groups. He then tells them to hurry, but Mizuha asks him what he plans to do. The young man reveals he's going to save the people in the school building, leading the teacher to call him reckless for going alone. Ryuji offers to go with him, saying it won't be a problem since he's already seen what his companion is capable of. The teacher agrees, but asks him not to overdo it, to which the upperclassman jokes that there's no way he'll die. Kusanagi just shrugs at the decision. He then turns to Mizuha and tells her he's leaving now. The girl replies, telling him to be careful. With that, Ryuji darts ahead, announcing he'll go first, freshman. As he runs, he brags about his speed and asks if the other guy can keep up. However, Kusanagi easily overtakes him with a magical boost. As he passes him, he announces he'll go first, upperclassman. Ryuji is left behind in shock, exclaiming that his speed is monstrous. Even so, he decides to watch Kusanagi's power while saving everyone along the way. Far ahead, Kusanagi senses there are 55 magic users in the building, but worries about the powerless humans. Knowing this, he concludes he'll have to search the entire school and leaps through one of the windows. Down one of the hallways, a female student finds herself cornered by 3 monsters. As soon as he enters the building, Kusanagi spots the scene and prepares to act. Without hesitation, he launches a powerful energy attack at one of the creatures. The blast of energy hits the target dead on, smoking as it dies. The creature lets out a shrill cry as it's annihilated in front of the frightened students. Immediately after, one of the remaining monsters attempts a surprise attack from behind. The boy, however, reacts in time and prepares a new spell to defend himself. At that moment, Ryuji arrives on the scene and asks if he's okay. Before he can help, the upperclassman finds his companion standing over the bodies of the defeated monsters. He then turns around and entrusts the student's evacuation to him. The older boy tries to stop him, warning that it's dangerous to go on alone. He barely finishes his sentence when he realizes the young man has vanished, exclaiming that he's too fast. Ryuji wonders if he was seen as a burden, concluding that it's probably true. The upperclassman observes the creature's remains, reflecting that they were all annihilated in seconds and questioning his true identity. As he moves forward, Kusanagi reflects that he'll need to use low-level magic to avoid accidentally injuring the students. He continues down the school's hallways, firing attacks to eliminate the monsters and protect the students. His precise spells clear a path through the chaos, saving groups of scared young people. He soon realizes it would be a waste of time to take the students to the gym one by one. Meanwhile, Ryuji fights off the creatures and orders the others to evacuate while he holds them back. Suddenly, one of the students screams and points to the sky, and the upperclassman asks what's wrong. Looking up, he's shocked to see students falling from the sky, encased in spheres of energy. He immediately realizes this is Kusanagi's doing, questioning his identity once again. From a vantage point, the one responsible for the spheres concludes that Ryuji seems good at looking after others and will be fine with the evacuation. At that moment, he senses something, and his gaze becomes focused. In another hallway, a student with braids backs away, telling herself this can't be real. Soon, she finds herself trapped on a staircase by a group of menacing monsters. Pressed against the wall, the girl stammers for help. In complete desperation, she cries and begs for someone to save her. Suddenly, a beam of light disintegrates the monsters right in front of the girl. Amidst the smoke, she remembers a past event and realizes this is the same thing that happened before. Right after, Kusanagi appears on the stairs, kicks the monster's body away, and asks if she's hurt. The student recognizes him and asks if he was the one who saved her. With a casual gesture, he simply confirms that he was. As he helps her up, the young woman asks if he was also the one who saved her during the practical class, and he confirms it. With deep gratitude, she says he saved her life twice. The young man, however, downplays it, telling her not to worry because it was nothing special. The girl watches him with a look of admiration. Just then, Ryuji arrives, out of breath, asking who's the next person that needs saving. Kusanagi then says she'll be safe with the upperclassmen and leaves, but the girl tries to stop him from going. Even so, she can only call out his name as she watches him walk away. As he runs, he reflects that he needs to hurry, as there are still many people to save and no time to wait for the police. Far away, a red sky hangs over an important government building. In his office, an official announces that a calamity has occurred at the Kamui Magic Academy. In a meeting room, government officials despair, questioning why a calamity hasn't happened in 50 years. The Prime Minister reports that countermeasures by the police and noble mages are already underway, with defense forces preparing. One of the advisors, however, warns that there are no mages specialized in fighting beasts, to which the leader replies that he is already aware. He reflects that due to the long period of peace, they can now only rely on the police and noble mages to handle the situation. With that, the Prime Minister slams his fist on the table in a gesture of pure frustration. He then laments that the disaster from 50 years ago is repeating itself, but this time, Ichikami Minato is no longer with them. In a car, Sergeant Sanada Karin asks if there really was a calamity, and her partner confirms there's no doubt. Karen is surprised, as they've been at peace for 50 years, but concludes that the peace was only temporary. Inspector Shiru Shogo then reminds her that's exactly why they are there. Determined, Sergeant Sanada Karen declares she will do her best on the mission. With sirens blaring, the police car speeds through the streets. A reporter in a helicopter reports live that a calamity is taking place at the Kamui Magic Academy. The report continues, describing the red sky and the beasts that keep appearing on sight. Meanwhile, another reporter broadcasts from inside the gym, reporting that they are taking refuge as monsters appear at the school. On the front lines, the professor declares that the magic beasts are their opponents, and they can defeat them if they work together. Meanwhile, far away, two civilians watch the broadcast, commenting that with so many monsters, it's impossible to leave the academy. One of them realizes the academy is nearby and panics, understanding the situation is bad. Right after, they scream and flee desperately as a monster appears on the street right behind them. From the top of a building, two executives watch the chaos, commenting that the situation is getting out of control. They remain on the rooftop, watching the city plunged into panic under the red sky. At the same time, people everywhere are watching the calamity coverage at home and on their cell phones. Meanwhile, the young warrior leaps across rooftops, reflecting that the monsters keep appearing and the second stage must be near. He knows that stronger beasts will appear with each stage, and they will keep respawning no matter how many times he defeats them. Thus, he concludes that as long as the calamity's boss isn't defeated, the creatures will keep coming. Aware of this, he decides he needs to hold out until the boss reveals itself in the final stage. Still, he complains to himself, thinking that for God's sake, a calamity is a real pain. Nevertheless, he rescues another group, bringing the total to 20 people, and laments how hard the job is with everyone so spread out. Without wasting time, he tells himself it's fine and sets off to find the next group. Elsewhere, Tadano-jun fires blasts of fire at the monsters, cursing in frustration. Panting, he finally admits it's useless, as he can't cast any more attacks. Right after, a new demonic creature appears before him and his exhausted friends. They despair, with one of them scolding him for not heeding his warnings. At that moment, Tadano shouts in frustration, wondering why he can't defeat the monster when the other guy could do it in one hit. Suddenly, a voice states it's because he's weak, as the monster is hit by a huge explosion. With that, the top half of the creature's body disintegrates amidst the flames and smoke. Right after, the boy emerges unscathed from the wreckage, revealed as the one who attacked. Tadano remains on his knees, unable to face the young man who just saved him. He then realizes in shock that, once again, he's just been saved by Kusanagi. As his savior turns to leave, the bully gets up and yells for him to stop right there. He then confronts him, questioning why he saved him instead of being angry at him. Calmly, Kusanagi replies there's no specific reason, stating he saved him simply because he could. Tadano is left speechless, repeating in disbelief that that was all he had to say. Furious, Tadano yells at him not to mess with him. He then calls him a weakling who can't even use magic, asking how he got so strong. In response, the boy thinks about how the original Minato died in an accident, and he was just reborn in his body. Confused, Tadano asks if people get stronger on the brink of death, yelling that he's supposed to be superior and can't accept his loss. At this, Kusanagi turns and asks him directly if he truly considers himself strong. He then explains that the strong don't oppress the weak, and that Tadano was just consumed by a false sense of superiority that deceived him. He then challenges him, asking if he can even imagine fighting him right now. Faced with that presence, Tadano feels completely crushed in the hallway. Under the weight of that aura, he collapses to his knees, unable to move. As he backs away, Tadano admits to himself that he's running from the fact his power hasn't evolved since elementary school. He confesses that he took all his frustration out on the weaker kids and simply can't accept the truth that Kusanagi stopped him. Watching the scene, the other bullies wonder what they've done, concluding that in the end, they were saved by him. Worried, one of his friends calls Tadano by his nickname, seeing him kneeling on the floor. With that, he finally collapses to the floor in tears. We cut back to the boy who is still fighting, just as he's firing a spell. We then see his target is a flying demon. The creature then turns around and heads toward the mage. Without hesitation, he casts a second spell at the enemy. With that, a new beam of energy shoots toward the threat, which dodges it. He then conjures a magic circle to intercept the monster, which is now very close. The spell then erupts in a massive energy wave, destroying everything around the monster at point-blank range. Kusanagi stands amidst the wreckage, observing the result. He then comments that the demon soldiers are increasing in number, concluding the boss must be showing up soon. Turning to the female students, he tells them to relax, as everything is okay now. In the distance, Katsuragi Ryuji watches him and calls him a bastard. Furious, he yells that the other guy is leaving all the work to him and prepares an attack. Meanwhile, a female student screams as she's cornered by two creatures. Katsuragi then roars as he unleashes his magic against the monsters. Right after, he vows to protect everyone and tells the others to follow him. The students cheer for him, shouting, "Big bro!" in admiration of his actions. Despite his promise, he realizes there are too many beasts and wonders what he should do. Kusanagi suddenly appears and offers to help, startling his classmate who tells him not to pop up out of nowhere. He then calmly walks toward the creatures and tells everyone to escape as soon as he defeats them. Katsuragi is in disbelief, saying it's impossible with so many enemies and that they should use another route. Without a word, the other boy unleashes a blast of energy that wipes out all the monsters at once. In an instant, he's left alone in the courtyard as the creatures fall defeated around him. The students watch the scene, completely shocked and unable to react. Then the boy turns and asks what they're doing, telling them to get going, and Katsuragi orders everyone to move. And so, the group quickly runs away from the combat zone. As they flee, several energy attacks protect them from incoming blows. While running, Katsuragi smiles and admits that was incredible, stating that his classmate is awesome. Alone, the fighter sees they're gone, and decides he should go back to search the school building. In another part of the campus, a group of students fights, encouraging each other not to give up and to keep defeating the monsters. At this point, Mizuha is clearly exhausted and at her limit as she tries to keep up her attacks. Suddenly, she's supported by her older sister, whom she calls out to in surprise. "Nei-sama." Ruka then orders her to go inside if she can't fight, stating that she's just getting in the way. Mizuha turns and retorts that she can still fight because they don't have time to rest. With that, she runs back into combat, conjuring a barrier as her sister watches from the side. Soon, the teacher arrives with the rescued students and asks Katsuragi to take them inside, praising his good work. Katsuragi then approaches and asks about the battle situation. Noticing his absence, Mizuha desperately asks where the mage is. With a smile, the boy reassures her, saying he's fine and alive and kicking. He then declares that his classmate is an incredible guy, and that with his help, they'll overcome this calamity. Mizuha agrees with a smile, saying that with him on their side, they'll definitely make it. Before she can finish, the other students start screaming as Mizuha and Ruka turn to see what happened. Immediately, the teacher yells for everyone to evacuate right now. Then, the sound of countless marching footsteps makes the ground tremble. A gigantic horde of monsters emerges from the smoke, filling the horizon. Terrified, Katsuragi yells that there are too many beasts and that they need to escape. The students scream in terror as the creatures advance on the school building. Without looking back, Katsuragi, Mizuha, and Ruka begin a desperate escape. Suddenly, Ruka turns around with a shocked expression, having noticed something. Right after, a splash of blood reveals that someone has been seriously injured. A monstrous creature lunges at the group, but is intercepted by someone who shields them from the attack. With reinforcements arriving, one of the men in suit steps forward, stating they need to hurry and eliminate the beasts. He then orders that everyone's priority must be the safety of the civilians. Seeing the help, the students celebrate, relieved to be saved by the police's arrival. The man then assures them that everything will be fine now and asks them to evacuate following his instructions. However, Yuika interrupts him, declaring they aren't civilians and will fight alongside them. With a firm stance, Ruka reveals that everyone there is a mage. Surprised, the man agrees to the plan and asks them to provide cover by attacking from the rear. He then reflects that, to be honest, the mage's help is welcome, since the police are short-staffed. Meanwhile, one of the officers uses magic to heal a little girl's leg, telling her everything is okay now. Watching from a distance, Kusanagi comments that the police have finally arrived and he'll leave the rest to them. However, he wonders how the police arrived before the troops, since a calamity of this level should have preventive measures. The young man then concludes this is frighteningly possible for a country that has grown accustomed to peace. So he decides to do what he can and runs to save the remaining students. From a helicopter, an operator reports the police's arrival, but questions if they'll be enough against the growing number of beasts. The anchorwoman announces that the nations await the arrival of the noble mages. Excited, the young people comment that the noble mages exist for moments exactly like this. Elsewhere, a man argues that the noble mages should handle the situation, since everyone has already paid their taxes. The anchorwoman then begs the noble mages to hurry and come at once. However, the head of the Fuka family, noble mage Jin, simply orders them to ignore the call. Jin states there's no need for involvement, as the police are more than enough to handle the calamity. He then simply says he's going to sleep. The butler then bows and wishes his master a good rest. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, a man realizes the situation is getting worse. He asks them to take care of the beasts at the entrance, but his companion replies that it's impossible because there are too many of them. With that, the young man notices the beasts are appearing faster than expected, making it impossible to evacuate the civilians in time. He concludes they can only count on the noble mages, since backup hasn't arrived and they haven't been able to contact them. He then gets furious, remembering the noble mages exist for times like these, calling them useless. On the front lines, the mages continue to fight the creatures. The man then reflects that this is called a calamity for a reason, and wonders what it would be like if the boss appeared. Suddenly, 3 knights mounted on demonic beasts appear on the scene. Then, the creatures fire a beam of energy from their mouths. The energy then condenses, revealing the form of a larger demon. Everyone present looks at the creature in astonishment. Shocked, the blonde man exclaims that it's impossible, as the boss is the captain of the demons. The girl explains that it's a rare beast, and only the Mage King was able to defeat it. Yuika says they need magic above level 5, but no one is capable of using it. Suddenly, a huge fire spell hurtles toward the demon. Yuika looks up, surprised by the sudden attack. As soon as she senses the danger, her sister pulls the other one back. At the same time, a wave of water magic surges from the opposite direction. The water magic then collides directly with the fire attack. With that, her sister hugs her to protect her from the impact. Then she screams as she's hit head-on by the flames. Right after, she falls to the ground, while the other one watches the scene, frozen. In the midst of the chaos, Yuika calls out for her older sister. Lying on the ground, her older sister tells Yuika to run from this place. Yuika hugs her unconscious sister while crying out for help. While using a shield to protect his classmates, a boy also screams for help. On his knees, another boy also begs for help. Suddenly, a huge energy portal opens in the middle of the area. The boy wonders if this is even possible, then realizes they're all going to die. Yuka then cries out Kusanagi's name, begging him to save everyone. At that moment, a pillar of red energy erupts with great intensity. Seeing the energy, Yuika screams Minato's name out loud. The energy continues to expand, engulfing the entire area. Amidst the flames, the silhouette of a monstrous creature begins to form. Then, the creature's face appears completely, roaring at them. The monster then shows its impatience with the situation. With that, a powerful blast of energy sweeps across the battlefield. Right after, a figure approaches and apologizes for being late. Then, Kusanagi tells Yuika that he kept her waiting. Desperate, Yuika calls out for Kusanagi, warning him that something happened to her Nisama. Kusanagi then reassures her, saying everything is fine and that Ruka just fainted. Then, Kusanagi touches Ruka's forehead. Yuika keeps her head down, a worried expression on her face. Around them, several other bodies lie on the ground. Kusanagi then grits his teeth. Seeing him get up, Yuika calls out his name, unsure of what he's about to do. With a determined look, Kusanagi declares he's going on ahead to defeat him. Yuika, still surprised by his decisiveness, can only nod in agreement. Suddenly, a circle of light envelops everyone lying on the ground. In the midst of the light, Yuika wonders what it is. Soon, she realizes Ruka's wounds are healing. Yuika watches in disbelief. The same light begins to heal the other students. One of the students recognizes the magic as Holy Heal and wonders who could use it since even he can't. Approaching them, a silver-haired girl asks if her senior is all right, and he replies that he just ran out of magic power. The silver-haired girl then asks what's happening around them. Her senior replies he isn't sure, but that they need to protect the civilians. While the blonde boy warns that it's too dangerous, his partner insists they'll all die if they don't fight. At this, the silver-haired girl laments that it's already impossible because they're all gone, and he realizes the police force was completely wiped out in the destruction. The blonde boy adds that neither the troops nor the noble mages have shown up, and there's nothing they can do. Suddenly, a demonic creature roars in the midst of the chaos. Observing the scene, a reporter says it can't be, and that this is the end for all of them. Elsewhere, civilians despair as the reporter says the noble mages are useless, and everyone is going to be killed. The reporter remarks that there is no one who can fight or defeat the demon captain. In the midst of all the despair, Kusanagi appears. Seeing him, one of the boys yells for Kusanagi to get out of there, while another wonders if he wants to die, heading toward the demons. Kusanagi then stops and faces the creature, an aura surrounding him. Then, Kusanagi states that the demon has been doing whatever it pleases. Suddenly, the threatening creature emerges from the darkness. The creature then growls its only intention, to kill. Then, the word kill begins to echo throughout the area. The command to kill echoes around Yuika and the other students kneeling on the ground. Elsewhere, more people also hear the same command to kill. With that, a sudden explosion goes off. Kusanagi appears with a magic circle and orders the creature to be silent. In response, the creature lets out a furious roar at him. The monster then fires multiple energy beams at Kusanagi. Kusanagi then decides that even though he fought all out before, this time he must hold back to avoid harming innocents. With that decision made, Kusanagi positions himself in the midst of the energy storm. Watching the scene, one of the onlookers comments that he's been killed. From the sky, energy attacks continue to rain down on the spot where everyone was. Suddenly, the energies collide in a violent impact. Amid the chaos, Kusanagi emerges and activates his own magic circles to defend himself. The energy blast tears through everything in its path. Amid the attack, the creature lets out a massive roar. Confused, a man wonders what's happening and who that student is. Next, a reporter points out the student is fighting the beast and decides to get closer since she can't see his face. Suddenly, the cameraman shouts as a new blast of energy is fired in their direction. Soon, multiple beams of energy cover the entire battlefield. Watching the fight, the students wonder if they can be saved and shout that he can win. At that moment, the same students fall back as more creatures appear before them. In an instant, the creatures charge forward to attack the group of students. Seeing the situation, one of the men says they need to do something to support him. Kusanagi then watches the scene and remarks that the police in this era aren't half bad. The creature launches another energy attack at him. Using his ability, Kusanagi defends himself from the attack. With that, the creature roars as an aura envelops its body, initiating a transformation. In its new form, the creature prepares an attack, concentrating energy within several magic circles. Then, the young man yells that it's a level 6 spell, and there's nothing they can do. The spell then manifests, revealing itself to be the level 6 Dragon's Flame. Faced with the attack, the other students are frozen in place as they watch. At the same time, a couple on the ground cowers as they look up. Everyone is still shocked by what's approaching, and the young man spreads his arms to protect the others. Amidst the fire, several students fall to the ground as they react to the scene. In the chaos, one student hugs another, praying for God to protect all the students. The boy then claims it's impossible for that student to win, no matter how strong he is. But Yuika declares that he can win, saying it's possible because it's Kusanagi. She then says she believes in him and that he will definitely win. He observes that the demon captain is huge but slow, and forces himself to use 6th level magic. He then wonders if he can win using only 2nd level magic, but admits he doesn't want to stand out. Then, multiple magic circles appear in the air and release energy. The energy then completely envelops Kusanagi's body. Yuika watches as the energy intensifies around the arena. Then, Yuika's expression changes into a smile. The energy then condenses and starts to take the form of a creature. A spectator then wonders if that's a huge water serpent, questioning if it's synthesis magic. Immediately, a beam of energy collides with another torrent of energy. With that, the water serpent pushes forward through the energy. The two opposing energies collide with overwhelming force in the center of the arena. Then, the fire energy surges forward and starts to consume the blue barrier. At this, the demonic creature repeatedly screams that it needs to kill. The creature then roars its desire to slaughter the human and orders him to die. Then, a massive fiery explosion engulfs the entire scene. Amidst the chaos, Kusanagi appears with a bored look on his face. Meanwhile, the clash between the two forces continues to intensify. Facing the wave of blue energy, the demonic creature wonders why its attack failed. Even as it's consumed by the blue force, the creature keeps questioning the reason for its defeat. After the battle, Kusanagi observes the pillar of purple energy left at the site. Kusanagi then states that the enemy's defeat was due to its lack of training. Looking at the energy, he comments that he thought the opponent would be stronger, but it was weaker than he expected. Right after, the sky clears above the castle, and a rainbow forms on the horizon. Kusanagi declares that the calamity is over with the boss's defeat, and everyone can rest easy now. At the same time, the other students wonder if they're finally safe, and if he really defeated the demon captain. Outside, the students celebrate the end of the battle. Meanwhile, other civilians celebrated, relieved to be saved with the defeat of the boss. In another corner, a student comforts his classmate, telling her the calamity is over and they're safe now. Watching from a distance, one of the nobles remarks that it's unbelievable a student defeated the captain. At that, his companion collapses, admitting his knees finally gave out. Back at the main scene, Kusanagi kneels and tells Yuika he managed to put an end to it. With tears in her eyes, Yuika thanks Kusanagi for saving them. Kusanagi calmly replies that it was nothing, saying her name. Suddenly, several other students run toward Kusanagi. They quickly surround him, thanking him and saying he was amazing. As Kusanagi asks them to back up a bit, Kusanagi then reflects that he ended up standing out, just like in the past, which makes him worry about the future. Meanwhile, Yuika watches the scene and notices Kusanagi seems annoyed by all the attention. A short time later, a news report announces the calamity at the academy was contained with no casualties, but the hero's identity will not be revealed. In the classroom, his classmates show him the news, commenting it's only natural people are talking about him, and reveal that Kusanagi was promoted to S class. Hearing the news, other students approach, lamenting they can't talk to Kusanagi anymore, seeing his promotion as a barrier. Then, his classmates surround Kusanagi, asking how he's so strong and if he inherited the blood of magical nobility. At the same time, a student grumbles that no student is that strong, and that Kusanagi is just full of himself because he's spoiled. The argument quickly escalates, with some defending that Kusanagi defeated the demon captain, while others insist it's just too weird. Outside the classroom, Kusanagi just sighs at how exhausting it all is. Then, Yuika approaches and comments that he seems to be having a tough time, but Kusanagi tells her not to tease him. With a smile, she says there's nothing to be done, since he's the hero who protected everyone. Kusanagi then reminds her that she was also promoted to S class. The girl replies that it seems to be the result of the battle and the calamity, then asks why he doesn't seem happy. Awkwardly, she says that she's happy, because a certain someone is there too. Kusanagi takes the chance to ask about Ruka's condition, and the girl says she's fine and that they talk more often now. Relieved, Kusanagi says that's good, and the girl agrees she's happy, stating it's all thanks to Minato. Right after, she thanks him and says she's happy that he's here. In response, Kusanagi places a hand on her head, stopping her. When she asks why he did that, Kusanagi replies that thanking him once is enough, and she doesn't need to keep repeating it. At that, the blue-haired girl just smiles and adjusts her hair. In a meeting room, a hand presses a button on a control panel. One of the officials then announces the teleconference with each country has ended. Next, they discuss the rumor about a student who defeated the boss amidst a chaotic scene where the police were knocked out. The leader then orders them to bring back the noble mages and start preparations for the next calamity. Meanwhile, Kusanagi and Yuika come across a girl and a man in their path. The girl then stares at them intently. Kusanagi and Yuika watch the two in silence. The girl turns to Kusanagi, saying she has something to ask him. Immediately after, she asks Kusanagi to take her on as his disciple. Yuika and Ruka sit in silence next to each other. Then, Ruka starts talking about the calamity, which surprises Yuika. Ruka then comments that Kusanagi seems to have stopped the calamity, and Yuika confirms he defeated the demon boss using 4th level synthesis magic. Surprised, Ruka asks about the 4th level synthesis magic, explaining that not even high-class mages can use it. Yuika then confirms that it's really true. With that, Ruka decides to believe, stating it must be true since Yuika would never lie. Yuika asks why she believes her, and Ruka replies that it's because Yuika has always been an honest, obedient, and hardworking girl. So, her sister continues, saying someone with such qualities shouldn't be talentless, but admits she might have been too harsh. Hearing that, Yuika just calls out to her, "Ni-sama." Right after, Yuika stands up and declares she'll get stronger so her Ni-sama can rest easy. Yuika then asks her to rest easy. Ruka just watches Yuika, who is standing before her. Then, her sister recognizes with a smile that Yuika has really grown up. Yuika then smiles in response to her comment. Finally, Ruka reflects that Kusanagi's strength surpasses that student's, and might even be greater than her father's. Ruka approaches and asks if Yuika can help her with something. She then reflects that to become stronger, she'll need Kusanagi's help. With that, Ruka sincerely apologizes for having insulted and belittled him. The sister acknowledges her request will sound selfish, but decides to swallow her pride and make it anyway. Before Ruka can even finish her request, Kusanagi interrupts her and simply agrees. Confused, the girl hears Kusanagi explain that he will make her his disciple. She questions the reason, and Kusanagi replies that she made the request herself despite everything she did against him. Kusanagi then states that he has forgiven her because she apologized, and that there's nothing more to be said on the matter. After hearing his response, she remains silent and unresponsive. Next, another student excitedly approaches and also asks to be trained, with Kusanagi accepting without any issue. Watching the scene, Yuika comments to Ruka that Kusanagi is just that kind of person. Then, the student puts his arm around Kusanagi's shoulders as the girls watch, thinking how Kusanagi is a mysterious guy. The scene then changes to the door of a conference room. Inside the room, Kusanagi and Yuika are sitting and waiting on a sofa. Across the room, a man introduces himself as Shidu from the police, and the woman next to him says her name is Sanada Karin. Shippu then expresses his gratitude, stating that without the help they received, everyone would have been annihilated. In response, Kusanagi says their thanks are more than enough and asks if they need anything else. Then, Shippu explains that although the investigation into the calamity is over, something interesting caught their attention. With that, the man confirms that Kusanagi awakened his magical ability after a traffic accident, something that witnesses also reported. He then reveals a witness statement, which said Kusanagi seemed to have become a completely different person after the incident. Faced with this revelation, Kusanagi remains silent. The man continues, stating that not only did his personality change, but his magic also became abnormally strong. Another man beside him adds that the power was strong enough to defeat a demon captain. Yuika then speaks up, asking them to wait a minute and questioning what they're trying to say. Ignoring the interruption, Shippu then decides to change the direction of the question. Directly, he asks if they know of the Dark Mage. Kusanagi then repeats the name, asking who that is. Showing his phone, the man explains that the Dark Mage subjugated beasts to help people at night, and asks if they haven't seen the video that went viral. Upon seeing the image, Sanada, beside him, states that she now understands what was happening. Yuika immediately asks what that has to do with Kusanagi, receiving the answer that the two are similar. The man in the suit comments that the two are similar in both height and age. Thus, he ponders that the Dark Mage is a formidable mage, as almost no one in recent decades could use so much magic. Shidu explains that it's illegal to use magic in the city without permission, but if it's an academy student, the matter can be left to the school's discretion, and states that due to the publicity, the police will have to act, and a simple expulsion won't be enough. Shidu then promises a lighter punishment in exchange for a confession, making Yuika ask that he answer very carefully. With that, Shippu asks directly if he is the Dark Mage. Kusanagi answers directly that it's not him. Shippu smiles and says he understands, stating that it's good that it isn't him. He then thanks them for their cooperation, and announces they will be leaving for the day. As he walks away, the man thinks that Kusanagi didn't hesitate at all and that he isn't like a normal student, as there's something different about him. Sanada, on the other hand, reflects that Kusanagi is definitely the Dark Mage, since their appearances are similar. She then decides she can't tell her superior about his true identity because, even though it's a crime, Kusanagi is the one who saved her. Then he decides he will investigate the student's true identity more thoroughly. In contrast, Sanada reaffirms to herself that she must hide his true identity. In the classroom, the teacher introduces Kusanagi and Yuika as the new students who will be joining the second-year class from that day on. As soon as they see him, other students ask Kusanagi if he really defeated the demon captain. Meanwhile, other female students ask what it's like to be part of the mage nobility. Next, a teacher tells everyone to sit down because the class is about to start. Kusanagi then reflects that being bombarded with questions was exactly why he didn't want to stand out. Hearing someone call him, Kusanagi turns to see who it is. Then, a female student approaches and asks Kusanagi if he can give her a moment of his time. Kusanagi wonders if it's customary to call people to the roof to talk about something important. Yuika then wonders why Kusanagi is on the rooftop, right when she was planning to train her magic there. Peeking over, Yuika notices he's with a girl and wonders what they're doing. The girl asks Kusanagi if he remembers her, but he says he doesn't. She then reminds him that he saved her during the incident in the city, and Kusanagi finally recalls what happened. Next, the girl explains that during combat class, it was Kusanagi who saved her from the monsters with his magic. Kusanagi just confirms it with a short reply. With a smile, she thanks him for saving her twice, while Kusanagi says he just did what he could. Right after, the girl says that Kusanagi is really cool. Hiding, Yuika laments that she can't quite hear what they're talking about. Suddenly, the girl confesses her feelings to Kusanagi and asks to go out with him. Surprised, Yuika can't believe it's a confession. Kusanagi remains silent, just watching the girl in front of him. The girl admits she doesn't have many strengths, but promises she'll do her best. With that, she asks once more for Kusanagi to let her be his girlfriend. With a calm smile, Kusanagi thanks her for liking him. The girl watches him with a hopeful expression under the blue sky. Then, her expression changed when she heard Kusanagi say he was sorry. Kusanagi explains that he doesn't have time to start dating, as there's something he needs to do. With her head down, the girl just replies that she understands. Right after, she thanks Kusanagi for rejecting her directly, saying she'll be able to get over him now. After their talk, Kusanagi turns and starts to walk away in silence. As he walks, he tells Yuika to stop hiding and finally come out. Yuika says she thought she'd hidden her mana well, but Kusanagi retorts that her concealment is terrible and her energy is leaking. Kusanagi then asks if she has some kind of spying fetish, but Yuika denies it and shouts that it was just a coincidence. Next, Yuika questions him about the rejection, commenting that the other girl was pretty. Kusanagi simply states that he isn't planning on dating anyone right now. Then, he adds that they are too far apart in age, even though they physically look like they're in the same school year. Yuika processes this and confirms out loud that he really isn't going to date anyone then. Suddenly, she quietly wonders why she felt so relieved to hear that answer. Yuika walks down the stairs, reflecting that Kusanagi doesn't plan on dating anyone. Kusanagi then glances back for a moment. Yuika stops on the steps and stares back at him. Kusanagi advises her to train her mana control more, as she clearly hasn't practiced enough. In response, Yuika states that she already knows that. As she walks away, Yuika vows to train and get stronger until he finally acknowledges her. Under the moonlight, Kusanagi reflects that it's been a while since he was in this area, noting it's the third case this month. In a dark alley, a girl screams for help, but her attacker doubts anyone would show up to save her. Suddenly, Kusanagi interferes by touching the magic circle and stating that there is, in fact, someone there. Confused, the attacker turns and asks what's going on. Without hesitation, Kusanagi moves forward and lands a punch right in the man's face. Next, Kusanagi uses a magic circle to blast the attacker away with a powerful impact. Kusanagi analyzes the fallen opponent, concluding he's an amateur mage with very crude combat skills. The girl starts to thank him, but stops when she recognizes him and asks if he's really the dark mage. As a light appears around him, the girl shouts for him to wait. Kusanagi reflects on being called the dark mage by others, and wonders why the topic has become so popular. Next, Ruka asks the group about this so-called dark mage. Kusanagi then confirms he'd heard about an amateur mage who acts like he knows everything, and that he was curious about the rumors. One of his classmates then explains it's probably because the topic blew up on the internet. Not understanding, Kusanagi asks what internet means, wondering if it's some kind of fishing net. The group reacts in shock to the question, and one of his classmates comments that he didn't realize Kusanagi's isolation was that extreme. So Yuika explains that the internet is a worldwide information network where everything spreads very quickly, to which Kusanagi replies that he understands. Then, one of the students encourages him to use his smartphone to search, telling him to try opening the app. Kusanagi then shows them his phone with a smile, exclaiming that he got in. While his classmates celebrate the achievement, Kusanagi replies with a smug smile that it was too easy. Ruka then changes the subject and reminds him of his promise to help them train, asking when they'll start. Kusanagi agrees to start the training after class as a way of thanking them for their help with the smartphone. Hearing his answer, Yuika admits she has a bad feeling about this. Right after, the three students are seen lying on the ground, while Kusanagi remains standing. Kusanagi then scolds them, saying they haven't even warmed up yet, and that they should act like their lives depend on it. Faced with the challenge, the three refuse to back down, stating they can still fight and that they shouldn't be underestimated. With a smile, Kusanagi acknowledges their determination and tells them to come at him. The trio then prepares their energy circles for a joint attack against Kusanagi. The scene then cuts to the wreckage piling up near the Tokyo Tower. From a vantage point, one of the men in suits expresses his disbelief, stating that everything seemed normal just a moment ago. He then wonders, completely bewildered, what the hell is happening in that place? On the horizon, a gigantic monster emerges amidst a horde of smaller creatures. Kusanagi observes Yuika, sister, and a young man on the ground, looking exhausted. With a calm expression, Kusanagi asks what's wrong and if they've given up already. Sister immediately denies it and charges forward with her partner for a combined attack. In an instant, Kusanagi defends himself from the dual assault coming his way. Then, a counterattack hits them both, and the young man complains that it really hurts. Seeing an opportunity, Yuika leaps over him and warns that his guard is down. Without even turning around, Kusanagi simply replies that it's not. Yuika then realizes, surprised, that he managed to dodge the blow. The next moment, she's hit in the head by a surprise attack. Seeing this, Kusanagi declares that's enough and announces a break. Yuika uses the break to drink some water and catch her breath. Once they've recovered, the group sits on a bench while Kusanagi remains standing. Breaking the silence, Ryuji comments that Kusanagi is just too strong. Ruka adds that not even she, the academy's top student, was able to stand against him. Finally, Yuika agrees that he is, indeed, not on the same level as the other students. Yuika is seen with a worried expression. Then, Yuika wonders if that's Kusanagi's usual annoyed expression. Kusanagi reveals he got his power after a traffic accident and ends the topic by saying the reason is unknown. Ruka then suggests the near-death experience was the trigger for his power, while Ryuji beside her agrees that might be the case. Kusanagi says they're both too naive, while Yuika realizes she got a new expression out of him. Yuika then reflects that Kusanagi might have a reason for hiding the truth, and that it's probably best not to ask anymore. Watching them, Kusanagi thinks to himself that they are all really naive. After training, Ryuji celebrates the good result, and Kusanagi comments that he's really tough. Ryuji says he needs to go home to cook and asks if Kusanagi also cooks for himself, receiving a confirmation. Kusanagi asks if he cooks despite his appearance, and the boy immediately asks what he meant by that. When asked if he always eats out, Kusanagi replies that he mostly just eats instant noodles. Seeing Ryuji's surprise, Kusanagi comments that the world has become a very convenient place. The boy warns him that his body won't last with such poor eating habits, but Kusanagi just asks if he's his father. So, he decides to take him home to cook for him, ignoring Kusanagi's protests to be heard. As he's being dragged away, Kusanagi reflects on how pushy this guy is. The sun sets over a quiet apartment complex. Inside, Kusanagi finds himself surrounded by 3 excited children clinging to him. Ryuji apologizes for making Kusanagi look after those kids. The boy then scolds him, yelling not to use magic inside the room. He then complains that he's never heard of anyone using magic just to play. Then he comments on how unexpected it is that Kusanagi is so good with kids. Kusanagi then remembers children amidst a destroyed and burning city. At this, Kusanagi states that children are precious after all. Ryuji replies that Kusanagi sounded like an old man, and he just tells him to shut up. As he turns away, Kusanagi goes back to reading a book to the children who are watching him. They all sit at the table and the man gives thanks for the food before they begin their meal. The children begin to eat the meal. Kusanagi then tastes the food in his bowl. When asked if he's enjoying it, Kusanagi confirms the food is good. Kusanagi reflects that it's been a long time since he's had a home-cooked meal, realizing he'd lost himself while constantly on the run. Ryuji then asks Kusanagi about his parents, and he explains that he takes care of the house since his mom works late. Kusanagi then comments that the boy seems to be quite busy. With a smile, he admits that even though it's hard, he doesn't hate it. Kusanagi just replies that he understands. Right after, Ryuji comments that the harder something is, the more motivated he becomes. Later that night, they all sleep together in the same room. Ryuji apologizes for making him sleep there, but Kusanagi replies that he doesn't mind it every once in a while. With that, the young man simply thanks him. Kusanagi says there's nothing to thank him for and changes the subject to Ruka. Ryuji then says that Ruka seems more cheerful than before and believes it's all thanks to him. Kusanagi immediately wonders if this is some kind of romantic situation. Then, Kusanagi asks if he likes Ruka, but he immediately denies it. Ryuji then explains that they're just two misfits who naturally grew close. Kusanagi reflects that the term misfits applies to him as well. Elsewhere, Yuika complains that the two of them are very late. Ryuji comments that he just wouldn't wake up, leading Yuika to ask if they had a sleepover. Kusanagi then comments on how naturally they're all meeting up, but says he doesn't mind. Suddenly, Shido appears with Sanada Karin and asks for a moment of Kusanagi's time. Kusanagi reacts when he sees them and says it's them again. Then, Shido apologizes for bothering him repeatedly and says that this time, they have an urgent matter. Sanada Karin reveals that beasts have started appearing near Tokyo Tower and that they've come to ask for Kusanagi's cooperation. Shido then mentions that Kusanagi has already subdued a calamity by himself, while Sanada Karin admits the situation is too much for them to handle. Kusanagi then asks if it's all right for a police officer to say that, and Shido replies that it just shows how cornered he is. Finally, Shido looks directly at him and pleads for Kusanagi to work with them. In response to the request, Kusanagi says he will lend his power, provided they agree. The young man then admits that while he wanted to avoid standing out, the current situation won't let him. Shido assures him that he will be properly compensated and that they will contact the academy themselves. Seeing the situation, Yuika, Ruka, and Ryuji also offer to help, promising to provide backup. Hearing their offer, Shido asks if they are really from the academy's top ranks, reminding them this is a real battle. The agent then asks directly if any of their powers are on the same level as Kusanagi's. The question leaves the trio silent. Kusanagi then asks his friends to go back to the academy, while Shido hurries him to leave. As he turns, the young man gets the trio's attention one last time. Looking back, the young man says they need to catch up to him. His words leave the three of them watching in silence. With a shout of course!" the group starts running right after them. Shortly after, they arrive at the police headquarters. Inside, the group heads to the Calamity Emergency Countermeasures headquarters. In the meeting room, Shido reports that hundreds of beasts are appearing near the Tokyo Tower and they need to act before civilians get hurt. An older officer asks for cooperation, citing the student's active role in the academy's calamity, and asks Kusanagi to stand. The young man then stands up in silence. At that moment, one of the agents questions what a brat is doing there, doubting the rumor that he defeated the calamity at the academy. Faced with the comments, the young man just says, frankly. To stop the whispering, Shido clears his throat into the microphone. At this, everyone in the room falls silent and looks forward. The agent then introduces Kusanagi Minato as the student who stopped the calamity, stating he has seen his strength and that almost no one is on his level. He continues, explaining that the young man is a god body and asks everyone to treat him as a collaborator, not as a student. The officer then shouts that they must annihilate the beasts immediately and orders everyone back to their posts. Hearing the order, the other agents prepare to leave the room. Afterward, Shido apologizes for what happened, but Kusanagi says it's fine, as the situation must have put them in a bad mood. At his response, the agent comments on how mature the young man is. He then asks Sanada Karin what she was doing, and the young woman confesses she was too scared to stop the others. Kusanagi tells her not to worry, as he really doesn't care about it. To Sanada Karin, that attitude only shows how kind he is. Inside the car, the boy thinks that mid-level mages use level 2 magic, while high-level ones reach level 3. The agent ends up admitting that since Kusanagi uses level 4 synthesis magic, he is the most powerful fighting force they have. He then reveals that the combat plan is basically a magical battle, something that can hardly be called a plan. The officer adds that there won't be a problem if they're just demon soldiers or common magical beasts. The young man, however, counters that a direct battle isn't a strategy and that they need a plan in case the enemies are smarter. Shido replies that there's no equipment for fighting mages and beasts, so they usually just wear clothes that are easy to move in. Hearing this, Kusanagi asks if there wasn't any anti-beast equipment, and the agent confirms that it's rare now and belongs to the noble mages. Not understanding, the young man wonders what could have happened in the last 50 years for the equipment to disappear. Meanwhile, Shido watches him in the car's rearview mirror. Soon after, they arrive on site and join the other police vehicles. One of the agents then reports that the calamity has appeared, but the number of monsters is abnormally large. From above, Kusanagi observes the scene and wonders what's going on. Beside him, other officers panic, confirming there are far more enemies than the report indicated. One of them shouts that there's even a demon captain and that they need to ask other organizations or the nobles for help, because they can't win. Shido, however, reveals he has already called for reinforcements, but they won't arrive in time, as everyone is already busy with other threats. Hearing the news, the other agents despair, realizing they have no choice but to fight on their own. Shido then turns to Kusanagi and asks him directly if he can annihilate all the enemies. The young man simply replies, yes, without showing any hesitation. Hearing this, the other officers scold him, shouting at him not to joke around because there's no way he can win. One of them, however, interrupts the argument, noticing that something strange is happening. At that same moment, the beasts down below begin to be hit by a sudden attack. With that, the structure around them also begins to fall apart. Soon, the tracks twist and collapse amidst the chaos. As everyone looks up, Kusanagi reveals that this is a calamity. Next, an emergency broadcast from police headquarters is sent to all units. The message reports that a calamity has occurred nationwide. The announcement repeats the alert, showing scenes of monsters attacking civilians everywhere. The order is clear. The top priority is to save civilians and counterattack the calamity immediately. Finally, the broadcast warns that since the urban area is the priority, there will be no reinforcements for other locations. Seeing the situation, the police officers wonder what it means for a new calamity to begin. Kusanagi then reveals that, unlike normal, this calamity was apparently caused by the beasts in under 30 minutes. While one officer laments that they can't fight without reinforcements, Shido insists they need to regroup first. Suddenly, Kusanagi interrupts them, warning that something is moving. He adds that the beasts are advancing on the city. At this, the other officers discuss what to do, knowing that fighting the beasts would be a death sentence. Hearing their discussion, Kusanagi laments that the police have fallen so low as to give up. Then, the young man leaps over the parapet and confidently declares that they can win. He lands on the ground, completely surrounded by the creatures. Then, the young man kneels and touches the ground with his hand. Before him, an even larger horde of demonic beasts emerges. Instantly, one of the monsters lunges forward to attack him. Seeing this, the officers scream for him to run, telling him he'll be killed, but Kusanagi simply activates his third-level magic, Wind Cutter. With that, a powerful blast of energy engulfs the entire area. The display of power leaves Shido completely stunned. In the blink of an eye, all the creatures around the young man are annihilated by the magic. However, new beasts emerge from the shadows, roaring menacingly. The creatures then prepare a combined magical attack against the boy. However, the attack is blocked by an energy barrier that appears around him. The young man comments that with spectators around, putting up a barrier to block the hit was a good idea. He then counterattacks with a new energy spell. Seeing the attack's power, Shido concludes it could only be him, since he can use various magical attributes. With that, the officer decides to follow him, and Sanada Karin says she'll go too, to provide support. Meanwhile, the other officers can only watch, paralyzed. One of them then declares they can't just tremble and flee, and yells for them not to get left behind. Soon, the other members of the department also activate their magic and join the battle. Seeing them in action, Kusanagi remarks that they're surprisingly capable. Suddenly, one of the officers yells that the demon captain has appeared. The others realize they're no match for the creature's level, and that only a legendary class mage could defeat it. Facing the creature, an immense wave of energy surges towards it, pulling the creature into the attack. Kusanagi then declares he will defeat the demon captain and leave the rest to them. Impressed, the other officers remark on the magic's power, wondering if he actually did it. Shido then orders everyone to keep fighting the beasts, while the other guy handles the strongest demon. Meanwhile, the young man recalls that 60 years ago, the first global calamity occurred, ushering in an age of destruction. He fears that if what happened in the past repeats itself, the current calamity will spread across the entire world. With determination, the young man declares that this time, he is here and will not allow humanity's eradication. However, Sanada Karin recoils, realizing the creature is still standing. Wasting no time, the monster charges forward for a direct attack. The boy tries to block its advance. He suddenly realizes the situation is the same. Hearing this, she immediately remembers that this is just like what happened that time. Then, the young man helps her up, and the girl thanks him for saving her. Seeing her reaction, Kusanagi wonders if the officer has already figured out the truth. The officer wonders why he became the dark mage and how he can be so strong. However, she's afraid the young man will hate her if she asks those questions. Suddenly, Shido yells at Sanada Karin to stop having weird thoughts, since the other guy is just a student. In that same instant, the girl is thrown aside by a sudden impact. A powerful blast of energy is fired, hitting everyone squarely. Kusanagi catches her and warns her about the dangerous situation. He then tells her to stay by his side, since she doesn't seem able to use combat magic. The officer immediately agrees. Watching him, she wonders if he really is a student, since he seems more of an adult than her. Meanwhile, the other members of the department try to defend themselves from the imminent attack. One of them asks what's happening, while another admits he can't stop shaking. Before them, a gigantic creature emerges, cloaked in an aura of energy. Shido recognizes the creature as a demon captain subspecies and despairs at its presence. One of the officers says it's impossible to beat it, since not even the noble mages would stand a chance. Despite the widespread panic, Kusanagi remains calm and poised for combat. One of the officers yells for him to stop, claiming it's impossible to defeat that creature. However, the young man confidently replies that he can. Suddenly, one of the men realizes the shaking has stopped completely. Sanada Karin then cheers in her mind, praying for Kusanagi to win the fight. Shido concludes that if the young man has the strength of a noble mage, he might be able to defeat the creature. With that, the young man takes a steady step towards the demon. Watching the scene, Shido demands that Kusanagi show him his true power. Shido then instructs the young man to keep using his full strength until the boss is defeated, and he agrees instantly. Seeing this, the demon captain growls, baring his sharp teeth with a threatening glare. Unfazed, the young man faces the creature with his usual calm and determined expression. With that, Kusanagi charges straight through an energy blast, even while surrounded by smaller creatures. In response, the monster projects a magic circle, unleashing a powerful wave of energy. Even so, the boy remains completely still as the energy spreads around him. Suddenly, everything explodes in a collision of energy, creating sparks and a blinding light. Seeing this, one man comments in shock that it's only level 1, while another calls the creature an outrageous monster. Kusanagi, however, remains unshaken, taking a deep breath and adjusting his collar amidst the residual energy. Surprised, the demon asks who that boy is. The young man calmly replies that, for now, he is just a student. Hearing this, the creature grinds its teeth, looking furious. Right after, Kusanagi manifests an immense and powerful aura around himself. Seeing this, the demon urges the other creatures on, ordering them to kill the strong humans. One of the officers screams in fear as 6th-level creatures appear, doubting that it's possible to defeat them. Facing the massive fire attack, Kusanagi reflects that even if he blocked or countered, his allies would be swallowed by the flames. Shido exclaims that all the creatures are teaming up as energy circles appear everywhere. In an instant, multiple energy beams are fired at once. In disbelief, the blonde young man yells that the creatures are working together. Sanada Karin cries out Kusanagi's name, shocked at what's happening. Next to her, someone screams for everyone to run as the energy blasts close in. Despite the chaos, Kusanagi keeps his calm and determined expression. Before the student, a gigantic flaming creature appears, enveloped in multiple energy circles. In the blink of an eye, the fire creature is engulfed by a powerful energy that instantly freezes it. The two energies collide in a pillar shooting up to the sky, forming a vortex of water and fire. The young man then turns his back as a new wave of energy surges around him. Suddenly, Kusanagi uses his shield to stop the energy explosion. At the same time, the demon growled furiously as rain started to fall. Kusanagi, standing in the rain, calmly asks if it's over. Seeing him, Sanada Karin asks in shock what just happened. Shido expresses his shock, saying the situation makes no sense and something unbelievable just unfolded before his eyes. The blonde young man notes that only a noble mage can use level 6 magic, and his partner wonders if Kusanagi was the one who did it. Even more surprised, he realizes that the young man used a second type of magic simultaneously. The man explains that normally, you can only cast one type of magic at a time, but Kusanagi used them nearly simultaneously. From this, Shido concludes that if he can use multiple powerful spells at once, he could be even stronger than a noble mage. With a smile, he says his intuition wasn't wrong, and that Kusanagi is indeed the one he's been looking for. Right after, the man calls him the second Ichikami Minato. Hearing this, the demon growls fiercely, ready to attack. Kusanagi calmly suggests that the area is too cramped and they should move elsewhere. The creature looks surprised by the young man's composure. Shortly after, Kusanagi and another individual are lifted off the ground by flight magic. Seeing this, the demon growls from atop a magic circle in the air. While floating, the student notes that the monster seems to be able to use flight magic too. The creature replies that it did this so he wouldn't get any help. Unconcerned, Kusanagi says he doesn't care about the other's clumsy cooperation. With a determined look, the young man states that up here, he no longer needs to hold back. With that, the creature launches a fierce attack from the magic circle. In an instant, Kusanagi moves swiftly, appearing ready for combat. The young man dodges a strike from the demon as it attacks with its claw. In response, one of the demon's hands emerges, and a magic circle with intense energy forms on the ground. Even with the energy surrounding him, Kusanagi's gaze remains focused and determined. Then, a massive energy explosion engulfs the scene. Right after the flash, the demon looks down to where the boy is enveloped by the explosion's energy. Without hesitation, the creature launches an attack from above, striking the boy. The demon then reacts with a look of utter surprise. Back on the ground, Kusanagi claps his hands together, as if dusting them off. With its mouth agape in shock, the demon screams, asking how this is possible. Facing the demon's shock, Kusanagi takes a fighting stance, shrouded in a powerful aura. The young man then explains that if magic doesn't work, the only option is to fight hand-to-hand. He adds that all of the enemy's efforts will be in vain. Without wasting time, the young man charges forward and lands a solid punch right on the demon. As he attacks, the young man shouts that the creature will never be able to touch him. The force of the blow sends the demon flying backward. Even in midair, the creature forms a magic circle in its hand, saying a mere human punch would be useless. But then, the monster realizes what happened and is terrified. Mouth agape, the creature asks the young man what he really is. Floating on a magic circle, Kusanagi taunts them, asking if they thought he only knew spells, and promises to show them the truth. And with a determined look, the young man concludes by saying he will show them his very own technique. With a calm and determined expression, Kusanagi prepares himself as a powerful aura of energy envelops him. Soon after, this energy explodes into a massive pillar around the young man. Faced with so much power, the demon exclaims that it can feel a great magical energy coming from him. At the same time, Shidu and Sanada Karin feel a chill and look up, wondering what is happening. Back in the fight, the young man prepares for combat atop a magic circle, surrounded by all that energy. With a tranquil expression, the young Kusanagi shows he is ready for whatever comes. Then he focuses his gaze on what lies before him. And so, the young man takes his combat stance, still shrouded in the powerful aura of energy. Seeing this, the creature roars and declares that even with magic, human attacks are useless against it. In response, Kusanagi charges forward without hesitation, his fist raised, challenging it to see if that's really true. Facing the challenge, the monster braces for the blow, maintaining its confident posture. With a focused gaze, Kusanagi's punch lands squarely, generating a powerful impact of energy. Right after, he unleashes a flurry of blows so fast the demon can barely react, only scream in pain. Shocked by the scene, Shiru wonders how it's possible for that kid to have overpowered the demon captain in hand-to-hand combat. Amid the intense energy blast, he's stunned to realize that, besides winning, the other boy managed to nullify the enemy's attack. Completely confused, the creature asks why human attacks are working against it. At that moment, the protagonist explains that normal attacks and weapons are useless against the beasts, but everything changes with the use of a large amount of magic. He continues, saying that attacking by fusing with magic results in the union of magical power and martial arts. Concluding his explanation, he reveals that this is known as magical martial arts. Outraged, the demon captain shouts that it's unacceptable to be bested by a mere human. Therefore, the monster declares that it will not accept its defeat under any circumstances. Without wasting time, he dodges the monster's attack. The young man's fist lands with impressive force, creating another blast of energy. As it falls, the demon can hardly believe it, calling the young man a monster. At the same moment, other monstrous creatures appear in the distance. Despite this, Kusanagi remains on his magic circle as the dark sky gives way to a clear, sunny day. Observing the sudden change, two agents state that the calamity has stopped and that the young man was responsible. Back on the ground, Shidu shouts for the others not to let their guard down and to defeat the remaining beasts. With a calm, determined smile, Kusanagi remarks that the rest can be left to the police. With that said, he begins to float upwards, leaving the battle site. Now at a distance, Kusanagi simply observes his surroundings with his usual tranquil expression. Aloud, the young man comments that it's been a while since he used magical martial arts and that he's a little rusty. Suddenly, the young man looks surprised as he glances ahead. Before him, Kusanagi sees a group of uniformed people waiting for him. Leading the group, Shidu thanks him for his hard work in defeating the calamity's leader and for his cooperation. As a sign of respect, he and the others, including Sanada Karin, give the young man a military salute. A short time later, news spreads across the world, announcing that the calamity was stopped thanks to the involvement of a single person. Meanwhile, on social media, people anxiously discuss the calamity, complaining about the government and the police, while wondering who this black mage could be. Amid the comments, a girl smiles hopefully as she talks about the black mage. Elsewhere, a young man tells his friend that they have the black mage on their side. Online, people continue to talk about the mysterious hero, asking him to save them and defeat the beasts. All this sudden attention turns to Kusanagi, who feels a bit uncomfortable being called the Black Mage. The next day at school, other students surround him, wanting to know if he really stopped the calamity. Feeling overwhelmed, Kusanagi just mutters to himself that this is all very annoying. As the young man tries to shrink into his chair, Yuika watches him with a worried expression. At the beginning of class, the teacher announces they will be discussing the recent calamity. She explains that, besides being students, they are all also mages, and can be summoned at any time, asking them to always be prepared. The teacher then mentions that, despite everything, there is a very experienced student among them. From his calm expression, Kusanagi seems to be the student she's referring to. Suddenly, Sanada Karin appears at the classroom door with an urgent expression, interrupting the class and excusing herself. Before the teacher can ask what's happening, the newcomer explains that she's from the police and is there with the principal's permission. With an urgent look, she turns to Kusanagi and asks to borrow him again. Seeing this, the young man thinks they really don't care about their own image, questioning the police's lack of honor. Still uncomfortable, Kusanagi shrinks at his desk and asks them to stop looking at him like that. Then, the young man closes his eyes, looking exhausted and overwhelmed by the whole situation. When he asks for an explanation, Sanada Karin assures the young man he will receive rewards and school credits for the job. She then explains the urgency of the situation, mentioning the emergence of beasts around the world, the activation of illegal mages, and an extreme lack of personnel to handle it all. Kusanagi concludes that's why they're after him again, and the officer apologizes for asking for help so often, but stresses that no one is as strong as he is. The young man just asks that she contact him by phone next time, and an embarrassed Sanada Karin promises she will. With that, she's surprised to realize she now has Kusanagi's contact information on her phone. With his usual calmness, Kusanagi asks what she wants him to do now. In response to the question, Sanada Karin asks the young man to defeat the beasts that are appearing in Harajuku, and he promptly replies that he understands. She then suggests they go by car, but the young man immediately interrupts her, saying that would be too late. Without waiting for a reply, Kusanagi says he'll go on ahead and takes off at an incredible speed, leaving the others behind in the blink of an eye. Surprised by the scene, Sanada Karin and the officer can only comment on the young man's unbelievable speed. The scene then shifts to Harajuku, revealing a landscape of complete destruction under a reddish sky. Amid the rubble, an older boy comforts his little brother, assuring him that everything will be okay and that he will protect him. Right after, he hugs him tightly, his face marked by the determination to protect him from the imminent danger. Before two cornered children, a monstrous creature roars, emerging from the destruction. Instantly, the older boy yells for the little one to run. As they flee, the younger one trips and falls, leaving his doll behind. Right after, another monster appears from above, ready to attack the two as they embrace. At the last second, a beam of energy appears from nowhere and hits the creature head-on, saving them. At the scene, Kusanagi appears, his hand outstretched, having protected the children from danger. Confused, the two brothers look at the newcomer, completely astonished. With that, the young man approaches and tells them they held on strong and did very well. Next, he shows them the doll that had fallen and asks if it belongs to one of them.
Seeing the children's reaction, Kusanagi just watches them with a smile. After saying goodbye, Kusanagi tells them the police on the street will protect them from now on. The two brothers bow and thank him immensely for his help. With the doll back in his hands, the little boy breaks into a radiant smile. Soon, the young man starts running again, reflecting that this battle is much more complicated than the ones at the academy.
Seeing more civilians fleeing, he realizes he can't use his magic bullets without hitting them. Kusanagi reflects that while he can differentiate monsters from humans with magic, the only way to save everyone is by patrolling the area. Meanwhile, Katsuragi Ryuji shouts that they should focus on defeating the beasts and leave the rescue to the elite and the army. As soon as he finishes, he looks up and calls for Kusanagi, who is watching him from a destroyed building. Beside the young man, another man comments in surprise that Kusanagi was the one who froze during the calamity. Paying it no mind, Ryuji approaches his colleague and, after saying his help is welcome, asks about the situation. The other replies that they haven't even saved half the civilians, and they urgently need to get to the east side. Upon hearing this, Kusanagi offers to check that part of the city himself and turns to leave. Before he leaves, Katsuragi warns him to be careful, as there are reports of elite sages in the region. Even after giving the warning, the young man maintains a serious expression as he watches the other walk away. Right after, he changes his stance and concludes that, in the end, there's no reason to worry about Kusanagi. Confused, one of the men beside him asks who that young man was, capable of annihilating beasts in an instant. The other then supposes that maybe he appeared just to save them during such a chaotic time. Far away, Kusanagi conjures a massive 6-level spell that hits a monster head-on. With that, he reflects that the appearance of a demon captain outside the barrier was something that should only happen 50 years in the future. Immediately after, the young man notices the number of beasts is increasing and concludes they are his main problem. Kusanagi assesses that the situation was a rare event even for a sage to handle, and if he didn't rescue the civilians, they wouldn't make it out of there. As he watches a mother and her daughter being carried away by rescuers, he thinks that although he has several plans, he's not sure which one to follow. Meanwhile, other people are rescued from the area, floating in energy spheres. Right after, Sanada Karin arrives running with other police officers to find the young man. All over the area, several families celebrate being saved amidst the chaos. With a smile, Kusanagi says goodbye to another group of civilians he helped. Seeing the scene, Katsuragi Ryuji greets and thanks him, saying they managed to minimize the damage thanks to him. Kusanagi, however, replies that the credit goes to the police and firefighters, and that he was just helping. With a look of admiration, the other simply comments that the young man is truly incredible. Next, Ryuji and his colleagues bow and apologize for what happened during the calamity, admitting they acted arrogantly out of pure pride. The young man, however, asks them not to dwell on it, as it's natural for a student like him to want to show off. Impressed, the other replies that Kusanagi is simply very mature, and finally, just thanks him. Soon after, Karin approaches to thank him as well, and apologizes for depending so much on him, since he's just a student. The woman then confesses she was troubled by the giant night monster, and Kusanagi agrees they need a plan. In the middle of their conversation, the two brothers who were saved earlier appear and call out to him. The older boy approaches and thanks him for his help, while Kusanagi replies that he's happy to see them safe. With a smile, the younger boy holds up the doll and asks if he is the great sage. Immediately, the older brother apologizes and explains that the little one is a big fan of the sage. Recognizing the figure of the doll, the black-haired young man gets an idea. After a brief pause, he just gives a slight smile. With that, Kusanagi turns to the children and confirms that he is, in fact, the great sage. Hearing the answer, the little boy celebrates excitedly and says he knew it all along. In a memory, the real sage seems annoyed, asking if they really want to make a doll of him. Another hooded man then enthusiastically suggests they also make cards and keychains, while the sage doubts anyone would want them. The hooded man insists that these items are essential, especially for children, as the sage is a pillar of support in everyone's hearts. With conviction, the other figure shouts that he is wrong and begs to be allowed to keep saving people for another 100 years. Back in the present, Kusanagi holds the child and reflects that while the man was right about the popularity, dolls have no power to help. Then he thinks that the real great sage isn't helping at that moment either. Elsewhere in the capital, a meeting is taking place in a luxurious establishment. There, one of the men present announces that the report on the Black Mage is complete. In a luxurious room, the scene reveals Kuroi Akuto, president of the underground mage guild, the Black Rebellion. Looking at the report, he defines the target as an illegal mage and concludes that some bastard dared to defy him. With a threatening look, the president approaches one of his men and asks if he understands the situation. Completely terrified, the red-haired young man just stammers in confirmation. Next, Akuto loudly orders his men to find out the Black Mage's true identity. He continues, saying he doesn't care if they use military force, and if anyone refuses. At this, the executive Kagashuji coldly asks if they can kill him. The president replies with a smile that yes, but only after they've tortured him a lot. Hearing the order, the executive licks his lips and says he's looking forward to it. While chatting with his friends, one of the light blue-haired girls asks Kusanagi how much magical power he has. Hearing the question, Yuika mentions she's also curious, guessing his power is around 500,000. Casually, the young man reveals his magical power is 99,990,000. At his response, the entire group falls completely silent, unsure how to react. Katsuragi Ryuji then says that number is an exaggeration, while the other girl points out that even Ichikami Minato only has about 1 million. Unfazed, Kusanagi simply replies that Ichikami Minato's magical power is exactly 1 million. He goes on to explain that for this reason, 1 million is considered the maximum limit for magical power, and that this is basically common knowledge. Confused, the young man decides to look it up on the internet to understand the situation. However, he seems to struggle with the device, tapping the screen awkwardly. Then, the young man realizes he's completely forgotten how to use a smartphone and laments that living is already hard enough. Suddenly, his phone starts to ring, showing a call from Shidu. Kusanagi answers and asks what's up, while on the other end, Shinju apologizes and asks if he has a moment. Upon learning that his friends are also there, the blonde man asks for the call to be put on speakerphone. Unsure what speakerphone means, the blue-haired girl points to the right button on his phone to help. As soon as the audio is on, Shinju announces that in response to the calamity and the increase in monsters, they've decided to create a specialized unit. Shinju finishes the sentence, explaining that the specialized unit will be a special magic team. He then reveals that he wants Kusanagi to be the captain of this new unit. Hearing this, Yuika reflects that it's a title any mage would fight for, and there's no way he can refuse. To everyone's surprise, the young man refuses the offer on the spot, leaving the girl outraged. Not understanding his classmates' reaction, the young man asks them to at least let him hear the explanation first. Over the phone, Shinju explains that there are too many problems for the police to handle alone, and the current situation prevents them from fighting the monsters. Kusanagi then wonders if the problem is the low level of the available mages. With that, the young man asks what happened to the noble mages, but Shinju informs him that the leaders haven't returned from their meetings yet. In the middle of the conversation, Kusanagi comments that he's never met the girl's parents, and she replies that she's been away from home for a while. The man continues, saying that the members he recommends are Mizuha Yuika, Mizuha Ruka, and Katsuragi Ryuji. Furthermore, he promises to handle all the bureaucracy and negotiations, so Kusanagi just needs to focus on leading the mages. Desperate, Shinju begs, saying he's the only one he can count on and asks him to accept the captaincy. After hearing the plea, the black-haired young man just lets out a long sigh. Finally, he turns and announces that he accepts the offer. On the other end of the line, Shinju can hardly believe it and shouts in surprise, asking if it's really true. Excited by the decision, the others also agree to join, stating that they can't leave everything to Kusanagi. The young man admits that while he has some concerns, he sees it as a good opportunity to train other mages. Far away, a news report states that the noble mage family, the Fubuki, is receiving a wave of criticism. The reason is that, besides their slowness in dealing with the monsters, they have also abandoned their duties, leading one man to question if the people see them as mere handymen. At that moment, a voice interrupts him and invites him into the room. With that, an assistant enters, excuses himself, and announces he just received a document from the police department. Reading the announcement about the creation of a special magic team, the man remarks how incompetent people love to do unnecessary things. However, a figure in the shadows ponders that the initiative will be enough to silence the public for now. Then, the man in the green suit orders his assistant to call his son there immediately. Meanwhile, in a modern building elsewhere, Kusanagi arrives for the joint instruction session of the special magic team. With him, Yuika, Ruka, and Katsuragi Ryuji also report for the meeting. Upon entering the room, they find the place practically empty. Over the phone, Shido apologizes and explains that despite the candidates, the applications weren't sent in, but more people will come if they show results. The black-haired young man reflects that he already figured as much, since appointing a student as captain would surely cause friction. Shido then approaches and says he has something else to give him. With that, the man explains that it's a temporary mage badge. He details that, although it's an external cooperation, the badge makes them public servants, but it's temporary because they aren't official mages. Placing a hand on the young man's shoulder, Shinju warns that the student treatment is over, and leaves everything in Captain Kusanagi's hands. Facing his new team, the young man reflects that it's been a while since he last stood before other people. He then introduces himself as Kusanagi Minato, the team's captain, and says that first of all he will make a promise. With a determined look, he promises to make them all stronger than the heads of the noble mages. Hearing the declaration, Katsuragi Ryuji and the two girls react in complete shock. The other police officers present also can't hide their surprise and question if he really just talked about the heads of the noble mages. Facing their disbelief, Kusanagi remarks that since they don't believe him, he'll just have to prove it. Right after, the young man turns to Shinju and asks if there's any magical power measuring device at the station. Thus, the group is led to a room with two large energy measuring machines. There, the new captain asks Ruka and Ryuji to measure their magical powers first, and they both agree. The light blue-haired girl then steps forward and releases her energy into the device. Next, Katsuragi Ryuji does the same, enveloping the machine with his power. Kusanagi then reveals that, previously, Ruka's power was 10,000, and Ryuji's was 8,000, but now the numbers were different. To the light blue-haired girl's surprise, her meter hits the 30,000 mark, making her scream in confusion. Right after, Katsuragi Ryuji's reads 28,000, and he questions if that was even real. In disbelief, the police officers exclaim that it was impossible, as that was the level of the highest class of mages. Paying it no mind, the black-haired young man says it's still too early to be surprised and calls for Yuika's turn. Hearing her name, the blue-haired girl just stares at him with an apprehensive expression. Hesitantly, Yuka stands before the measuring machine, looking nervous about what's to come. The blue-haired girl then wonders what she'll do if the power gap between her and her sister is too big. Even acknowledging her effort, she reflects that she's still just an ordinary person and fears the test's result. However, the young woman decides she won't run from the truth anymore and prepares to place her hand on the device. With that, she unleashes all her energy at once, refusing to lie to herself again, no matter the outcome. Seeing the scene, Shido and Sanada Karin are left speechless, not understanding what was happening. With one eye closed, the girl turns apprehensively to finally see her result. To everyone's surprise, the meter shows an impressive power level of 26,000. Shinju immediately exclaims that, according to the records, her power was only 2,000, and that such a huge increase should be impossible. Kusanagi, however, corrects him and says it's perfectly possible to increase magical power with talent and one more thing. The young man then points to his classmate and concludes that the secret is having the will to work hard and never give up. He then gently places his hand on the blue-haired girl's head. Kusanagi says he's proud of her and that she did a good job, making her cry with relief and happiness. Meanwhile, Ruka watches the scene from a distance with her arms crossed and a serious expression. A moment later, the other girl turns with a slight smile on her face, seeming pleased with what she saw. Turning to the others, Kusanagi says they also did a good job, and Katsuragi Ryuji confidently replies that it was to be expected. Next, the young man praises Ruka, but she states that as a member of the Mizuha family, that's normal, and she doesn't need his praise. Ignoring the comment, Kusanagi pats her head and says that even so, she did a good job, leaving her stunned. Seeing this, Ryuji thinks that guy truly knows no fear. Meanwhile, Yuika panics, imagining her sister will be furious about the situation. To everyone's surprise, the light blue-haired girl just pushes his hand away and says she's not a child, and Kusanagi agrees. Faced with her calm reaction, Katsuragi Ryuji sighs in relief that she didn't get mad. Right after, he starts complaining that not even his father or sister have ever patted him on the head, clearly wanting the same treatment. Suddenly, a loud voice interrupts the conversation, shouting that he's finally found them and demanding a proper greeting. Nervously, Shido mentions he heard the newcomer wasn't coming, but the other man replies that he simply changed his mind. With a worried expression, the blonde man says he will introduce him to the group. With that, he announces that this is Fuka Shu, the eldest son of the noble Fuka mage family. Whispering, Shinju explains they have no choice but to seek the approval of a noble mage, and that's why he was forced to summon them. Kusanagi then recalls that the Fuka family ignored the school's request for help, and the other confirms they maintain their authority by responding selectively. Looking at the group, Fuka Sho questions why Japan's main magical unit is made up of just a bunch of students. Shido introduces Kusanagi Minato and explains that, for his deeds in stopping the disaster at the school, he was appointed captain of the unit. In disbelief, Fuka Sho questions how a commoner, who isn't even a noble, could have stopped the disaster. He then stomps hard on the ground and grabs the young man's uniform, yelling for the trash to not act superior to him. Seeing this, the whole team reacts with outrage, yelling for the noble to get away from Kusanagi immediately. With disdain, the other man comments on how commoners get emotional so easily, and then recognizes the two girls as the Mizuha daughters. Facing them, he comments with a smile that, apparently, not everyone here is trash. The noble mage just flashes a smug smile, clearly pleased with the situation. With that, Fuka announces that he will be the captain, but Shinju interrupts him, reminding him that the decision has already been made. Unconcerned, the noble proposes a contest, where the right to be captain will go to the unit that defeats the boss of the next calamity. Before Shido can protest, the other man declares the matter settled and leaves. Right after, he apologizes for not being able to stop him, but Kusanagi replies that it's fine and that now they just have to win. With determination, the three teammates declare in unison that they won't lose and won't let that man become the captain. Seeing the team's reaction, the black-haired young man just watches them in silence. On the training grounds of the Metropolitan Police Department, the team prepares. There, Kusanagi begins to ponder what to do, deciding the first step is to test his team's power. Kusanagi begins his first speech to the team, explaining the importance of magical power to everyone. He explains that magical power isn't just for casting spells, and then asks Katsuragi Ryuji to step forward. With that, the young man asks the other to hit him with all his strength, leaving him confused by the order. Even without understanding, Ryuji prepares for the blow and yells for the captain not to complain about the outcome later. Without hesitating, he charges forward and throws a full-force punch directly at Kusanagi's face. However, the punch is stopped by an energy barrier, and Kusanagi explains that this is the power of a magical barrier. As his teammate keeps trying to hit him, the other explains that with enough power, it's possible to use this defense naturally and even unconsciously. Watching the scene, the captain reveals that this ability is known as automatic magic. As soon as the other gives up, exhausted, Kusanagi advises him to remember that increasing magical capacity is the most important thing for a mage. From that moment on, the team's intensive training begins under the captain's tutelage. Even the other police officers who join the group participate in the rigorous power training. The girls also train their skills, running while firing off spells and creating magical shields. Later, Kusanagi reflects to himself that, besides training, they will also need anti-monster equipment. Over the phone, Shido desperately asks him to wait a bit longer for the equipment, as it seems impossible to get it right now. Faced with this difficulty, the young man concludes he'll have to make the equipment himself, even though he's never done it before. Looking through his things, Kusanagi wonders if there's anything in there he can use. Rummaging through the box, he finds a cheap but well-preserved ring, concluding it must be important. Even so, the young man realizes that won't be enough, and starts thinking about where he could go to buy materials. In the midst of his thoughts, his cell phone rings, and he notices it's a rare call from Mizu Haruka. As soon as he answers, the young man asks what's up, but finds the silence on the other end of the line strange. A moment later, the girl finally says he's the only one fit to be captain, and Kusanagi asks if she's trying to encourage him. Finding her attitude a bit awkward, he smiles and takes the opportunity to ask for a favor. With that, the young man asks if she'd be free the next day to go shopping, since he doesn't know where to buy accessories. On the other end, the light blue-haired girl asks if Yuika and the others are going too. He then clarifies that the invitation would be just for the two of them. With a smile, Kusanagi just asks what she thinks of the idea, leaving her at a loss for words. After a pause, the light blue-haired girl replies that she doesn't mind going with him. Relieved, Kusanagi suggests Harajuku would be a good place and arranges to meet her at the station at noon. As soon as she hangs up, Ruka stares at her phone with a thoughtful expression. With the date set, the young man figures he can buy the items for the members and decides to start crafting the equipment with the ring. Confident that everything will work out, he prepares himself and channels his energy into the small object. Far away, Yuika calls out to her sister, letting her know that dinner is ready. Getting no response, the girl finds the silence strange and wonders if her sister has fallen asleep. With that, she announces she's coming in and opens her sister's bedroom door. Upon entering, the young woman finds Ruka in front of the mirror, trying on a jacket. Completely surprised, the blue-haired girl is left speechless by the scene. Embarrassed, she apologizes for barging in, but the other girl just says she's on her way. As her sister gets ready, Yuika reflects that this is the first time she's seen her so excited and wonders if it's a date with Kusanagi. The next day, the black-haired young man waits at Harajuku Station as they had arranged. Hidden, Yuika watches the scene from afar, thinking she needs to conceal her presence so she won't be discovered. Right after, she questions why she's spying and mentally apologizes to both of them. While waiting at the meeting spot, Kusanagi observes the bustling crowd around him. Shortly after, Ruka arrives for the date, drawing everyone's attention with her presence. With that, the girl approaches and asks if she kept him waiting long. The young man, however, just replies that he just got there. Seeing the scene, two guys comment, impressed by the girl's beauty, and feel envious of her companion. Hidden, Yuika panics, seeing the two of them together and wonders what's going on. As they walk, the light blue-haired girl asks what he's looking for, and the young man replies that he needs rings. The young man then explains it's something like a gift, but that he actually needs several. Surprised, Ruka asks if he has that many partners, and Kusanagi confirms, yeah, more or less. Faced with his answer, the girl reminds him that Japan isn't a polygamous country, but he assures her he already knows that. With that, she suggests that if he's buying several, the more expensive ones are the best. and offers to take him to the right place. In one of the shops, the young man carefully observes the jewelry while Yuika spies on them from a distance. Even after searching at a street market, he stands with his arms crossed, unable to find what he needs. Back in another store, the young man comments on how surprisingly hard it is to find a sturdy, cheap ring. Even when they find something interesting, he feels something is still missing, and Ruka points out that one is also quite expensive. Watching from afar, Yuika wonders what they're talking so much about and why they're standing so close to each other. In one of the shops, a saleswoman approaches and offers to help them find a gift for his girlfriend. Quickly, Kusanagi tries to explain that she's not his girlfriend, but he's cut off. With an irritated expression, Ruka stresses that she is not his girlfriend, sending the saleswoman into a panic. Terrified, the woman apologizes and tells them to look around as much as they like while she flees the situation. With a hand on his head, the black-haired young man just laments the mess that just happened. In a coffee shop, the light blue-haired girl comments on how exhausted she is from walking so much in such a crowded place. While having a drink, the other agrees that it's hard to find what he's looking for and thinks about reconsidering his criteria. With that, Ruka admits she's not good at showing affection. Kusanagi then replies that he knows her personality well, and the girl agrees that he does. Spying from a nearby table, Yuika hears her sister confess that she can't even interact properly with her and that she hurt her because of it. The long-haired girl then concludes it would have been better for him to go shopping with the other girl, as she's just in the way. Instantly, the young man denies it and says that's not true. He then reminds her that she researched the store locations and put a lot of thought into the clothes she'd wear, even if it was just for herself. With a smile, Kusanagi says he wants her to know that her presence is a great help. Hearing his words, the light blue-haired girl's gaze softens. With a surprised expression, she just asks if that was really true. Watching from afar, Yuika reflects that she's never seen her sister make a face like that. In that same moment, the girl questions what she's doing there, spying on them. Faced with the situation, she decides it's better to go home and turns to leave. Later, Kusanagi celebrates excitedly, saying he's happy they found some decent rings. Ruka, however, comments on him buying 5, and the young man explains he needed 1 for each member. Kusanagi then smiles, pleased with the purchases he managed to make. At this, the girl comments that they'll be happy to receive a gift chosen with such care. The other, however, clarifies that the rings are for the unit's equipment, and that's why they'd be happy. Understanding the situation, the long-haired young woman just says that she gets what the goal was now. As they say their goodbyes, the young man thanks her again for her help, but she replies that there's no need to thank her. He then says he needs to repay her somehow, but the girl insists there's no need. Before she can finish her sentence, Kusanagi surprises her by showing her one of the rings he bought. With that, Kusanagi asks for her hand, and the girl, surprised, asks what he's doing. Before she can react, the young man takes her hand and puts the ring on her finger. Winking at her, he explains that it's the first special ring he's made and asks her to take good care of it. Blushing, the girl just thanks him and says her goodbye, but he tries to stop her, asking her to wait, but she doesn't listen and leaves anyway. The young man then thinks that he was about to explain about the equipment, but decides he can do it another time. Right after, the long-haired girl runs through the station without looking back. After getting some distance, she suddenly stops in her tracks. There, the young woman silently observes the ring she just received on her finger and gets all excited about it. Back at training, Kusanagi announces he's distributing the equipment and tells everyone to grab theirs. Holding one of the rings, an officer comments on a magical reaction, concluding it's anti-monster gear. The black-haired young man then explains that by infusing the rings with magical power, they can use level 1 wind magic. Surprised, Shiru asks where he got the rings, and Kusanagi simply replies that he made them himself. Faced with this revelation, the blonde man reflects that artisans capable of creating such items are almost non-existent nowadays. With a smile, he says the young man never ceases to surprise him. In the middle of the group, Yuika notices something different about her sister's ring. Seeing that the other girl has never worn that kind of ring before, she wonders if it was a gift from her date. With that, she panics, trying to figure out what happened after she left the day before. Meanwhile, Kusanagi explains that what the team lacks is rapid transportation, as they can't rely on ordinary vehicles. Hearing the explanation, Shinju agrees, remembering they've always been late for their missions. With that, the captain demonstrates how, with the new equipment, anyone can use the wind spell Aerial to reduce travel time. While floating in the air, he warns that it's just a basic spell and shouldn't be used for attacking. After the demonstration, Kusanagi encourages the others to try it on their own. Following the instructions, the team members start practicing, visualizing themselves jumping to activate the acceleration spell. Seeing the girl's success, Kusanagi praises her and says she did very well. With a proud smile, Yuika replies that she's been training in magic forever and that this was nothing to her. At the same moment, the black-haired young man feels a sharp pain, as if he's been hit by something. Seeing his reaction, the blue-haired girl starts to feel guilty, thinking it's punishment for spying on them. Changing the subject, Kusanagi asks about Ichikami Minato, and the girl confirms he's the person she admires most. She then explains that his magical power was 1 million and that he died fighting the demon god in the Great Calamity. When asked what happened next, the young woman says the noble ancestors contributed to the reconstruction and that the Mizuha family also played an important role. She continues, revealing that almost no documents from that era survived, so magic studies had to start over from scratch. As he listens, Kusanagi reflects that even though the death rate was high, many books should have survived. He then remembers storing that knowledge in various places for future generations. In the background, the training continues, and the young man concludes that current knowledge about magic is scarce and full of errors. Faced with the situation, he begins to wonder if it was all a coincidence or if someone else was behind it. Noticing the captain's worried expression, the blue-haired girl asks if he's okay, and the young man assures her he is. Even so, the young woman offers to listen if something is wrong, saying he can count on her. With a smile, Kusanagi thanks her and says her feelings are enough to help him. Kusanagi reflects that, considering the matter of the Dark Mage, he can't just involve Yuika in the situation. Furthermore, he continues his line of thought with a faint smile on his face. The young man then concludes that if the girl knew he was the Ichikami Minato she admired so much, she would probably faint. With clenched fists, Yuika declares with determination that she will keep doing her best. A week later, the team gathers again on the training field to continue their preparation. In front of everyone, the captain shouts for them to prepare and fire their spells. With that, Sanada Karin launches a level 2 holy magic attack. Right after, Shidu conjures a powerful level 3 lightning blast. Meanwhile, Katsuragi Ryuji uses level 4 earth magic to summon a shower of rocks. Together, the Mizuha sisters combine their powers and create a massive level 4 waterfall. Observing the training, Kusanagi reflects that everyone's level has increased and that even Sanada can now use offensive magic. However, he notes that what intrigues him most is the exceptional compatibility between the two sisters. The scene then focuses on Yuka as she concentrates her energy into the magic circles. Yuika remembers her and her sister practicing in a cave. As she trains, Yuka cries from the effort, determined to keep improving. Watching the scene, Kusanagi just smiles, satisfied with his team's progress. In front of everyone, he congratulates them, but warns them not to get complacent, as level doesn't indicate a mage's true strength. With that, the young man turns to Ruka and asks her to use a level 4 spell against him. Without hesitation, the light blue-haired girl conjures a powerful water spell over the training field. Facing the imminent attack, the captain prepares to defend himself without backing down. In response, he summons a simple level 1 wooden spear. To everyone's surprise, the wooden spell pierces through the water and completely neutralizes the attack. Shocked, Yuika and Shidu exclaim that a level 1 spell managed to nullify a level 4 one. Kusanagi then explains that although the level limits power, it doesn't mean a higher level spell is always stronger. He continues, revealing that compatibility between elements is also a crucial factor, and that water is weak against earth. As the team absorbs the lesson, the young man advises them not to get caught up in the idea of levels, but to master their spells instead. In the background, Shinju and Sanada Karin just watch the training in silence. The captain then concludes his speech, reminding everyone that by combining their powers, they will become even stronger. With renewed spirits, the entire team raises their fists and shouts in unison, motivated to continue training. Watching the training, Fukusho comments with disdain how hard life must be for commoners. When asked about his presence, the noble replies that he's bored and suggests they exterminate some monsters. Right after, he dismisses the idea, saying it's too much work and tells the police to handle it. Faced with the newcomer's attitude, the entire team reacts with looks of pure irritation. With open arms, the other one just laments out loud, saying he wishes the calamity would arrive soon. Suddenly, Yuka interrupts him and shouts for everyone to look at the sky. In that same instant, the sky turns red, and the girl announces that the calamity is finally upon them. With that, Fuka declares that the squad that defeats the boss first will have the right to be the leader, and that the game has begun. Faced with the calamity, Yuika announces that the event has finally begun. With that, Fuka declares that the first squad to defeat the boss will take the lead and that the game has begun. Outraged, Kusanagi's companions shout that they will never lose to someone like him. Paying them no mind, the noble dismisses them with disdain and uses wind magic to leave, leaving Yuika to complain that it was unfair. With that, Kusanagi says they will also head to the battlefield and reminds everyone to put on their headsets. He then declares this is the squad's first real fight, and they all depart together using their own magic. Meanwhile, a car speeds down a dark road. Beside the vehicle, Fuka is surprised by the transport's speed. He then yells that it's way too slow, enough to make him yawn. Watching the scene, Katsuragi, Ryuji, and Yuika wonder how he can be so fast with that body. Over the communicator, Kusanagi explains that their opponents are skilled in wind magic, and it will be hard for them to keep up. He then reflects that, although he could overtake them alone, the best strategy was not to rush while the civilians were safe. Far away, the noble scoffs at the team, yelling that they're nothing but a bunch of losers. Annoyed, the blue-haired girl says that even without hearing him, she's sure he's making fun of them. A short while later, Fuka lands amidst the destruction and announces he has finally reached his destination. Excited, Fuka yells that the calamity has begun and it's time to slaughter some monsters. With that, he and his men fire a series of wind spells at the creatures. The energy attacks hit their targets head-on, causing massive destruction. In the midst of the chaos, a civilian couple tries to escape. Seeing the noble, they call for help, but Fuka just orders his men to keep attacking. The wind spells graze past the couple, who scream in terror as they are nearly hit. Even with civilians in danger, the attacks continue to be fired in their direction. Suddenly, an energy barrier appears and blocks one of the spells at the last second. With his hand outstretched, Kusanagi protects the civilians and faces the other squad with a serious look. Engulfed by a dark aura, he turns to the noble and asks what he thinks he's doing. Facing the pressure, Fuka and his men are completely paralyzed with fear. Confused, the other man wonders what's happening and realizes he can't move. Meanwhile, the rest of the team arrives and asks the couple if they're okay. Over the communicator, Yuika yells at the other squad, demanding they not involve innocent people in their dispute. As soon as she finishes speaking, the noble regains his movement and wonders if it was Kusanagi who paralyzed him, but doubts the possibility. Dismissing it, Fuka yells that it's the civilians' fault for getting in the way of a noble mage. Outraged by what she heard, Yuka asks him what he just said. Ignoring the team's outrage, the noble orders his men to defeat the boss while he protects the commoners. Kusanagi then reflects that it would be easy to incapacitate Fuka, but that would make him look like he was running from the fight. With a smile, the young man concludes that this might be the perfect opportunity he was waiting for. Facing his team, he announces he will focus on protecting the civilians and asks the others to exterminate the monsters. Worried, Shidu asks if the captain can handle it alone, but Kusanagi cuts him off. With a confident smile, he calls himself the chief of the special anti-monster squad. Hearing the answer, the blonde man just comments that it was stupid of him to even ask. Motivated, Yuika shouts that they can't always depend on Kusanagi and must defeat the monsters on their own. With a gesture, the captain gives the final order and yells for them to advance and win for the team. With that, the squad charges into the attack, ready to face the creatures infesting the city. Together, they advance through a corridor of monsters, combining their spells to clear a path. Concentrating, the blue-haired girl prepares her water magic, creating 3 circles of power. Then, she fires a level 3 water jet that hits one of the creatures head-on. As she fights, Yuka reflects that before she couldn't do anything out of fear, but now she can defeat the demon soldiers. With a confident smile, the blue-haired girl realizes she has become much stronger. Far away, Kusanagi analyzes the situation and notices the large amount of magical energy spread across the battlefield. He concludes that rescuing the civilians won't be easy, but for him, the task would be simple. With that, the young man prepares to use his acceleration magic and take off at high speed. In another part of the city, Fuka and his men continue to fire wind spells non-stop. Suddenly, Yuika feels a different magical energy and wonders what it could be. Before her, a humanoid creature appears, and the girl wonders if it's a demon. Without wasting time, the noble declares the boss is his prey and prepares to show his true magic. His subordinates warn him that the opponent is a demon and can't be defeated with a level 4 spell. Ignoring the warning, the other man yells that, of course he can beat it, and that as a noble mage, it's only natural for him to win. With that, he casts a powerful level 4 windstorm against the creature. Faced with the attack, the monster just smirks with disdain, unfazed. In response, the creature summons a massive level 4 blaze of fire that rushes towards the wind spell. The fire spell completely consumes the windstorm, swallowing the noble's attack. In disbelief, Fukusho wonders how his invincible magic could have been overcome so easily. Without a second thought, he yells for his men to retreat and flee the explosion. The massive fireball advances and nearly hits a group of civilians screaming in despair. At the last second, Kusanagi appears and uses his wind magic to create a protective barrier. With that, he summons a giant wooden spear and launches it at the fiery explosion. The wood spell clashes with the fire magic, creating an impact that illuminates the entire area. Behind the protective barrier, the rest of the team was supporting the attack. With her face flushed from the effort, the blue-haired girl says she barely managed to save him. With a dark expression, she asks him why he involved civilians in the battle. The noble, however, replies that it's their fault for not running away, and they'd be better off dead if they were going to get in the way. Before he can react, the girl raises her hand and strikes him hard. The sound of impact echoes through the area, showing the force of the blow. From the slap, Fukusho screams in pain and is sent flying, crashing to the ground. Angrily, Yuka calls him a noble mage with no pride. Incredulous, he asks if she really dared to hit a noble like him. Ignoring him, the blue-haired girl says to leave that idiot behind and focus on the demons. Far away, Kusanagi regrets the confusion, but notes that the civilians are being safely rescued. As he watches the soldiers in action, he concludes that he also needs to keep an eye on the Calamity boss. Amidst the destruction, the demon prepares to attack, emanating a powerful aura. Hidden, one of Fuka's men says there's no way to beat the demons and that they should retreat. The noble, however, admits the creatures are strong, but asks them to wait a second. With a cunning smile, he suggests they let the other team weaken the monsters so they can deliver the final blow. His subordinates praise the idea, and Fuka tells them to wait for the right moment to strike. Meanwhile, Kusanagi's squad faces the demon boss and its immense energy. Yuika wonders if they can really win, but then immediately states that they have to try. With that, Katsuragi Ryuji yells that they must strike first with everything they've got. Without hesitation, the entire squad prepares and launches a powerful combination of spells at the enemy. All the combined spells hit the demon in a single, powerful impact. Amidst the smoke, Katsuragi Ryuji hopefully asks if they managed to defeat it. However, the creature emerges from the dust with a smile, completely unscathed. Engulfed in a dark aura, the demon boss reveals itself without a single scratch. Seeing this, the Mizuha sisters conclude the attack didn't work, and they need a level 4 spell to beat it. With that, the monster raises its arm and begins to conjure a massive sphere of fire. Seeing the attack form, Yuika yells for everyone to dodge as quickly as possible. The blue-haired girl then reflects that the enemy's power is more than double her own. As she dodges, she realizes the power gap is immense and that they can't win like this. Over the communicator, Kusanagi comments that it seems they're in trouble and offers some advice. From a nearby building, he simply says for everyone to work together. Annoyed, Yuika replies that they're already doing that, but the captain insists the key lies with her and Ruka. Before she can question him, he tells them to figure it out on their own and ends the call. Facing the demon's new attack, the light blue-haired girl realizes she has no time to waste. With no other choice, she dodges the fire sphere. The team gathers, and Ruka says Kusanagi's words must have a meaning and they need to think together. With that, Yuika remembers her sister's words and concludes that if Kusanagi has always guided them, she knows what she needs to do. With new determination, the blue-haired girl turns to her team, ready to take command. She then points out that while the demon's magic is powerful, its casting time is long, and they should focus on the smaller enemies. The young woman continues, instructing Shido and the others to attack from the east while they attack from the west, and that she'll give the signal. Though surprised, the others agree to the plan and prepare to follow her orders. Facing the demon, the blue-haired girl stares it down, waiting for the right moment to attack. With that, she begins a countdown, as the monster prepares to launch its fire sphere. As soon as the attack is fired, Yuika yells for everyone to dodge and attack at the same time. As the group moves, she uses her wind magic to reposition and counterattack. Watching from afar, Kusanagi reflects that Yuika has finally taken command and that she has a special talent for leadership. In the midst of battle, the blue-haired girl realizes her power isn't enough to win and wonders how they can. Desperate, she tries to remember what Kusanagi said before, searching for a clue in his words. Suddenly, the young woman has an epiphany and wonders if she's misunderstood everything all along. Even without being sure if the method will work, she decides it's a life or death situation, and she has to risk it. With the new strategy in mind, Yuika turns to her team and asks everyone to lend her their power. Watching from a distance, Fukusho wonders what they're trying to do. The entire team gathers, ready to follow the plan and combine their strength. While Shinju expresses his doubts, Ruka says she believes in her sister, as there are no other options. With that, the rest of the group agrees to take the risk. deciding they'll think of something else if the plan fails. Before them, the demon conjures a powerful level 5 fire pillar. The immense column of flames rushes towards the squad, threatening to consume them. The fire attack devastates everything in its path, giving the team no chance to escape. Annoyed, the noble complains that those incompetent fools got them caught in their trap. Alerted by his subordinate, Fukusho looks to the side, not understanding what's happening. Amidst the smoke, the entire squad emerges unscathed, leaping away from the blast. With that, Sanada Karin casts a level 1 holy healing spell. Ruka and Shinju also concentrate, releasing their energy to help with the defense. Watching the plan unfold, Kusanagi concludes it was a good move to use Sanada's healing to mitigate the damage. Kusanagi then watches Yuika and Ruka combine their energies into a single aura. Engulfed by the power, the two sisters begin to cast a spell of immense proportions. The captain reflects that when individual power is weak, the solution is to combine forces. With that, the girls fire a level 6 water blast, a grand magic spell that rushes towards the enemy. The creature roars in pain as it's hit head-on by the powerful water attack. Impressed, the other team members wonder how they managed to cast a level 6 spell. However, even after the attack, the demon is still standing, to everyone's surprise. Seeing the opportunity, Fukusho prepares to deliver the final blow and claim victory. Suddenly, energy vines trap him in place, and he wonders what's happening as he feels his strength being drained. Completely exhausted, the noble collapses to the ground, unable to move. Seeing this, Kusanagi simply laments the other's attitude and prepares to intervene. Noticing the demon has stopped moving, the team concludes it must be on the verge of death. With the battle's end, the sky begins to clear, and the calamity finally comes to a close. Amidst the destruction, the squad celebrates having defeated the boss and stopped the calamity. However, Katsuragi Ryuji runs worriedly towards the sisters, asking if they're okay. Completely exhausted, Ruka says her magic is completely gone. Beside her, Yuika also admits she can't move another inch. Lying on the ground, the younger one says they did it, and Ruka agrees that they've finally won. In a classroom, Kusanagi turns to his classmates and congratulates everyone, announcing they managed to stop the calamity. In the background, Sanada Karin watches and comments that even though it was the team's first formal mission, they've already proven their worth. Hearing the praise, Kusanagi gets excited and says he's sure everyone will keep getting stronger and stronger. Then, the young man addresses Yuika directly, pointing out that her growth has been truly exceptional. He continues, praising how precise the girl's instructions were and how impressive her ability to notice the great magic was. Faced with this, the young woman firmly denies having any prior knowledge and only then understands that it was called great magic. Completely surprised, Kusanagi asks her how she was able to pull that off without even knowing what it was. With a confident smile, Yuika replies that it was all thanks to the hint he gave, and the rest was just pure intuition. Observing the scene, the young man reflects that she might be even more extraordinary than he had initially imagined. Then, Kusanagi changes the subject, reinforcing that the girl's performance was incredible, especially since she managed to improvise on the spot. He then adds that, certainly, the harmony between her and Ruka as sisters also played a significant role in their success. Looking at a clock on the wall, the young man comments that it's almost time for something to start. Then, someone simply presses a button on a remote control, turning on a screen at the front of the room. On the screen, an official begins a statement, explaining that the reason for creating the special magic team was to strengthen the response to the growing number of demons and the calamity. During the broadcast, one of the reporters in the room asks if it's true that the leader who stopped the calamity is just a student. In response to the question, Shidu stands up and offers to answer, introducing himself as the team leader's representative. He then confirms that, as everyone had suspected, the squad leader is indeed a student at the academy. The revelation causes an uproar in the audience, with those present wondering in disbelief how a minor could hold such a position. With a serious expression, the young man explains that the boy possesses a power that far surpasses that of any noble mage. Next, he recalls that during the calamity at the academy, the noble mages didn't show up to help, leaving the police and citizens in a terrible situation. Emphatically, he slams the table and exclaims that, however, it was the squad leader who appeared at that moment and saved everyone. The representative then declares with conviction that he is certain the student is the savior who will carry this era, and there is no one more trustworthy for the role. Watching the announcement, Kusanagi thinks to himself that he wishes the other guy wasn't making such a big deal about it. Outraged, a man in the audience stands up and says that's a problematic statement, as forming a squad of rookies and ignoring the noble mages could take away their purpose. Soon others comment among themselves that it's true the nobles didn't act, and that their reputation is already notorious. even if some squads were abroad. Nervously, the official next to Shippu tries to de-escalate the situation, explaining that the police force values the nobles, and the team's creation is not intended to weaken them. Suddenly, a voice from the back of the room shouts for everyone to stop, causing all attention to turn to the door. As everyone looks, Fukusho reveals himself and asserts that the current leader is incompetent, declaring that a noble mage like him is the one who deserves the leadership. The young man then adds that ignoring him to hold a press conference is an extremely rude gesture, and he is immediately backed by his followers. Annoyed, Shidu confronts him and asks why he's there, reminding him that he lost the challenge. With a mocking expression, Fukusho pretends not to know what the other is talking about and claims not to remember promising such a thing. Then, he arrogantly declares that his words as a noble mage are absolute and that the peasants should just listen to him. At that moment, a reporter asks to ask a question, and Fuka, already calling himself the new leader, allows her to proceed. The journalist then confronts him, stating she received information that he didn't help the citizens during the calamity, and instead involved them in the fight. Caught off guard, Fuka vehemently denies it, stammering that there's no way that could have happened. Then, another reporter pressures him, claiming to have the same information and possessing videos and images to prove it. The audience erupts into chaos, with those present questioning if a noble mage could really do something like that, and stating that such behavior is unacceptable. Completely losing control, Fuka screams for the peasants to shut up, blaming them for getting in his way. Seizing the opportunity, Shippu addresses everyone and says that by now, everyone must have realized that the current noble mages are corrupt. He then declares that what they need are heroes who protect the people and fight selflessly like their squad leader. With that, Shindu shouts that they don't need nobles who don't protect their citizens. While the officials at the table look desperate about the situation, Fuka grinds his teeth in pure rage. As he storms out with his followers, he swears he will make everyone regret what they did to him. Back in the classroom, Kusanagi watches the scene on the screen and thinks that Shippu really got what he wanted this time. Excited, Yuika approaches the others showing a tablet and says that videos about the calamity are all over the place. She points to the screen and shows that the noble mages, especially the Fuka family, are receiving a lot of criticism for their actions. Seeing the backlash, Kusanagi silently reflects that the internet is a scary place where things spread way too easily. Suddenly, the girl lets out a scream, and the young man, startled, asks what happened. With a nervous expression, she shows her phone and says their faces also appeared in the recordings. On the screen, a clear image reveals they were completely filmed during the confrontation with the demons. With his head down, Kusanagi laments that hiding his identity will now be impossible, predicting things will get even more complicated. A week later, outside meeting room number 3, the situation had completely changed. As soon as he enters the place, the young man is stunned and questions what is happening there. He then realizes, without understanding why, that the room is completely packed with people watching the training. With a smile, Shidu appears and explains that suddenly, it became easier to get approval from the higher-ups, and that the number of applicants for the squad has increased. Then, he approaches the young man and admits he knows he went too far during the conference, but apologizes and promises to make it up to him. With his arms crossed, Kusanagi thinks to himself that his goal was to train mages, but he never wanted to draw attention to himself. With a smile, Yuika advises him to just give up and steel his resolve, because now the world can't take its eyes off him. As they walk away, the young man sighs and complains that, seriously, he doesn't want to attract any more attention than he already has. In a dark, abandoned place, a man is tied to a chair, completely subdued. Standing before him, a cold voice warns that he will ask one more time. Then, the interrogator presses a knife against the hostage's neck and demands that he tell everything he knows. With a sadistic expression, Kaga Shuji specifies that he wants all the information he has on the Black Mage. Desperate, the tied-up man insists he's already told everything he knew, explaining that he's just a young man capable of using powerful magic. Without hesitation, the Black Rebellion executive attacks the prisoner with the blade. While the other screams in pain, Kaga states he's sure he knows much more. With his body trembling, the hostage remembers a new piece of information and reveals that the police are moving on the Magic Academy to find the Black Mage. He then adds, "That's why there's a rumor the target might be a student," swearing he doesn't know anything else. In a disappointed tone, the man in the suit asks if the prisoner really expects to be set free, and then confirms that he will free him. He then clarifies that he will free him from the domain of life before silencing him forever with his weapon. Looking at the knife, the executive complains that the other's blood got his clothes dirty. Disgusted, he begins to clean himself, repeating over and over how filthy it was. After composing himself, Keiga reflects aloud on the possibility that the black mage is really a student. With a cruel smile, he thinks about how the agonized screams of a young person must sound magnificent. Finally, he turns to the darkness and sends a message, telling the black mage to just wait for him. In Shinjuku, a new battle against demons leaves a trail of destruction across the city. On a rooftop, Kusanagi watches the creature he just defeated, keeping himself hidden in the shadows. Suddenly he turns, sensing someone else is nearby. Just below, two men are recording the scene with their phones, clearly trying to get a shot of the vigilante. Seeing the monster on the ground, one of them comments that this could only be the work of the dark mage, while the other regrets missing the chance to film him in action. Looking at the scene, the young man reflects that he thought the buzz around his secret identity would have died down by now. He then realizes that even in quiet residential areas, people are still looking for him. With this, the young man wonders if maybe the world doesn't need the dark mage anymore. However, a strange noise from a nearby alley catches his attention. In the alley, a man is being violently pressured to pay a 10 million yen debt. Desperate, the debtor tries to argue, saying he only borrowed 100,000. Uncaring, one of the loan sharks replies that's what interest is for, as he prepares a magic attack to teach him a lesson. Seeing this, Kusanagi leaps from the rooftop to protect the defenseless man. At the last second, a protective barrier appears out of nowhere and completely blocks the fire attack. Terrified, the man who was being attacked uses the distraction to run away from the scene. Furious at the intrusion, one of the loan sharks asks who he thinks he is to meddle in their business. Soon both criminals are on the ground, completely defeated and begging him to stop, saying they won't resist anymore. Looking at the scene, Kusanagi reflects aloud that it seems the police still aren't dealing with illegal magic users. Hearing this, the men realize he might be the dark mage, remembering the rumor that underground organizations are looking for him. Without hesitation, the young man grabs one of them and demands to know more about this so-called underworld organization. Desperate, they beg to be let go and reveal they know nothing about the Black Rebellion, promising not to tell anyone about him. The vigilante then offers a deal, saying that if they tell him everything they know, he might let them go. Quickly, the man explains that the Black Rebellion is a secret organization of mages who stay out of the public eye to commit crimes and make a lot of money. The other adds that they have the support of the Yakuza and the Mafia, plus connections in business and politics to do whatever they want. Then they reveal there's a branch of the organization nearby in Kabukicho, and that they were hoping to join the group. After getting the information, Kusanagi simply knocks them out, leaving them both unconscious on the alley floor. He then remembers a comment from Sanada about the increase in illegal mage activity, connecting the dots to the Black Rebellion. With this new information in hand, the young man decides the situation is interesting to say the least. As he watches the city from a rooftop, he ponders that while dealing with criminals should be the Academy's job, maybe the Dark Mage should clean up the underworld. With newfound determination, he decides it's time to take down the Kabukicho branch. On the bustling streets of Kabukicho, the nightlife pulses with energy and excitement. Amid the crowd, Kusanagi walks in disguise and notes that modern entertainment districts are always so lively. From a higher vantage point, he notes that he can feel magic everywhere, but can't tell who belongs to the organization. Seeing some men with suspicious looks in an alley, the young man decides maybe he should start by interrogating them. Soon, one of them turns and confronts him, aggressively asking what he was staring at. However, after dealing with the attackers, the young man realizes they didn't know anything important. Next, he finds other suspicious men and, after taking them down, discovers they were carrying firearms. Using one of their phones, Kusanagi finds the name of a bar called Western. While holding the criminal, he asks him if that's where the organization's members meet. After getting the information confirmed, the young man leaves the man on the ground and runs toward his target, hoping the lead is real. Finally, he arrives at the Western Bar, the supposed meeting point for the Black Rebellion. Upon entering the bar, a purple-haired woman finds several men sitting at a table. She walks through the establishment, which at first glance seems like an ordinary quiet place. Soon, the young woman sits at the counter to speak directly with the man working there. Sliding a large sum of cash across the counter, she asks if he has any information available for her. The bartender then asks what she'd like to know, and the woman replies that she's looking for the Black Rebellion's hideout. With a serious expression, the man says she's asking the wrong question. Confused, she asks him to explain what he means by that. He then suggests the right question would be what's going to happen to her next, as the other customers get up and surround her. One of the men approaches and comments that he heard someone was investigating their business, but he didn't imagine it would be a woman. At that moment, she realizes she's walked into a trap and was lured to the location with false information. The group's leader orders the others to capture her, but to keep her alive, as they all prepare their attacks. In a swift move, the woman defends herself with an energy shield, blocking the first assault. She then realizes she needs to escape and runs toward a door at the back of the bar. However, one of the attacks hits her squarely in the back, making her scream in pain. Wounded, the informant falls to the floor, completely surrounded with nowhere to run. As the men surround her, one of them comments that he doesn't mind tough women, while the other already fantasizes about having her for himself. Lying on the floor, the woman laments that she couldn't do anything, silently apologizing to someone named Kai. Soon, one of the thugs reaches out to grab her by the hair. However, before he can touch her, the bar door opens and Kusanagi enters the place. Confused, the criminals turn to the newcomer, wanting to know what he wants there. Ignoring them, the young man walks directly to the counter where the bartender is. With surprising calm, he sits down and asks if the members of the clandestine magic organization are gathered here. Enraged, the group's leader asks if he's out of his mind and if he realizes the mess he's in. Then, he grabs him by the shoulder and tells him to go home and hide under his mommy's skirt. Without hesitation, the young man answers with a solid punch that lands square on his face. The impact sends the man flying hard into the wall, which cracks instantly. Completely stunned by the force of the blow, the man can only call for his mom amidst the debris. The scene leaves everyone present, including the woman, completely paralyzed in shock. Still in shock, the informant thinks that no ordinary person could do that and wonders if it was magic, since she didn't see him cast anything. As the woman wonders who this young man is, the bartender realizes his information was wrong and that there are first-class mages here. Then, the young man turns to the others and calls them scum for attacking a woman, stating that the Black Rebellion thugs are rotten to the core. Scared, one of the criminals orders the others to kill him, shouting that there's no way they can lose if they all attack together. Dodging a fire attack, the young man moves forward. Watching the fight, the woman thinks that no matter how strong he is, the numerical advantage in an enclosed space is too great. Concluding he doesn't stand a chance of winning, she then desperately yells for him to run. Ignoring the warning, the young man simply dodges another fire attack with a swift move. With a tired expression, the young man just sighs at how much work this is going to be. With impressive speed, the young man moves across the room, easily dodging the magic attacks. He approaches the first goon and hits him with a quick blow to the face. Next, he lands a direct punch on another attacker's chin, who can barely see the motion. Without losing momentum, the young man takes down two more men with a series of kicks and punches. Then, he leaps onto another and knocks him out with an overhead strike. One by one, all the group members are quickly neutralized with swift, precise attacks. Faced with the scene, the woman lets out a startled scream as she sees one of the men fall right in front of her. She's left completely stunned, trying to process what she just witnessed. In a matter of seconds, all the criminals were already down and unconscious on the bar floor. Completely shocked, the informant wonders how he moved so fast and what kind of magic he used. Cornered, the last man standing asks, stammering, who the hell he is. Firmly, the young man introduces himself as the Black Mage, the one who will annihilate the Black Rebellion. After settling the situation, he then walks toward the woman who was still sitting on the floor. Still processing the scene, she thinks that he defeated everyone in an instant and could only be an elite mage. Then, the young man approaches and crouches down to speak directly to the informant. As he gets closer, the informant notices he looks to be the age of a high school student, but has striking eyes. Then, the young man makes sure she isn't hurt, and the woman, a bit surprised, confirms she's all right. After standing up, he walks toward the bartender, who is still cowering behind the counter. In a threatening tone, the young man leans over the counter and demands the man tell him everything about the organization. Desperate, the bartender refuses to talk, shouting that they'll kill him if he opens his mouth. With a single strike, Kusanagi destroys part of the counter, passing inches from the other's head. He then warns him that this will be his last chance to talk about the organization. Terrified, the man yells that he'll tell him everything, just begging the young man not to cut him in half. He then reveals that the organization's base is in Tokyo, with branches that go far beyond Kabukicho. With a trembling voice, the bartender explains that the local branch's chief is a dangerous man, a mage with a lot of influence in the underworld. However, when asked about the branch's location, he swears he doesn't know, as low-level members only get the unimportant jobs. Realizing the man truly doesn't have the information, Kusanagi understands he's back at square one. As he walks away, he concludes that to find what he needs, he'll have to hunt down more illegal mages. Then, the woman approaches and thanks him for saving her, saying she can't even imagine what would have happened if he hadn't been there. Unfazed, the young man replies he was just passing by, but questions why she got involved in something she knew was dangerous. The woman notes that he's quite harsh, and the young man confirms he is, especially with adults. She then asks if he's also looking for the Black Rebellion's branch and what he plans to do when he finds it. Without any hesitation, Kusanagi answers directly that his only intention is to destroy it completely. Hearing his answer, the informant realizes he's serious and fully determined to go against the organization. She then thinks that, although he's powerful, he won't be able to do it all alone, just as she can't either. With a new idea in mind, the woman gets closer and suggests that perhaps the two of them should join forces to achieve their goals. The young man stares at her and asks suspiciously why he should team up with her. With a smile, she introduces herself as a detective and explains she has better access to information and connections, but lacks his strength. In her thoughts, she concludes that he is the real Black Mage, even more powerful than the rumors said, and that working with him could help her. The young man summarizes the proposal, understanding she's offering information in exchange for his strength, and she confirms it sounds like an ideal partnership. With that, the detective extends her hand and formally invites him to join forces with her. As he watches her, the woman calls him by his title, Black Mage, waiting for his answer. Offering a handshake, the detective invites him to join forces, calling him the Black Mage. He watches her in silence, considering the offer he just received. The young man reflects that while he needs information, he doesn't know if he can trust her, but concludes he can just cut ties if things go wrong. With that, he accepts the deal and shakes her hand, making it official that they will work together from now on. Once the partnership is formed, the woman formally introduces herself as Leona. When asked for his name, the young man simply replies that he is the Black Mage, but she finds the title too long and asks for a shorter one. He then says he doesn't have another name and that she can call him whatever she wants. With a smile, Leona suggests the nickname Chrono, and he agrees that it's fine with him. With that settled, the hooded young man crosses his arms and asks why those men were attacking her. The detective explains that she was looking for the Black Rebellion's hideout when she fell into their trap. He calls her careless, but she immediately retorts, saying she doesn't need his warning and knows how to protect herself. However, Leona admits she's aware of her weakness, but had no other choice, as no one dares to go against the organization. She then reveals that renegade mages have been running rampant in Kabukicho since the police can't handle them, and the calamity at the same time. Hearing this, Chrono recalls hearing something similar about the lack of personnel to deal with all the recent threats. He then looks at the woman beside him, who clenches her fist, showing her determination. Chrono notes that her situation seems quite complicated. With a somber expression, Leona reveals her younger brother was attacked by renegade mages. She then begins to explain that she's been taking care of him since their parents died a few years ago. The detective explains she worked non-stop just to support him and give him a decent life. Even though he felt lonely, the boy never complained, not even once. However, one day, a burglar broke into their house, and her brother ended up witnessing everything. The intruder, who was a renegade mage, used his magic to attack the defenseless child. The boy was hit squarely by the fire spell, falling gravely injured. Back in the present, the young man asks if her brother was badly hurt, and Leona confirms he hasn't regained consciousness yet. Angrily, she explains the doctor doesn't know when he'll wake up, and that he's only 9 years old. The woman then reveals the culprits were members of the Black Rebellion, and that, although they were arrested, it's not enough for her. Hearing this, he deduces she's seeking revenge, but the detective denies it, saying she wants to make things right so no one else has to go through this. She admits she has no power to fight, but she looks him in the eye and asks if he can take on the Black Rebellion. In silence, the young man reflects that she doesn't seem to be lying and is, without a doubt, a strong woman. Finally, he decides that deep down, he doesn't hate desperate types like her. With an air of superiority, he agrees to the partnership, but only if she proves herself useful. Confidently, Leona replies that he shouldn't underestimate a detective's network, revealing she's already located several potential hideouts. She explains she's been cautious, as there are many locations and they might be linked to the Yakuza or the Mafia, and he then demands she give him all the locations. Surprised by the order, the woman asks what he intends to do with the information. Without hesitation, the young man replies that he'll simply raid all the hideouts she finds. Frightened, the detective calls him reckless, warning that no matter how strong he is, it would be like walking to his own death. With total confidence, he guarantees he won't die because, after all, he is the Black Mage. Though hesitant, Leona decides to go with him, even after the young man warns her she could die too. He then asks her what would happen to her brother, and the woman replies that if she dies, he'll at least get the life insurance money. With a serious expression, the young man states that money is worthless compared to family, and that she should never say she's okay with dying. Annoyed, Leona yells that strong people like him would never understand what it's like to be weak. In tears, she vents about the pain of living righteously only to be oppressed by scum and trying to fight back even when being beaten down. She then asks in despair what she and her brother did to deserve all of this. Completely exhausted from her outburst, the woman tries to catch her breath. Faced with the scene, the hooded young man just watches her in silence, unsure how to react. As he starts to walk, the woman asks what he's doing. Without walking away, the young man asks her to give him the locations of the hideouts. In a determined tone, he states that they're going to teach the criminals a lesson, not just watch them. Wiping away her tears, Leona agrees, confirming that's exactly what they'll do. As they go out into the street, the detective remarks it'll be a long walk, but he replies they won't have to. Then the young man gets close to her, preparing for something unexpected. Before she can react, he scoops her up into his arms and just tells her to hold on tight. Completely surprised by his action, the woman is left confused about what's happening. Meanwhile, in an office, 3 men who look like mobsters are gathered. Suddenly, they hear a noise from the window and wonder what it could be. Without warning, Chrono and Leona crash through the window and burst into the room, leaving everyone in shock. From the impact, one of the men falls on top of another, who yells in surprise at the weight. After landing, the young man looks around and confirms this is the Black Rebellion's hideout. Outraged, the criminals get up, one with a gun and the other with a sword, and demand to know who they are. With surprising calm, the young man just comments that the Yakuza haven't changed much over time. The group's boss approaches and demands to know who the hell they are, calling the young man a brat. Without hesitating, the young man turns and introduces himself as the Black Mage, to everyone's surprise. Completely furious with the answer, the boss shouts that the kid has lost his mind and orders his men to kill them at once. Before the fight begins, the young man warns Leona to stay close, and she readily agrees. A moment later, one of the goons lunges with a sword, ready to strike the young man. However, the blow is blocked by an energy barrier that materializes out of thin air. Completely stunned, the man wonders what the hell is happening, unable to comprehend how his attack failed. Seeing this, the other criminals open fire on the pair. Just like the sword, the bullets are also stopped in mid-air by the protective barrier. Panicked, the men scream that guns and blades are useless, calling them monsters. Ignoring the commotion, the vigilante walks straight toward the group's boss. He then stares the man down and asks if his group is connected to the Black Rebellion. The man in sunglasses just watches, breaking out in a cold sweat. His body trembling, the boss can't hide his terror. In a fit of rage, he snaps, screaming that the kid is underestimating the Yakuza and won't get out of here alive. Immediately, all his men charge in again with everything they've got. As their attacks are blocked again, Leona wonders how they're unhurt, while Chrono simply remarks on how stubborn the group is. Realizing there are no mages among them, the young man concludes they're not connected to the organization and decides to end this quickly. With a war cry, the boss declares the kid's life is over and orders his men to kill him. However, the young man simply leaps and lands a powerful kick on all of them at once. On impact, the criminals are thrown against the wall, screaming in pain as they're defeated. In the blink of an eye, all the Yakuza members were already down and unconscious on the floor. Completely shocked, Leona asks if that was all it took to finish them all off. Next to the broken window, the young man says it seems they found nothing there, and it's time to head to the next location. The detective then observes the Black Mage's strength and thinks that maybe he really can take down the Black Rebellion once and for all. Suddenly, the young man sweeps her into his arms again, leaving her speechless. Immediately, the woman starts screaming, begging him not to carry her through the skies again. After going through several hideouts, they arrive at a place where the criminals are already defeated. At another base, the men bow in submission before the vigilante's overwhelming power. Tired of the situation, Chrono wonders why they always attack and if the Yakuza are just a bunch of idiots. Her body trembling, Leona replies that they aren't very smart and asks if he really expects them to listen. Then, she complains and asks them to stop entering places by flying as she's had enough of heights. Not understanding the problem, the young man replies he thought it was fine, since it was just the Yakuza. Tired of the argument, Chrono finally agrees and says that this time, they'll do things her way. Soon, they arrive at a new address and ring the doorbell to announce their arrival. Opening the door, an older man faces them and bluntly asks who they are. Without hesitation, the young man replies that they'd like to ask some questions about the Black Rebellion. Instantly, the man denies knowing the organization, yells for them to get lost, and slams the door shut. Faced with this reaction, Leona just covers her face, frustrated by the lack of progress. Without wasting time, the young man simply kicks the door down, surprising everyone inside. Immediately, the men get up and shout, asking if this is a break-in and what clan they belong to. Ignoring the aggression, Kusanagi tries to say they just want to ask about the Black Rebellion. Before he can finish, the group's leader lunges forward, yelling for the kid to get out while throwing a punch at him. However, the young man easily dodges and counters with a single blow that takes him down instantly. With the man on the ground, the vigilante just scolds him, saying he should learn to listen when someone is talking. The other henchmen watch in shock, not understanding how their boss was defeated so easily. He then turns to the others, and already preparing for the next question, asks where their real boss is. From the back of the room, an older man named Oshiro reveals himself as the leader and asks what brought them there. In a serious tone, Kusanagi asks if that clan has any connection to the Black Rebellion. Immediately, one of the henchmen gets angry at the disrespectful question and curses the young man for his audacity. However, before the situation worsens, Oshiro shouts and orders his subordinate to stop at once. The boss then orders everyone not to touch the young man, explaining that he's not someone they can handle. Answering the question, the clan leader denies any relation to a despicable organization like the Black Rebellion, stating that his group values honor. Hearing this, Chrono asks if he knows where the organization's hideout is and promises to leave if he gets the information. Soon, the tension in the room dissipates, and everyone sits down to talk civilly, much to Leona's surprise. Oshiro introduces himself again, and the young man identifies himself as Chrono, the Black Mage, followed by Leona, who also states her name. Pointing to a map, the boss reveals the location of the Black Rebellion's hideout, as far as he knows. After giving the information, he states that's all he has and he doesn't know any other locations. Checking the information, the young man realizes it matches the locations Leona had suggested, increasing their chances of finding the right hideout. He then looks at the detective and thinks that maybe she's more reliable than he initially thought. Oshiro then asks if they aren't part of the same business, but Chrono denies it, stating the Black Rebellion is an enemy force. The young man adds that they've gone as far as to hurt respectable individuals, and the boss agrees. Annoyed, Oshiro replies that the Yakuza also have their principles and asks not to be compared to trash. Hearing this, Chrono reflects that it's interesting that people like that still exist, even within the Yakuza. Standing up, Kusanagi announces that since they got what they wanted, they'll be leaving as promised. As they head for the exit, the clan leader warns them, asking if they really plan to fight the Black Rebellion, as rumors say they have connections with influential people. Unfazed by the warning about powerful opponents, the young man shows complete confidence. He then sweeps Leona into his arms once more and states that he's faced many enemies like them before. Desperate, the woman screams that she doesn't want to go through that again, as he leaps through the window into the night sky. As they fly across the city, the Yakuza boss thinks that maybe he really does have a chance to end the Black Rebellion. In a warehouse, two groups of men gather for what seems to be a secret deal. With a smile, one of the leaders inspects the goods being offered. A moment later, one of his subordinates opens a briefcase and confirms the quality of the weapons checks out. Then, the briefcase of weapons is swapped for another one, full of cash. The payment is verified, confirming the agreed-upon amount is all there. With the deal done, the two leaders shake hands, agreeing it was good business. Satisfied, the red-haired man remarks that this place is full of people grown soft by peace, making it the best country for his business. He and the other leader then start laughing together, celebrating the operation's success. Suddenly, the celebration is interrupted when Chrono smashes through a window and bursts in. He lands in the middle of the warehouse, shielding Leona. Immediately, the men surround them, ready to fight, demanding to know who the intruder is. With surprising calm, Kusanagi simply says he's finally found them. Holding the detective in his arms, he then announces that he's facing the Black Rebellion. As he gently sets Leona down, he wonders aloud how many mages are present. Sizing up his enemies, Chrono realizes that all members of the Black Rebellion and about half the Mafia men are magic users. Meanwhile, a recovered Leona hides behind a container and starts recording the whole scene on her phone. Furious at the intrusion, the red-haired leader screams, demanding to know who the hell he is. Unfazed, Chrono simply sighs, remarking that villains always start with that same line. With an imposing stance, he introduces himself as the Black Mage, revealing he's come to annihilate the Black Rebellion. The revelation leaves both leaders completely shocked and in disbelief. A moment later, all the criminals in the warehouse burst into hysterical laughter at the young man's declaration. In a mocking tone, the red-haired man asks what a brat like him could possibly do alone. However, before they can react, a massive fiery explosion erupts from nowhere, engulfing all the henchmen at once. With his hand outstretched toward his enemies, the vigilante firmly declares he will take them all down. Enraged, the leaders order their men to kill him, and they all unleash a combined attack of fire and energy against him. However, all the attacks are easily blocked by an invisible barrier surrounding him. He then reflects that indoors, he can only use level 2 magic, since anything stronger would destroy the warehouse. Terrified, the men shout that not even bullets are hitting him, and their attacks aren't working. The leaders panic, unable to understand how he emerged completely unscathed from the combined assault. Watching the scene, Chrono realizes their panic isn't entirely baseless, since that wasn't even magic. Regaining his confidence, the mafia boss reminds the other they still have one last resort. With a smirk, he tells the black mage to enjoy his confidence while it lasts, and the young man notices they've suddenly cheered up. A moment later, a henchman appears with a gas mask and a grenade, much to the young man's surprise. Immediately, Chrono puts on a mask and yells for Leona to get out of the warehouse. Without hesitation, the detective obeys and runs for the nearest exit. The henchman then throws the grenade, but the young man kicks it away, trying to avoid the smoke. He then tries to use wind magic to disperse the gas, but it's already too late. Wearing masks, the leaders taunt him, saying not even he can resist poison gas. Facing the cloud of smoke, they celebrate, declaring it's game over for the Black Mage. Eagerly, the leaders walk into the smoke, saying they can't wait to see the Black Mage's lifeless face. However, as they draw closer, they're met with an unexpected sight. In the middle of the smoke, a mysterious figure stands, completely unharmed. Then, Chrono reveals himself without a scratch, to everyone's utter astonishment. In shock, the criminals wonder how he managed to survive the gas attack. The young man explains that by circulating the air with wind magic, a threat like that is nothing to him. With a determined look, he asserts that a superior mage like himself cannot be defeated by poison. Absolutely terrified by this revelation, the leaders back away, unsure of what to do. In desperation, one of them yells to call for backup, but the other replies that no one is answering. With a smile, Chrono says of course they aren't, because he's already taken care of all of them. Images of several destroyed hideouts flash through the criminals' minds as they realize they're all alone. The young man then informs them they are the only ones left and should prepare for what's coming. Terrified, the two leaders look at each other, knowing they have nowhere to run. With everyone else defeated, the young man prepares to finish the job and put an end to the Black Rebellion once and for all. After defeating everyone in the warehouse, Chrono notices a noise and questions who else is there. Suddenly, a figure emerges from the shadows holding Leona hostage, praising the young man for doing it all alone. With a blade to the detective's neck, the man suggests they negotiate their next move. Then, Kaga Shuji reveals himself and, with a sadistic smile, addresses the Black Mage directly. Silently, Chrono analyzes the situation and realizes the distance between them is too great for a combat technique. He then plans to activate a first-level spell to make Kaga drop the knife, but something stops him. Before he can act, the man in the suit warns him not to try anything reckless, unless he wants to see the woman die. Kusanagi is surprised, realizing the other man was able to sense his magical power even from a distance. He then gauges the enemy's power, estimating it to be around 40,000, which classifies him as a high-level mage. With a trembling voice, Leona apologizes for being caught so carelessly. Unfazed, he reassures her and promises he will save her no matter what. Irritated by their conversation, Kaga yells for them to stop ignoring him, questioning if they understand the situation they're in. He then declares he is the god of this place and will kill the woman if the boy dares to make a move. Faced with the threat, Chrono simply replies that he understands and won't do anything. With the situation under control, the executive formally introduces himself as Kaga Shuji, head of the Kabukicho branch of the Black Rebellion. Satisfied with their cooperation, he smiles and continues the conversation. The man in the suit reveals his boss sent him to investigate the Black Mage with orders to try to recruit him, and if that wasn't possible, to eliminate him. He then explains that he tortured people involved with the vigilante and was finally close to getting the information he needed. However, he laments that things didn't go as planned. Angrily, Kaga yells that he never imagined the Black Mage was just a brat who wanted to destroy the branch. He then presses the blade harder, making a small cut on Leona's neck. Kusanagi watches the scene in silence, remaining calm in the face of the provocation. Noticing his reaction, the executive apologizes and pulls the knife back slightly. He then composes himself and says he got carried away by emotion, stating that killing a hostage would be pointless. However, as he cleans the blade, he comments on how beautiful the woman's blood is. With a sick look, the man in the suit reflects that blood is indeed beautiful, but only when you're watching someone else's. He then asks what the terms of negotiation are, but quickly stops himself, remembering something. With a sadistic smile, Kaga reveals his proposal is simple. From this moment on, he will torture and kill the black mage. He continues, explaining that the boy can refuse and run away, but in that case, the woman will die in his place. With the knife in hand, the executive pressures him to choose between his own life and the detective's. Without hesitation, Chrono replies that he accepts the torture, to the enemy's surprise. Impressed, Kaga praises his spirit of self-sacrifice, calling it wonderful. The young man then silently reflects that no kind of attack will work on him, meaning the torture will have no effect. With a smile, the executive asks the boy to contain his enormous magical barrier, as there would be no point in torturing him if he's protected. Hearing the proposal, Leona realizes the boy was able to block all the previous attacks thanks to a magical barrier. She then realizes that if he contains the barrier, he'll be vulnerable, and the boy admits to himself that he was careless. With no other choice, he undoes his protection, leaving himself completely exposed. With the barrier down, Chrono asks if the other man is satisfied, and Kaga immediately casts a paralysis spell. The executive shouts for the young man not to move, relishing the pleasure of finally having him in his grasp. He then declares that he will torture him slowly with his first-level spell, without killing him right away. With a sadistic smile, the man in the suit says there's no way he can stop now that he's having so much fun. Unable to resist, the boy falls, completely paralyzed by the attack. Desperate, Leona screams Chrono's name, feeling guilty for everything that has happened. As Kaga prepares for the final blow, thankful for the pleasure the situation has brought him, he bids the black mage farewell. However, the detective decides she won't let him kill him, as the boy is her only hope. Before the attack is launched, Kaga interrupts her, saying he can see right through her intentions. With the woman already on the ground, Kaga approaches and laments that a great man like the Black Mage has to die because of her. He then says it's a fitting end for a stupid woman and prepares to kill her. However, before he can attack, Chrono breaks free from the paralysis and stops him. With a single punch, the boy hits him squarely, making him drop the knife instantly. The executive falls backward, completely defeated by the unexpected blow. Standing over the other man's body, the young man states that the only one worth pitying here is him. Confused, Leona approaches and asks how he's okay, remembering he had deactivated his magical barrier. With a smile, the boy explains that just before the spell hit him, he raised a small barrier so the other man wouldn't notice. Impressed, the detective says that's not simple at all, and that only he could pull off a trick like that. He then approaches her and starts using healing magic on the wound on her neck, telling her not to worry. Relieved, the woman thanks God that she's safe, but her celebration is cut short. Kaga gets up furiously, shouting about how she can thank God in a situation like this. Kusanagi observes that even after the blow, the man didn't pass out, and acknowledges that he's actually pretty good. With a bloodied face, the executive screams, outraged at how the young man dared to hurt him like that. Completely out of control, Kaga envelops himself in a fiery aura and yells that instead of torture, he'll burn him to death. Watching the other's magical power increase, Chrono just confirms to himself that, as he suspected, the man was hiding his true strength. Right after, the executive conjures multiple magic circles and shouts for his targets to burn until nothing but ashes remain. With that, a massive pillar of fire and lightning rushes toward the two, filling the entire hallway with its overwhelming energy. Terrified, Leona realizes it's a 4th-level composite spell and screams that there's no way they can block something so powerful. Soon, the overwhelming attack completely engulfs them, leaving no chance for escape. The detective screams in pure fear, bracing for the worst as the flames draw near. However, Chrono extends his hand and prepares to counterattack. An energy barrier forms around them, completely blocking the fire and lightning spell. Kusanagi then wonders how a 1st-level spell was able to stop a 4th-level one, not understanding how it was possible. Inside the barrier, he looks at the detective and reflects on the strange sense of relief he feels in that moment. He then turns to his enemy, who glares at him and wonders who the hell he is. Amidst the flames, Kaga begins to laugh maniacally, celebrating his opponent's strength. With a sadistic smile, he praises the Dark Mage's power, but reveals he already expected his attack wouldn't work and that he still has a trick up his sleeve. The executive then wonders why the other's magic isn't fading, as it should have disappeared by now. Calmly, Chrono explains that it's a sustainable magic, leaving Leona confused by the term. He then reveals that normally you can't use multiple spells at once, and that the magic dissipates. But by layering his own magic, the previous spell continues. The young man adds that the same principle applies to his basic flight technique, and that without it, he wouldn't be able to fly. Annoyed, Leona thanks him for the explanation, but yells that there's no time for that, as the barrier is about to give way. Calmly, the young man replies that if he can explain it, it's because he knows how to perform the technique. He then states that therefore he can obviously use sustainable magic too, and that it's very easy for him, Incredulous, Kaga doesn't understand how the other can also use sustainable magic, stammering that it's impossible. Facing the scene, Leona warns him that his magic won't work and advises him to give up while he still has the chance. The executive seems to be in pain for a moment, recoiling with his body trembling. However, with a psychotic smile, he reveals he was just kidding, leaving the woman utterly terrified. He then admits the young man is strong and that it would be difficult to beat him normally, but he still has a trick up his sleeve. Inside the barrier, Leona starts to feel immense heat and has trouble breathing, growing weaker and weaker. With an air of superiority, Kaga asks if they know what happens when you create an enclosed space surrounded by flames, explaining that the oxygen runs out. This means, according to him, that the barrier becomes useless, as it can't block the lack of air and the rising temperature. With a shout, he pressures them to choose whether they prefer to keep suffocating inside the barrier, or, as an alternative, if they'd rather come out and burn to death outside. Faced with the threat, he demands that the dark mage make his choice. However, in the midst of a life-or-death situation, Chrono simply yawns, looking completely bored. Disbelieving, Kaga doesn't understand how the young man could yawn in a situation like that. With a disarming calm, Chrono replies that he understands the situation, perhaps even better than he does. The executive then accuses the young man of doing something to change the situation, but points to Leona, saying she's on the verge of death. However, the detective realizes she's no longer suffocating and that the temperature inside the barrier has returned to normal. Completely shocked, the man in the suit can't understand what happened. Kusanagi then explains that the other's fire magic heats the atmosphere, but that he seems unaware that magic also has effects on the atmosphere. Not understanding, Kaga asks him what he's talking about. Chrono reveals that a magical barrier is a mix of the caster's magic and nature's, and that magic exists in the atmosphere and has its own properties. With that, he begins to use the surrounding magic to manipulate the atmosphere inside the barrier. A wave of energy spreads, and the young man starts pulling air from the outside in. He then explains that the magic itself is both air and a shield, and asks if the lesson was educational enough. Fallen on the ground, Kaga screams that it's impossible, not understanding how his perfect tactics could have failed. Still enveloped in his aura, the vigilante approaches and says he won't let him pass out, asking if he truly enjoys torture. In a cold tone, Chrono says that if that's the case, he should feel the same pain his victims felt. He then uses a magic that directly affects Kaga's senses, making him scream in agony. With a dark expression, Kusanagi reveals the technique's name, Shadow Zone. Completely disoriented, the executive wonders where he is, unable to understand what happened. In despair, he realizes he can't speak, hear, see, or feel absolutely anything. Screaming for help in an endless void, he wonders what this place is. Back in reality, Kaga's body convulses on the ground, his eyes rolled back and his mouth foaming. With the enemy defeated, Chrono tells him to pay for his sins in the depths of darkness. Seeing sirens approaching, Leona comments that someone must have reported the location. He then prepares to leave, but the woman panics, realizing they're going to fly again. Screaming in protest, she is scooped into his arms and carried into the night sky once more. Watching the police cars below, Chrono states that the Kabukicho branch has been destroyed and that he now needs to clean up the next district. With a serious expression, Leona approaches and asks him to let her be his ally. She admits she's powerless, but has information and connections, and that she needs his help. With a smile, the detective says she just realized his weak spot is people asking for help. With a smile, Chrono accepts the proposal and says he looks forward to working with her from now on. Excited, Leona replies that they'll definitely work together. She then offers to handle public relations and gather allies, but the young man is surprised by the mention of public relations. On the next morning's news, a reporter announces that a large number of members from the secret organization of illegal mages have been arrested. It is also reported that the dark mage was involved in the arrests, but the case is still under investigation. Suddenly, the journalist interrupts the broadcast with breaking news, revealing a message from the anti-illegal mage organization led by the Dark Mage. In the video, a mysterious figure introduces themselves as part of the group Shadowbringer, the annihilator who has risen to exterminate illegal mages. He then declares that any injustice committed by them will be unacceptable, no matter who the culprit is. Upon seeing the news, Kuroi Akuto, the president of the Black Rebellion, becomes enraged and punches the wall hard. With hatred in his eyes, he curses the Dark Mage for his audacity and interference. One of his subordinates tries to calm him down, saying there's no need to get upset, as the Dark Mage is insignificant. Another man agrees and reminds Kuroi that the Black Rebellion has him in their ranks. With an air of superiority, Fuka Jin, the noble mage and head of the Fuka family, reveals himself as the organization's great trump card. While talking with Fukujin, a man in glasses declares he's always been skeptical of the noble mages. He continues, stating that during the calamity, they barely responded, which he considers an unacceptable outrage. Because of this, the man argues that the special magic unit is far more effective and even questions the need for noble mages. Upon hearing such a question, Fukujin reacts immediately and casts a green magic circle over the table. Right after, the noble turns to a subordinate and orders them to bring Shu to him at once. With a determined look, he declares he will show everyone what happens when they dare to challenge the magic nobility. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to New York City, which is in the midst of a chaotic attack. On the streets, a furious driver yells for a man to get out of his car's way immediately. The next instant, the same man runs in terror as monsters appear, warning everyone to run for their lives. Facing the chaos, a pair of police officers arrive on the scene, and one of them says they'll clear the area quickly. Further ahead, other officers are already using their magic to create energy shields against the attacks. However, a blonde police officer notices the enemies are too numerous and asks where the SMAT team is. Over the radio, he's informed that the calamity has spread everywhere and that backup won't arrive anytime soon. Before they could react to the news, a huge explosion sends a car flying in their direction. Amidst the smoke and rubble, an imposing creature finally reveals itself. Fallen on the ground, the officers despair, not knowing how they could defeat those creatures or what they should do. Before them, the creature conjures several red magic circles to prepare a new attack. Next, the monster unleashes a gigantic pillar of fire that sweeps across the entire street. The officers and a civilian on site can only shield themselves from the blast's intensity. However, a level 5 spell called Titanic Bubble is activated in response. Soon, a massive volume of water rushes directly towards the flames. At that moment, a radio transmission is initiated for all police units in the area. Over the communicator, a voice reports that a calamity specialist is on site and orders the start of containment. The transmission then reveals the specialist's name is Mizuha Tushiru, a member of the Japanese magic nobility. As soon as he is introduced, the noble lands in the middle of the destroyed street with his sword at his side. Without wasting time, he summons multiple blue magic circles to begin his counterattack. On the other side, the monster still kept its red magic circles active for the confrontation. In an instant, a gigantic pillar of water clashes violently with the creature's torrent of fire. The immense blue wave advances without difficulty, completely engulfing the enemy's attack. With that, the powerful torrent of water destroys all creatures in its path. After the battle, the two police officers watch the aftermath in silence, completely shocked by what they just witnessed. Soon, they run with other people to congratulate Mizuha Tushiru for the incredible display of power. Amidst the crowd, everyone is grateful to have been saved. Later, during an official event, the young man shakes hands with a local authority while being photographed by the press. The man then expresses his gratitude, stating that the damage was only contained thanks to him, but Tushiru replies that he was just doing his duty. Watching the scene, two men in suits comment that despite the strength of the noble mages, Japan's overall level seems to have dropped quite a bit. Despite hearing the provocative comment, the calamity specialist simply turns and stares at the pair in silence. As he says goodbye, the official regrets that he has to leave so soon, but the noble explains he has an urgent matter to attend to back home. As he walks away, he reflects on Japan's delicate situation and the worrying state of the magic nobility. With a determined expression, the young man concludes to himself that this situation cannot continue any longer. Far away, Katsuragi Ryuji comments to his friends, admitting that Kusanagi's power is just too impressive. Sitting next to him, Yuika agrees that the boy's strength is almost supernatural, and the other adds that he might be the strongest in Japan. Elsewhere, Shidu suggests they'd have a chance to win if they all attacked him together, but Sanada Karin retorts that she won't lose to him. Back with the trio, Ruka recalls that everyone has gotten stronger, and Ryuji guarantees that not even Kusanagi could beat the members of his squad. At that exact moment, Kusanagi appears right behind them and asks if they'd like to test that theory. Faced with the group's silence, Kusanagi asks if he's really that intimidating to them. Soon, the young man announces the end of the break, and informs them that their next training objective is to try and defeat him with everything they've got. With a confident smile, Katsuragi Ryuji accepts the challenge, but Yuika questions if the other isn't underestimating them too much. Without hesitation, all 5 students conjure their magic circles to launch an all-out attack with full force from the start. In response, Kusanagi simply raises a hexagonal energy barrier to protect himself. Seeing the defense, the girl with short blue hair yells that the barrier won't be enough to protect him. With a simple gesture, the young man then activates a second layer to his defense, a high-level magic barrier. Ruka is surprised to see the new barrier, while Ryuji yells for everyone to stay focused and attack with full force. Thus, the team launches a powerful combination of water, earth, and lightning attacks directly at the target. The massive attack collides violently with Kusanagi's barriers, creating a huge energy explosion. Despite their efforts, all 5 attackers are completely shocked when they see the result. On the other side of the field, Kusanagi remains standing, completely unharmed and without a single scratch. Angrily, Katsuragi complains that something is wrong, while Ruka says they used a level 6 spell. With a calm smile, Kusanagi says it's now his turn to attack as he gathers energy in his hand. Upon seeing the powerful aura, all 5 students react with expressions of pure dread. Kusanagi announces that training for today is over, leaving the 5 students fallen and defeated on the lawn as Yuika mutters that he's a monster. A short time later, while the 2 girls are resting, one of their cell phones starts to ring. Seeing their shocked reaction as they look at the device, Kusanagi approaches and asks what's wrong. With worried expressions, Yuika reveals the messages from their father, telling them he's coming home. In a traditional-style room, Ruka and Yuika sit in silence before their father, Mizuha Tushiru. The 2 sisters wait with tense expressions, visibly nervous about the coming conversation. With a serious and imposing posture, the man stares at them silently for a long moment. Under their father's gaze, the girl's apprehension only grows with each passing second. Then, Tushiru finally breaks the silence and asks them to tell him everything about their activities. Upon hearing this, the 2 girls' mood changes completely and they suddenly brighten up. Enthusiastically, Yuka begins to report that the Special Magic Squad has made great contributions and resolved numerous calamities. Ruka then adds that they've grown a lot. Their magical powers have doubled, and they can now use higher-level spells. The other girl then claims that much of this is thanks to Kusanagi and the others, describing him as someone incredible. While sipping his tea, the nobleman comments that this young man seems to be quite an exceptional individual. One of the daughters then suggests his power might even be on par with their father's, the level of a noble mage. The man brings the cup to his lips and takes a silent sip, processing the information. A moment later, he places the cup back on the table with a firm, decisive gesture. With his arms crossed, Tushiru bluntly orders them to leave the Special Magic Squad. Completely shocked, the 2 sisters ask what he said and why they should do that. The nobleman begins to explain that, as they should know, the reputation of noble mages is in decline, which has negative implications for Japan. He continues, stating that the noble mages are the ones who support the country, and the special squad brings them not help, but harm. With that, the man mentions Kusanagi Minato and forbids them from associating with the young man from now on. Outraged, Ruka stands up and immediately protests, arguing that it isn't fair and is a completely one-sided decision. Unfazed, Tushiru simply replies that they have always listened to him, and that must continue in exactly the same way. Hearing the order, Yuika lowers her head, remembering she had always obeyed her father's words without ever talking back. However, she suddenly raises her face and shouts that, this time, she will not obey. With determination, the girl declares she won't give up on the Magic Squad or Minato, because he is someone who can save the world. She then argues that the squad is doing what the nobles should be doing, and asking them to leave is unacceptable. Faced with her refusal, her father disowns her and forbids her from ever considering herself a noble mage again, leaving her in shock. After a moment of silence, the short-haired young woman finally replies that she understands his decision. Without another word, she turns and leaves the room, leaving the other 2 behind. Surprised, Tushiru comments that he didn't imagine his daughter would go so far, but Ruka explains that Yuika has changed. Right after, the long-haired girl states that she has changed too. Her father then warns that if she goes with her sister, she will be disowned too, but the young woman replies that she understands and accepts the consequence. Before leaving, Ruka bows and thanks her father for everything he has done for them. The nobleman just watches the scene in silence, maintaining a serious, impassive expression. Later, as they walk with their bags, Yuika comments that their father's decision was one-sided, and Ruka agrees that their lives are their own to decide. The long-haired girl then asks if her sister is sure about leaving the family, but the other says not to worry, as she shares the same feelings. With a smile, the older one adds that she couldn't leave her little sister alone, and that she'll always be her big sister. Hearing the kind words, the short-haired young woman gets emotional and calls out to her sister with a smile. Then, the 2 embrace, united in their new journey. Shortly after, they try to check into a hotel, But things don't go as planned. In a coffee shop, the younger girl laments that every hotel and even the cyber cafes rejected them. Her sister confirms that they were turned away as soon as they got to the door. The long-haired young woman then reflects that she could lie about her age to get a room, but she doesn't think the other could pull it off. As they sip their drinks, the younger one mentions they have money from the squad's activities, but they can't use it yet. At that moment, two guys approach and comment on how pretty they are, asking them out. Without waiting for an answer, one of them asks if they can sit there, calling himself lucky for the opportunity. Before they can get any closer, the older sister glares at them menacingly and orders them to stay away from her sister or they'll die. Frightened by the threat, the two guys apologize and run away from the place. Ruka calls them idiots, and noticing her sister's look, asks what's up. With a big smile, the short-haired girl answers that it's nothing. Excited, the younger sister invites her to have some fun, saying they can worry about lodging later. So the two set their bags aside for a moment and go out to enjoy the day. They start their outing by shopping at a clothing store, where the younger one joyfully tries on a dress. Next, the two have fun among various stuffed animals. Afterward, the sisters enjoy their time together, singing enthusiastically at a karaoke bar. At the end of the day, the younger one comments she's never had so much fun, and the other agrees she'd never enjoyed herself like this before. The short-haired girl skips along the sidewalk full of energy. With a radiant smile, she turns to her sister and says she's so happy to have her by her side. The older one just smiles back and replies with a simple comment. Ruka then remembers they still need to find a place to stay, and the other sighs, wishing someone could take them in. At that exact moment, a message arrives from Minato, asking for help with his phone. Seeing the message, the two sisters look at each other with the same idea in mind. A short while later, Kusanagi opens his door and is surprised to find them there, asking the reason for their visit. With a hopeful look, Yuika asks if they could stay at his house. Inside the apartment, Kusanagi listens to the sisters' story as they sit dejectedly in front of him. After hearing everything, he sums it up by saying they ran away from home and asks if that wasn't a bit too extreme. Embarrassed, one of the girls asks if he thinks so too, while the other admits they're both aware of that. Watching them, the young man notices they've both changed, seeming more honest with themselves and getting along better as sisters. With that, Yuika begs him to let them stay for a while, explaining she knows it's a bother, but they have nowhere else to go. As he considers the situation, he acknowledges that he sees them as women, but concludes it shouldn't be a problem since there's no romantic interest between them. After making up his mind, he finally agrees and says they can stay at his place for a while. Hearing his positive response, the two sisters look at each other with expressions of relief and happiness. The young man then warns them that the place is cramped, but they immediately reply that they don't mind and thank him for his help. With a slight smile, he comments that they're really a lot of work. The unexpected comment leaves both girls completely flustered. To Yuika, his reaction seems different than usual, and the realization they're going to live together makes her feel like they're doing something very bold. Ruka also realizes they'll be living under the same roof as Kusanagi, and with her heart racing, she tries to calm down without understanding what she's feeling. Breaking the mood, the young man simply asks if they wouldn't like to take a shower, leaving them both in shock at the question. Not understanding their reaction, he asks if they don't want to, and the two, still flustered, quickly confirm they accept the offer. While Yuika takes her shower, Ruka and Kusanagi talk in the living room. Kusanagi comments that their actions were brave, and the girl replies that it was the first time she and her sister had defied their father. With a worried look, she explains that their father is very possessive, and will likely become even more determined in his mission. Hearing this, Kusanagi concludes that the nobleman has a terrible impression of the squad, and might take action against them. At that moment, Yuika comes out of the bathroom in more comfortable clothes and comments that the shower was great. Then she tells her sister it's her turn, and the other just thanks her before going. Now, sitting at the table, the short-haired girl admits to the young man that it feels strange being in his room like this. With a smile, she thanks Minato for his help, saying that without him, they'd probably be on the street. He tells her not to worry, because it's no big deal. The young woman laughs softly, and when he asks why, she says it's because he always says things like that. Looking at her, Kusanagi states that the magic squad is his unit, and since they're his friends, he'll help them with whatever they need. The sudden declaration leaves the girl completely flustered and blushing. With her heart racing, she wonders what this feeling is that's making her so flustered. The moment is suddenly interrupted when Ruka comes out of the bathroom and surprises her. Already in her pajamas, Ruka comes out of the bathroom and says she's done. Seeing her, Kusanagi says he'll be the next to use the bathroom, and the girl just nods in agreement. Right after, she approaches her sister, who is still visibly flustered by the situation. The long-haired girl then lowers her head for a moment, lost in thought. Far away, in an office, Shiru presents the training schedule to Kusanagi, who approves it without objection. With that, the blonde young man ends the meeting, but the other interrupts him, saying he has something to report. Without beating around the bush, the young man informs him that Yuika and Ruka have started living with him. Completely shocked, Shippu slams his hand on the table and asks if the three of them are really living together, and the other confirms. Even without understanding his colleague's calmness, he wonders if this is the new norm for young people, but concludes that Kusanagi at least has some common sense. Still confused, he approaches the young man and reminds him that polygamy isn't practiced in Japan. Later, while walking down the hall, Kusanagi reflects that the room is too cramped for 3 people and considers moving. Looking outside, he sees Sanada Karin training alone on the field. Panting, the girl stops for a moment, and the young man approaches to ask if she's still training. Seeing him, the silver-haired young woman just calls him by his name. With a smile, she explains she's training because she's falling behind and has finally reached the level to use offensive spells. In a more serious tone, Sanada Karin states that since he's the leader, as his subordinate, she will speak more casually from now on. With that declaration made, the girl smiles, satisfied, saying this is much better. The young man then closes his eyes and asks her to try casting an offensive spell. Even without understanding, she agrees to the instruction after he says he'll give her some advice. Then, the silver-haired young woman casts a sphere of light energy with all her strength. With a smile, Kusanagi congratulates her, saying she's improved a lot and will get even stronger if she keeps it up. Despite the praise, the girl lowers her gaze and comments that, compared to the others, she still feels very weak. The young man replies that she underestimates herself and that he believes she's been trying hard enough. She then reveals she only joined the police because they said being a holy mage was rare, but she doesn't feel like she's on the same level as the others. The young woman admits she's the weakest in the squad and confesses she hates feeling that way. Right after, she apologizes, thinking she's being weird for venting like that. Unfazed by her venting, Kusanagi simply asks her why she joined the police. The girl explains that her grandmother was also a holy mage. She continues, saying her grandmother helped in many disasters in the past and that she joined the police to be like her, even though she has since passed away. After finishing her story, the young woman asks if her reason isn't mediocre, since she doesn't have grand ambitions like the others. With a downcast look, the silver-haired young woman turns away, lamenting that she's just not good enough and can't do anything right. Faced with her outburst, the young man simply asks if she really thinks that way. He then reminds her that she has her own strengths, like the ability to heal people and the fact that she learned to use offensive spells. The young man continues, saying that the reason doesn't matter, but the fact that she's trying so hard and doing her best does. With a light touch on her shoulder, he tells her she's already come a long way and that it shows. Hearing his words of encouragement, the girl can't hold back her tears and starts to cry. Now calmer, she apologizes and says she must seem like a pathetic adult, but he replies that age doesn't matter. With a sincere smile, the silver-haired young woman thanks Kusanagi for his help. She then declares that he has saved her many times and that to her, he is a true hero. The scene then shifts to the top of a tall building at night. Wearing a hood and a mask, the young man questions the reason for the sudden call. Suddenly, Leona appears behind him, causing him to call out her name. With a confident smile, the detective informs him that she's obtained the information he was so curious about. She then reveals that it's about the dark rumors surrounding the noble mages. Impressed, the hooded boy says her work was remarkable and asks her to tell him more. The detective orders him to put on his Shadowbringer uniform, but he asks if she really expects him to wear that every day. She explains that she's been investigating the illegal distribution of dark magic, and that's how she heard the rumors about the noble mages. The investigation reveals a list of crimes like money laundering and embezzlement, and Leona points out that the Fuka family seems to have ties with BR. The boy then asks who's at the top of BR, and she replies that rumors point to Kuroi Akuto, a former noble mage. She continues, explaining that he was apparently undisciplined and ended up getting expelled, a case that was even covered by the media for a while. Upon hearing this, the masked young man concludes the connection to the noble mages is now even more suspicious, and Leona agrees, but laments the lack of proof. The woman states that no one is talking, probably because they're being threatened, and warns him to be careful if he decides to investigate further. Unintimidated, he just asks her to send all the information to his phone and gets ready to leave, as she asks what he plans to do. With his phone in hand, Kusanagi states that justice must be served. He then leaps from the building, enveloped in green energy. As he flies through the city, he reflects that there are many ways to act, and he won't stand idly by in the face of evil. Back at the apartment, routine sets in with Kusanagi on his phone. The long-haired girl remains focused on her meditation. Meanwhile, the younger sister stays focused on her studies. As he researches a man named Ichigami Minato and the 50-year history of the calamities, Kusanagi concludes he's at least learned how to use his phone. His search leads him to an article about the great sage Ichigami Minato. Reading the text, he finds the story impressive, but the sage's death seems almost mythical, and he realizes there's fake news about the noble's ancestors. The boy also notices that the information on the noble mages is vague, with no details on their training methods or high-level magic. He then reflects that, according to the records, it seems someone intentionally weakened the mages, ensuring no data was left behind. Kusanagi considers that the current head of the Mizuha family might know something, but finding him would be difficult, as would getting information on the calamities. With this, he wonders about the reason for the recurring calamities and what they really are. Unable to reach a conclusion, he admits he doesn't understand, leaving Yuika confused beside him. The next day, Kusanagi meets up with his squad at the training grounds. Suddenly, an urgent alert is issued to all units, reporting the detection of a calamity and ordering immediate deployment. Without hesitation, the squad leader orders everyone to move out, and the team follows him at once. Flying toward the location, he spots something amidst the destruction. However, they find Fukashu and Kagashuji, who mock the group for arriving late. The green-haired noble boasts that he's already defeated the monsters and questions what the special magic squad was doing. With an arrogant smile, he adds that they can relax, since no civilians were harmed. With disdain, Fukasho warns them to be more alert, questioning what would happen to the citizens without the help of the noble mages. On another day, the team is once again faced with a city destroyed after another calamity. Arriving on the scene, they once again find Fukashu, who mocks them for being late and calls them useless. Hearing the provocation, Katsuragi, Ryuji, and Yuika react with frustration and anger. With a mocking smile, the noble questions the squad's usefulness and states that the world clearly still needs the noble mages. Irritated, Yuika points out this is the 5th time this has happened, and that something is strange, suspecting he's up to something. On the phone, Shidu brings up the possibility of sabotage, noting that their intelligence is clearly lagging. Faced with the situation, Kusanagi reflects that his detection ability decreases with distance and wonders what he should do. The girl with short blue hair becomes enraged, complaining that he ignores them when a demon-level boss shows up, which infuriates her. Far away, Shippu comments that the Fukas are getting a lot of online support, which Sanada Karin finds suspicious since they used to be the target of criticism. The silver-haired young woman then reports that a press conference is about to start, but all she knows is that the Fuka family is gathering reporters. Soon, the press conference with Fukajin at the podium begins to air. He thanks everyone for attending and announces the conference was called to address the recent inadequacies and disappointments of the noble mages. The noble specifies that the criticism is directed at the actions and behavior of his dear son, Sho. Immediately, a reporter stands up and accuses the noble mages of endangering civilians, demanding to know their plan to resolve the situation. Faced with the accusation, Fukajin bows deeply over the table and offers a sincere apology for what happened. The reporters are completely shocked by the scene, commenting that a noble mage apologizing is unprecedented. The noble admits it's a reflection of his own failings as a father, but assures them Shu is already redeeming himself and actively dealing with the calamities. The journalists begin to comment that there have indeed been many reports of his son resolving incidents, even before the special squad arrives. The scene briefly reveals the noble's sinister gaze, suggesting a plan behind his actions. He then explains that the recent calamities and the actions of other nobles have worsened the situation, but that they are already working on comprehensive measures. Watching the fallout, Yuika comments that the conference is trending and half the comments support the family, but Katsuragi Ryuji insists it's all a big sham. Next, several online comments show public opinion dividing, with some forgiving the nobles and others criticizing the special squad. Indignant at the comments, the short-haired girl complains that they worked hard only to be ridiculed like that. Kusanagi then places a hand on her head and tells her to calm down, stating that their mission doesn't change, no matter what people say. With a confident smile, the boy asks her to trust him and assures her he'll take care of the situation. Far away, in an office, Shidu apologizes and asks if his superior can repeat what he just said. The superior officer then repeats that, at this rate, The team's very existence is in danger. He explains that complaints against the squad are mounting, and that opposing the noble mages is a serious issue, questioning if Shippu's actions are to blame. The blonde-haired young man grows tense and speechless upon hearing the direct accusation. Trying to defend himself, Shippu argues that the main problem was Fukusho's behavior, but his superior accuses him of provoking the situation by turning the noble mages into enemies. The superior officer then pressures him, questioning if he has any idea why their operations have been hindered, but the young man just laments that he is now the target of accusations. Without giving him a chance to respond, his boss warns him to improve their public perception and mend relations with the nobles, otherwise the special magic squad will be finished. Far away, Fuka-jin sits with a victorious smile, confirming that everything is going exactly as planned. He boasts to a subordinate about how easily the public is swayed, saying a little acting is all it takes to fool everyone. With a triumphant look, the noble declares that, with public support, he will crush the special magic squad in no time. He then begins to laugh uncontrollably at the success of his plan. Meanwhile, after leaving the office, the blonde-haired boy walks with a grim and worried expression. The scene then shifts to Kusanagi, who seems to already be aware of the situation and ready to act. While resting with the team, Yuika complains that it's strange they haven't been called for a job in a whole week. Katsuragi Ryuji comments that Fuka has been handling most of the calamities, and Ruka adds that even people within the police are sabotaging the squad. Eating his sandwich, Kusanagi concludes that there are likely people in the police connected to the noble mages, and that the squad is an obstacle for them. The girl with short blue hair asks why they would be an obstacle, and the young man explains that their actions have negatively impacted the noble's reputation. He then reflects that, since many of them seem to have pacts with BR, it would be inconvenient for them if the squad gained more influence. Outraged, the young woman in the white uniform argues that it's not their fault if the nobles are incompetent, and that they should try harder if they don't want their reputations ruined. Sitting beside her, the older sister wonders if their father might also be involved, but the other one highly doubts he'd be part of something like that. With a smile, Ryuji suggests they find out for themselves, and Kusanagi agrees that standing still won't get them anywhere. The black-haired young man then turns to the sisters and says they don't have to go if they don't want to, since their relationship with their father isn't good. However, the short-haired girl replies that they will go, because after all, they are his daughters. Upon arriving at the Mizuha family residence, they are greeted by two maids who ask them to leave. Yuika tries to argue that they just want to talk, but the maids reply that the master expressly instructed that his renegade daughters are not allowed to enter. Faced with the refusal, Kusanagi steps forward, introduces himself as the captain of the special magic squad, and says he has some questions for the master of the house. With an annoyed smile, he thinks to himself that the situation is getting irritating, and maybe they should just force their way in. Suddenly, Mizuha Tushiru appears in the courtyard, interrupting the argument. One of the maids approaches him and informs him that those people wish to speak with the master. The noble casts a stern glance in the group's direction. On the other side, Kusanagi stares back at him with the same seriousness. After a brief moment of tension, the long-haired man orders them to be let in, and the maid promptly obeys. Once inside the residence, Kusanagi comments that he didn't know the sisters had a brother, but they explain that he is their father. The young man is surprised by the man's youthful appearance, and the girls confirm that many people say the same thing. In the meeting room, the group sits formally before the master of the house. The noble in blue robes observes them in silence with a serious expression. Meanwhile, Kusanagi and the two sisters wait seated, maintaining their posture. Without preamble, Tushiru leans toward the young man and accuses him of leading his daughters astray. With a calm smile, the young man replies that blaming others for their children's independence is a bad habit of some parents, and asks if he shouldn't be happy about their maturation. The response leaves the noble visibly irritated, while the young man maintains his confident smile. Getting straight to the point, Kusanagi asks if he's the one putting pressure on the special magic squad. However, the man denies giving such orders or having any involvement, explaining that the noble mages don't usually work together, and that Fuka is acting on his own. The black-haired young man comments that the noble is surprisingly direct, but the other replies that he simply respects those who show determination. With a serious look, the man says he's heard stories about him being a student with the power of a noble mage, and that he finds him suspicious. With a challenging smile, Kusanagi asks if he'd like to test him. Without warning, the noble releases an immense pressure of magical energy throughout the room. The young man in the white uniform, however, remains calm and smiles at the display of power. The other 3 squad members, on the other hand, feel the crushing pressure and wonder what kind of power it is. An intense blue energy fills the room, emanating from the 2 opponents. The power auras of the 2 mages clash in the center of the room, maintaining a balance. Faced with this scene, the noble admits the young man's skill is impressive, and the young man replies that sensing and controlling magical power is basic knowledge. With slight disdain, the master of the house comments that the other speaks as if he were an expert. The black-haired young man then reflects that the noble's control over mana is unparalleled, but there's something that talent and aptitude can't explain. Meanwhile, the man in blue robes concludes that there's definitely more to Mizuha Tushiru than it seems. With one last question, Kusanagi asks him why the mages have become weaker, but the noble asks for the basis of such a claim. The young man then reveals that he knows about what happened 50 years ago. The noble explains that it serves for restriction and regulation, but says the young man will understand in due time. With a serious look, the man in blue robes then states that, despite everything, the noble mages are necessary. Upon hearing this, Kusanagi asks if that includes even people like the members of the Fuka family. Faced with the question, the master of the house just stares at him in silence for a moment. With that, the young man stands up to leave, but the other asks him to wait a minute. Still seated, the other 3 squad members realize they can't move because of the earlier magical pressure. Katsuragi Ryuji has to help his leader to his feet, as he's unable to get up on his own. As he's being supported, Kusanagi admits he would have hesitated if the Mizuha family were involved, and that he's relieved it's not the case. He then adds with a smile that, after all, Yuika and Ruka are his important friends. Not understanding the statement, the noble asks what he's talking about, but the young man just replies, "Who knows?" Far away, 2 men celebrate the arrival of their new uniforms, anti-monster gear that can resist spells. Next to Kusanagi, Shidu states that with the new equipment, they can finally start operating for real. With a determined look, the squad leader says it's time to go, as they have a score to settle. Meanwhile, Fuka-jin celebrates with his followers, declaring that money and fame will belong to his family. Immediately after, a man in a suit walks purposefully down the hallway. Suddenly, a group of police officers led by a red-haired man storms the place and orders everyone to freeze. Completely shocked, Fuka-jin questions the meaning of this invasion and asks if they know whose house they're in. Meanwhile, a reporter in a helicopter announces that the police have raided the residence of the suspect, Fuka-jin, marking the first time a noble mage has been formally charged. With the warrant in hand, the operation leader informs him that he is under arrest for bribery, intimidation, and abuse of authority, and that they will conduct a search of the premises. Outraged, the head of the Fuka family shouts in disbelief at their audacity, demanding they present evidence for treating a noble like a criminal. Before they could continue, a voice replies with complete certainty, "You can bet on it." Immediately after, Kusanagi and his entire squad appear at the door, and the young man states that the proof is right here. Outraged, Fuka-jin shouts in disbelief at their audacity, demanding they present proof for treating a noble like a criminal. Before they could continue, a voice replies with absolute certainty that they can bet on it. Right after, Kusanagi and his entire squad appear at the door, and the young man states that the proof is right there. Recognizing the captain of the special squad, Fuka-sho questions his presence, insisting there's no way they could have proof. Unfazed, the young man in the white uniform shows his phone screen, revealing a photo of the noble accepting a bribe. He continues, presenting images that prove collusion with illegal mages, in addition to threats and intimidation. Desperate, the head of the Fuka family claims it's all a fabrication, and that anything can be doctored these days. With a defiant tone, the young man steps closer and asks if what he's about to show is also a fabrication. The scene reveals a recording of a conversation where a subordinate requests the noble's help to fight a calamity, saying the people need his power. In the recording, Fuka-jin himself dismisses the need for a noble to intervene, stating that the police can handle minor calamities. Suddenly, his butler's voice confirms that he was the one who made the recording. Enraged, the noble grabs him by the collar and yells, questioning how he, a mere butler, dared to do such a thing. The butler remains silent with his eyes closed, accepting his master's fury. The scene then reveals a nighttime meeting between the butler and a hooded figure, where he refuses to betray his master, and the figure praises him for his loyalty. The hooded figure, however, questions if this loyalty is genuine, and if it's his duty to watch the corruption of the family he serves. The butler simply remains silent, pondering the difficult decision he must make. The hooded figure then presses him to choose, let the Fuka family continue their corruption, or save the noble mages. Back in the present, Oshiro stands and furiously yells that the noble must be eliminated. Hearing the insult, Fuka-jin's face twists with pure pain and rage. Completely losing control, he grabs the other man by the collar, threatening that everyone there will die as he conjures his magic. However, his attack is interrupted by a sudden flash of light that catches his attention. Right after, a powerful blast of yellow energy rips through the room, sending everyone flying. With his squad by his side, Kusanagi reveals himself and warns the corrupt noble that there is no escape. In despair, the man cries out that all his years of effort, money, and fame have been thrown away. The squad leader simply replies that he brought this on himself. With a maniacal laugh, the noble declares, "This is the angriest he has ever been in his entire life." He then reveals he's created overseas bases for situations like this, where no one can touch him. With a look of pure madness, the man threatens to kill them all before he escapes. He and his followers then unleash a barrage of green energy attacks. Facing the threat, Kusanagi orders everyone else to fall back, saying the special magic squad will take care of them. From the helicopter, the reporter narrates that magic has been unleashed and the Fuka family has begun to resist arrest. Shocked by the revelations, she questions if the noble mages were really committing crimes during a time of calamity, all for their own personal gain. The public watches the news with concern, wondering if they can no longer trust the noble mages, and if there's anyone left to protect them. In a restaurant, a man replies that it's not true, and that there is still hope. The scene then reveals the members of the special magic squad as they prepare for the confrontation. Facing Fukusho and his followers, the team takes their positions for battle. Among them, Shidu and Sanada Karin face their enemies with serious expressions. The focus then shifts to the squad's leader. With a determined look, Kusanagi Minato prepares to lead the attack against the corrupt nobles. Fuka's followers rally around their master, ready for combat. Scoffing, the green-haired noble asks if they really think they can win with so few people. Yuika replies that unlike the lazy nobles, they haven't been idle and have sent other members to deal with the calamities. Annoyed by her audacity, the young man calls her irritating, complains that they keep getting in his way, and threatens to kill them. With a look of contempt, the blue-haired girl calls him a disgrace to all noble mages and declares they will never forgive him. Fuka-jin then turns to Kusanagi and asks if he truly believes he can defeat the noble mages. The squad captain simply replies that he has no reason to lose to a small fry like him. With a sinister smile, Fuka-jin says they'll see about that, and launches a beam of green energy toward the news helicopter. However, the attack is blocked by a barrier protecting the aircraft. Outraged by the noble's actions, Kusanagi questions just how low he is willing to stoop. With a sneer, the head of the Fuka family replies that he'll stoop as low as it takes to make money. Immediately, the special magic squad rushes to attack, each member casting a different spell against the noble's followers. One of the men in glasses is hit head-on by a jet of water, screaming in pain from the impact. Another follower is sent flying, unable to withstand the force of the attack. Seeing his subordinates defeated, Fukusho is shocked, unable to believe what's happening. He then declares that noble mages are all-powerful, but the reality of the battle leaves him speechless. In disbelief, the noble refuses to accept that they, as noble mages, could be inferior to the squad. In an act of desperation, he orders his followers to do whatever it takes to kill them all. He then urges them to use their most powerful magic, and his men readily comply. Seeing the impending attack, Yuika calls out to her sister. Together, the two blue-haired girls combine their powers, casting a powerful level 6 water spell. With their hands raised, the sisters unleash an enormous torrent of water at their enemies. The powerful torrent of water slams into the nobles, who scream as they are completely submerged by the attack. With their enemies soaked and defeated, the two sisters survey the result of their combined attack. Absolutely terrified, Fukusho cowers on the ground as he sees Kuroya Kuto approaching. He then bows desperately, begging for forgiveness and promising that he will change. Yuika replies that if he truly intends to repent, maybe they have no choice but to forgive him. However, the noble suddenly stands up, calls her an idiot, and says he would never do such a thing. The squad then surrounds the group, preparing their magic circles for another attack. Confused, the green-haired young man yells that they promise to forgive him. With a scornful look, the blue-haired girl asks if he really thought they would forgive someone with no intention of changing. Then, all the nobles weep in despair. Watching the scene, Kusanagi comments that it looks like they've wrapped things up over there. From across the courtyard, Fuka-jin glares at him with a look of pure hatred and calls him a bastard.